Hello, friends, this is your Audiobook Pro. Today we are sharing another fascinating story with you. Subscribe to our channel to get new audiobooks and help us grow our community. Your support inspires us to create even more quality content. Open book. Enjoy your listening. The art of winning arguments. Such a use of these expressions existed in the Middle Ages and is even found sometimes to this day. In modern times, the word dialectics was used by some scientists, especially by Kant, in a negative sense, who called it a sophistic way of debating, and for this reason put above the word logic, as a more innocent expression of this concept. As a matter of fact, the two words have exactly the same meaning, so in recent years they have been looked at again often as synonymous expressions. This state of affairs embarrasses me somewhat and does not allow me to distinguish and separate these two sciences, logic and dialectics. In my opinion, logic can be defined as the science of the laws of thinking or the ways of the activity of the mind, from the verb to consider, discuss, derived in turn from the words reason or word, while dialectics, using this expression in its modern meaning, is the art of debates and disputes or conversations. Every conversation is based on the presentation of facts or views, that is, it is once historical, the other time it parses or considers something. Hence it is obvious that the subject of logic is given entirely a priori, without any admixture of anything historical, or that the field of this science includes general laws of thinking, to which every mind obeys at the moment when it is left to itself, when nothing hinders it, therefore, in the period of solitary thinking of a reasonable being, who is not misled by anything. On the contrary, dialectics considers the simultaneous activity of two rational beings who think at the same time, whence, of course, a dispute arises, that is, a spiritual struggle. Both beings possess pure reason, and therefore they would have to agree with each other. In fact, there is no such agreement, and this disagreement depends on the different individualities inherent in the subjects, and therefore must be considered an element of empiricism. Thus, logic, as a science of thinking, that is, of the activity of pure reason, could be constructed quite a priori, dialectics, for the most part, only a posteriori, after practical comprehension of the changes to which pure thought is subjected as a result of the individual differences in the simultaneous thinking of two reasonable beings, and after familiarization with the means which each of them uses to make his individual thoughts appear pure and objective. And this occurs for the reason that it is peculiar to any man in his joint thinking, that is, it is only worthwhile for him to learn, in the mutual exchange of views, except in historical conversations, that someone else's thoughts concerning a given subject differ from his own. He, instead of first of all checking his own thought, always prefers to allow an error in another's thought. In other words, every man by nature already wants to be right. Exactly what arises from this peculiarity of people is taught by a branch of science which I would like to call dialectics, or, to clear up a possible misunderstanding, heuristic dialectics. Thus, it is the science of man's desire to show that he is always right. Heuristics is only a sharper name for the subject. Heuristic dialectics, therefore, is the art of arguing, but in such a way that one always remains right, that is, per fas et nefas. After all, objectively it is possible to be right and not to appear as such to others, and even very often to oneself. This happens when the opponent refutes our arguments and when this comes down as a refutation of the whole argumentative thesis, in proof of which there may be many other arguments not given by us at the given moment. In such cases the adversary surrounds himself with a false light, seems to be a man of reason, but is in fact all around wrong. So, the truth of a controversial question, taken objectively, and the power of rightness or reason in the eyes of disputants and listeners are quite different things. The heuristic dialectic is based entirely on the latter. If evil did not exist in human nature, if we were perfectly honest in every exchange of thoughts, then surely we would try solely to obtain the truth and would not pay attention to whose view is just, whether it was originally expressed by ourselves or by our opponent. To this latter view we would have been completely indifferent, or at least we would not have given it so much importance. Now, on the contrary, it constitutes a thing of paramount importance. Our brain is very irritable in all matters concerning intellectual powers, and is in no way willing to accept that what we originally said is wrong, and that what the adversary said is right. Bearing this circumstance in mind, it would be proper for everyone to express only correct opinions, and therefore to think first and then to speak. But in addition to innate thinking, most people are characterized by talkativeness and innate bad faith. We talk about something without thinking at all, and then, even if we soon notice that our opinion is false and groundless, we still try to prove at all costs absolutely the opposite. The love of truth, which in most cases has been the only motivation for making a thesis seemingly true, completely gives way to a love of one's own opinion, so that the truth thus appears as a lie and the lie as the truth. But even this bad faith, this insistent defense of a thesis, a falsity which we ourselves are perfectly aware of, has a sufficient basis. Very often at the beginning of a conversation we are deeply convinced of the justice of our judgment, but then the argument of the opponent is so strong that it refutes and crushes us. If we immediately abandon our conviction, it is very possible that later we will be convinced that we were right, but that our proof was erroneous. There may have been good arguments and evidence to defend our thesis, but just to our misfortune such a deliverer argument has not occurred to us. Thus we make it a rule to argue with arguments that are sound and prove the subject, and at the same time we admit that the reasonableness of the opponent is only apparent, and that in the course of the argument we may accidentally fall upon such an argument, which either breaks down the opponent's argument definitively or otherwise reveals the unfairness of the opponent's opinion. Because of this, if we are not necessarily forced to be dishonest in an argument, we can at least very easily become so by accident. This is how the weakness of our judgment and the vicissitudes of our will mutually support each other. Hence it happens that the one who leads the argument fights not for the truth, but for his thesis, as pro aha et phosis, for the most precious thing, conducts the case per phos et nefas, by all right and wrong ways, and, as I noted before, cannot easily get rid of it. Everyone strives to gain the upper hand even when he knows perfectly well that his opinion is false and erroneous or doubtful. Machiavelli advises the prince to take advantage of every moment of his neighbor's weakness to attack him, because otherwise that same neighbor may take advantage of his momentary weakness. It would be quite another matter if truth and sincerity prevailed, but it is not possible to count on them, nor to be guided by these principles, because for such good qualities the reward is very bad. The same is to be done in an argument. It is very doubtful whether your adversary will repay you with the same if you give him justice in an argument. When that justice is only apparent, almost certainly we can say that he will not be magnanimous, but will conduct the case per nefas, without considering the rules, and hence the conclusion that you should act the same way. I easily agree that we should always strive for the truth and that we should not be partial to our own views. But how do we know if another person will hold the same opinion as we do? To a certain extent, one's own dexterity and ingenuity can be helpful in carrying out the thesis. Everyday experience teaches man this art, so everyone has his own natural dialectic as well as his own logic, the only difference being that the former is not as true as the latter. People rarely think and draw conclusions contrary to the laws of logic. False judgments are very frequent, but false conclusions are very rare. That is why it is rare to find someone with a lack of natural logic of their own and so often with a lack of natural dialectic. Dialectic is a gift of nature, unequally distributed, and therefore it is like the ability to judge things, an ability distributed very unevenly, whereas sound reason, in fact, is distributed quite evenly. Very often it happens that seeming argumentation knocks down and refutes what is essentially perfectly fair and reasonable, and, on the contrary, the one who emerges victorious from an argument very often owes not so much to the fairness of judgment in defending his opinion, as to skill and dexterity. Here, as in everything, innate talent plays the first role. But the exercise and consideration of the various ways in which one may refute his adversary, or which the adversary himself uses to prove his thoughts, serve as a good guide in this art. This is why logic has no practical value, but, on the contrary, dialectics has it to a large extent. In my opinion, Aristotle constructed his logic, that is, analytics, exclusively in such a way that it serves as a basis and introduction to dialectics. Logic deals only with the form of statements, while dialectics investigates their essence and matter. Therefore, the investigation of form as a general thing must precede the investigation of essence or particulars. Aristotle does not shade the goal of dialectics as much as I do. True, he points to disputation as the main goal, but at the same time as striving to find the truth. He goes on to say, one must consider statements from the philosophical point of view according to their truth, and from the dialectical point of view according to their obviousness and the thinking of others. It is true that Aristotle recognizes the independence and the difference between the objective truth of a thesis and someone else's confirmation of that thesis, but he makes this recognition only in passing in order to attribute this meaning exclusively to dialectics. This is why his rules concerning dialectics are often confused with such rules, the purpose of which is to find the truth. Therefore, it seems to me that Aristotle did not fully fulfill his task when he tried, in his book De Elenchis Sophisticis, on sophistic refutations, to distinguish dialectics from sophistry and heuristics, the difference being that dialectical conclusions are true in regard to form and substance, while the heuristic or sophistic conclusions are not. The latter differ from each other only in purpose. In heuristic conclusions, this purpose is determined by the desire to be right, while in sophistic conclusions it is determined by the desire to achieve honor or money in this way. Whether judgments are true, as far as the essence is concerned, is a very doubtful thing, because it is always possible to deduce from here the grounds by which they can be made different. Least of all the disputants themselves can be sure of this. Even the result of the dispute can only give a doubtful conclusion. For this reason we must understand Aristotle's dialectic also as sophistry and heuristics, and define it as the art of always being right in all disputes. It goes without saying that all help is really to have reason. But this condition, to the exclusion of all others, is of course insufficient for people. On the other hand, bearing in mind the weakness of their reasoning, it is not a necessary thing. Consequently, other artificial techniques are necessary here, which, regardless of objective truth, can also be used in the absence of objective reason, the actual existence of which can almost never be judged with complete certainty. Thus, in my opinion, logic and dialectics should be separated from each other with more clarity and obviousness than Aristotle did. Logic should deal with objective truth as far as this truth can be formal, while dialectics should confine itself to winning arguments. Furthermore, we should not separate dialectics from sophistry and heuristics, as Aristotle does, for this distinction is based on objective, material truth, concerning which we cannot judge with complete certainty before time, but can only repeat after Pilate, what is truth, for veritas est in putio, the truth is hidden at the bottom of the well. Very often, after a lively argument, in the end each of the disputants returns to the opinion of his opponent. Thus, one simply exchanges one's own views. It is not a thing to prove that in arguments one must mean only to find out the truth. It is the whole point that one does not know where this truth is, when the arguments of the opponent and our own mislead us. Finally, re intellecta, in verissimus facilis, having understood the essence, let us define the terms. Since dialectics is looked upon as a science equal to logic, let us call our science dialectica eristica, eristic dialectics, as was said before. The main rule is that the subject matter of each science must be strictly separated from the rest of the sciences. Applying this rule to dialectics, we should regard it exclusively as the art of being always right, regardless of objective truth, which, of course, is 100 times easier to achieve when we are really right. As such, dialectics must teach us how to defend ourselves against all kinds of attacks, especially unjust ones, then how to attack others without contradicting ourselves and without the risk of being crushed by others at all. It is absolutely necessary to separate the desire to find objective truth from the art of arranging ourselves in such a way that our judgments seem fair to everyone. The first aspiration is an entirely different work. It is a matter of reasoning, the ability to reason, experience, which no art can teach. The latter, on the contrary, is the goal of dialectics. It is defined as the logic of evidence. This is erroneous, because in this case it could only be used in defense of false judgments. Dialectics is necessary when we are right, so that we can defend this rightness. To this end, it is necessary to know all ugly, artificial methods in order to be able to reflect them, and even very often to use them in order to crush the opponent with his own weapon. This is why objective truth should not be considered at all in dialectics, or is seen as something exceptional. Its task is to teach how to defend one's own judgments and how to refute those of the opponent. Often the disputant himself does not know positively whether he is right or wrong, and very often he is quite convinced that he is right, but is in fact mistaken. Still more often it happens that both disputants think that each of them is right, and here precisely, veritas est in putio. At the beginning of an argument, each of the opponents is convinced that the truth is on his side. During the argument, both begin to waver. The end of the argument must clarify the truth and confirm it. Therefore, dialectics itself has nothing to care about this truth, just as a fencing teacher has nothing to care about who was right in the quarrel that led to the duel. Striking and deflecting blows is what a teacher cares most about. We see the same thing in dialectics, this fencing of the mind. Only this way of understanding dialectics can constitute one of the branches of science. As soon as we leave for ourselves the only objective truth, we will immediately return to pure logic. If, on the contrary, we prove this truth by means of false judgments, we will enter the sphere of real sophistry. In both cases, it is usually assumed that we knew in advance where truth and falsehood lie, which is very rarely known before. So the most real definition of dialectics is the one I gave earlier. Dialectics is nothing more than mental fencing for proving a point in an argument. The name erethics is closer to defining the concept than dialectics, but in my opinion the name erethic dialectics is more appropriate. So understood, dialectics is only a systematic, correct combination and elucidation of various artificial techniques, to which most people resort in disputes when they notice that the rightness is not on their side, and at the same time wish to achieve it at all costs. It would therefore be a lack of consistency to have in scientific dialectics the objective truth and its elucidation in mind, whereas in basic, natural dialectics there is none of this, the whole purpose being based solely on winning the argument. Scientific dialectics, as we understand it, consists in an exposition and analysis of the artificial methods used in bad faith disputes, so that in serious disputes we can immediately recognize and refute them. This is why the main and conscious aim of dialectics must be the desire to gain the upper hand and remain right in the eyes of the opponent and the outsider, not objective truth. In my opinion, as much as I have observed and followed, almost nothing has yet been done on this subject. Therefore, the field seems quite unprocessed. To reach the desired goal, I had to use experience, observation of how one or another method is applied in disputes, Finally, to generalize the techniques repeated under different forms, and thus to create some general tricks which could serve both to prove my opinions and to refute those of others. The next department should be looked at as a first experience in this regard. The foundation of all dialectic. This is the basis of the essence of disputes in public, academic, in the courts, or, finally, in ordinary conversations. A thesis is posed that must be refuted. There are two ways to do this. 1. The methods are ad rem, to the case, and ad hominem, to the opponent. With the first, we refute the absolute or objective truth of the thesis by proving disagreement with the real features, which distinguish the subject in question. With the second, however, we refute the relative truth of the thesis by proving that this latter contradicts other judgments or views of the opponent, or by proving the failure of his arguments, with the objective truth of the subject remaining unexplained in the end. For example, if in an argument about philosophical or scientific subjects the opponent, who is surely English in this case, allows himself to quote biblical arguments, we have every right to refute him with the same arguments, although such arguments are only ad hominem, not clarifying the merits of the case. It is as if one were to pay debts with counterfeit money that he received from the same creditor. This kind of modus procedendis, mode of action, can in many cases be compared to the presentation to the court of a forged obligation, to which the defendant on his part responds with a forged receipt, although the loan may have actually existed. As in the latter case, argumentation ad hominem has the advantage of brevity, for very often a truthful and interpretive elucidation of the truth would require too much work and time. 2. Regarding how to proceed, there are two ways to pursue a goal, directly or indirectly. In the first way, we attack the primary basis of the thesis, and in the second way, we attack its results. In the first way, we prove that the thesis is unjust, and in the second, that the thesis cannot be true. Consider the above in more detail. A. In refuting in the direct way, that is, by attacking the grounds of the thesis, we either show that they themselves are wrong, nego meorem, by denying the primary, or nego minorem, by denying the secondary, and in both cases by attacking the matter that serves as the basis of the conclusion, or we admit these grounds, but show that the thesis does not follow from them and say nego consequentiam, not following, thus attacking the form of the conclusion. 3. By refuting indirectly, that is, by attacking the thesis with its corollaries, we deduce from the imprecision of the latter that the thesis itself is imprecise and incorrect. According to the law of falsitate rationati ad falsitatem rationis valet consequentia, a false cause leads to a false consequence, in which we can use either direct instance or apagogy. Instantia is only exemplum in contrarium, the opposite example. It refutes the thesis by showing objects or relations contained in and derived from the position, to which, however, it cannot be applied and therefore cannot be true. Apagogy is used when we admit temporarily the correctness of a thesis, but then we connect with it some other position, recognized as true or unconditionally true, so that, taken together, they would become the premise of that conclusion, which with full obviousness to all was deduced wrong, for it either contradicts the very essence of things, or the property of the subject in question recognized as true, or finally another position of the person who put forward the thesis. Hence apagogy can be ad hominem and ad rem. If the conclusion contradicts unquestionable truths, whose authenticity is obvious to all, even a priori, it proves that we have brought the adversary ad absurdum, to the point of absurdity. In each of these cases the falsity of the opponent's conclusion must depend on his thesis. Since the validity of the remaining premises is not in question, the thesis cannot be true. Every quibble in an argument can always be subsumed under one of the formal methods given above, and therefore in dialectics these methods play the same role as in fencing blows to the opponent according to the rules. The following tricks can be compared to strategic stratagems and overtures, And the particular nagging in arguments can be compared to what fencing teachers call pig strikes. Tricks. Catch 1. Expansion. It is necessary to take the opponent's position out of natural pretexts, to discuss it in the most general and extensive sense, and to extend it as much as possible. The more general the statement, the greater the opening of the field of action and the more open to attack and nagging. The auxiliary means is the precise and detailed statement of the puncti, the subject, or status controversiae, the circumstances of the dispute. Example 1. I argued that English drama is considered the best. My opponent wanted to use the instance and remarked that, as far as everyone knows, the English created nothing outstanding either in music or in opera. I objected that music is not part of the notions of drama, the latter denotes only tragedy and comedy, of which the opponent knew perfectly well, only wanting to generalize my position by extending it to theatrical performances, and consequently to opera and music, with the aim of surely breaking me later. On the contrary, we can save our position if we narrow our statement as much as possible and, of course, if we are able to express ourselves accordingly. Example 2. Lamarck, Philosophie zoologique, Volume 1, page 206, states that polyps are deprived of all sensation on the grounds that they have absolutely no nerves. Meanwhile, it is not subject to the slightest doubt that polyps sense because they go to the light, carefully move from twig to grab their prey. From this follows the assumption that the nervous system of polyps is evenly distributed in the general mass of the whole organism, as if merged with it as one whole, for it is quite obvious that these animals receive separate impressions, not possessing separate sensory organs. Since what has just been said clearly enough refutes Lamarck's hypothesis, this scientist resorts to the following kind of dialectical subterfuge. In this case, all the constituent parts of the polyp's body should be adapted to all sensations, as well as to movement, will and thinking, then the polyp would have in each point of its body all organs of the most perfect animals, and consequently each point could see, smell, hear, etc., even think, reason, and draw conclusions. Every part of his body would be a perfect animal, and the polyp itself would become a being even higher than man, for every part of his body would possess all those qualities which man possesses only as a whole. Then there would be no obstacle to extending what has been said about polyps also to monads, these most imperfect beings, and then to plants, which also live, etc. By using this kind of dialectical subterfuge, the author betrays himself and shows that he himself admits himself to be wrong, at heart. From the assertion that the whole body of a polyp is capable of perceiving light sensation, Lamarck concludes that the whole body of a polyp thinks. Subterfuge 2. To take advantage of consonants in order to extend a clause to something that has either nothing, or, at any rate, very little in common with the subject in question except the identity of the word itself, then artfully reflect this and pretend to disprove the clause itself. Example. I have denounced the long-standing opinion that, when an insult is inflicted on someone, the honor of that injured subject is tainted until the insult has been washed away by the blood of the opponent or by one's own. As the main ground of my opinion, I pointed out that honor cannot be tainted by what one endures and endures from others, but only by one's own deeds, because no one can vouch for anything and cannot be fully guaranteed against anything. The adversary observed that if any merchant is wrongly accused of swindling, dishonesty, and careless conduct of business, such an accusation offends his honor and brings material loss, and that in such a case, to restore his honest name, he must hold the slanderer accountable and make him take back his words. In this way, by means of a homonym, he has substituted a bourgeois honor or a good name, disgraced by slander, for a knightly honor, otherwise called point d'honneur, which can be denigrated by a simple insult. Further, since an insult to the first kind of honor, for purely utilitarian purposes, cannot be left without consequence, but must be refuted publicly, on the basis of the same insult to chivalric honor cannot be left without revenge, but must be washed away and refuted by an even stronger insult and a duel. Because of the consonance in the word honor, there is a confusion of two completely different concepts. Trick 3. A statement exhibited only relatively, relative, is accepted in general, absolute, or at least understood in a completely different sense, and then refuted in that very sense. Here is Aristotle's example: the Moor is black, but as far as his teeth are concerned he is white, so he is at the same time black and not black. This is a fictitious example that will not deceive anyone in reality. Let us take another from real life. Example: in a philosophical conversation I admitted that my system defends and praises the Quietists. Shortly afterwards it was about Hegel, and I argued that he mostly wrote nonsense, or that the author puts words and the reader has to add meaning to them. My opponent did not refute this ad rem, but confined himself to arguing ad hominem: you have just praised the Quietists, and they also wrote a lot of nonsense. I agreed with this, but made a correction in the respect that I praise the Quietists not as philosophers and writers, and therefore not for their theoretical works, but as people for their actions in practical terms. As for Hegel, it is about theoretical works. Thus, the attack was repulsed. The first three tricks have much in common, namely, that the adversary is not talking about what he is arguing about. Whoever allows himself to be refuted by one of these tricks proves ignoratio elenchi, ignorance of the argument. Everything that the adversary says in these tricks is true, but there is no real contradiction between his position and the thesis posed, but only a seeming contradiction, and therefore he who is attacked must deny the conclusion, namely, the conclusion of the incorrectness of the thesis from the correctness of the adversary's position, and this constitutes a direct shot down of his own arguments per negationem consequentiae, by denying the consequence. Trick 4. Avoiding correct arguments by anticipating a conclusion. There are two remedies. A. When one wishes to draw a conclusion, one should not discover it too early, but during the conversation one should present the arguments one by one, for otherwise the adversary may try to take advantage of all sorts of nagging. When it is doubtful whether the opponent will agree with your arguments, you should put arguments of arguments, construct prosyllogisms, then cleverly draw out, without any definite order, the arguments of some prosyllogisms, thus covering your game until they agree with what you want. Such a rule is suggested by Aristotle, top 8, page 1. Examples are superfluous. B. It is possible to use false arguments to prove your thesis, if your opponent does not agree with the correct ones, or if he is not convinced of their correctness, or if he notices that the necessary conclusion for your proof directly follows from them. Then you must use statements that are essentially false, but true ad hominem, and argue ex concessis, based on your opponent's way of thinking. It is possible to prove the truth with false arguments, though never vice versa. It is also possible to refute false statements with false statements, if the adversary believes them to be true, and therefore one must do so in order to always apply to his views. If, for example, the adversary is a follower of some sect which we deny, we have the right to use, as principia, the sayings of that sect as a basis against him. Arist. Top 8, page 9. Subterfuge 5. To make a surreptitious petitio principii, the anticipation of the ground in relation to what is to be proved, or 1. Under a different name, example, instead of honor, say good name, instead of virginity, say virtue. 2. When in an argument it is a matter of detail, to demand a general assumption, for example, in proving the inconsistency and insecurity of medicine, to demand that the whole science of men be assumed to be inconsistent. 3. When, on the contrary, two provisions are derived from one another and it is necessary to prove the first, to solicit to allow the second. 4. When it is required to prove a subject in general, require to agree in turn with all the particulars, Arist. Top. 8, page 3. As for exercises in dialectics, very good instructions can be found in the last section of Aristotle's Topica. Trick 6. When an argument is conducted seriously and with all formalities, and one necessarily wants to completely understand the other, then the one who has set up the thesis and wants to prove it, must constantly address to the opponent with questions in order to conclude from his assumptions about the truth of the assertion. This arithmetic method was in general use among the ancients, otherwise called the Socratic method. To this method may be referred the present method and some others of the following, worked out according to Aristotle's theory, De Elenchi Sophisticis, page 15. One must ask questions at great length in order to conceal what one expects and to which one wishes confirmation. In addition, on the contrary, one must be quick to state one's reasoning from what has been admitted, for he who grasps thoughts quickly cannot and has no time to notice possible errors and inaccuracies in the proofs. Catch 7. Try to irritate the opponent, for under the influence of anger he is unable to follow himself and express correct opinions, or even to notice his own rightness. Anger, on the other hand, can be provoked by constant nagging and obvious bad faith. Trick 8. Asking questions in a different order than the conclusion requires, but with interruptions. In this case, the adversary does not know what these questions refer to, and therefore cannot anticipate the results, and as a consequence, you can use his answer for different conclusions, even the opposite, depending on what they will turn out to be. This method is similar to the fourth trick, where you have to disguise your actions in exactly the same way. Trick 9. When you notice that the adversary deliberately answers questions with a denial where we could have used an affirmation for our position, we should ask the opposite of what the position requires, as if wanting his affirmation or at least giving him a choice of both so that he does not notice which affirmation we are seeking. Trick 10. When we construct an induction and the adversary agrees with the individual cases in which it can be posed, we should not ask him whether he also agrees with the general truth arising from these cases, but introduce it as conclusively admitted, since sometimes the adversary himself may seem to have admitted it, and to outsiders who remember questions about the individual facts which should have led to this goal. Catch 11. If we are talking about such a general concept, which does not have a specific name, but must be designated figuratively by means of comparisons, we must choose such a comparison which would correspond most closely to our assertion. Thus, for instance, the names by which both political parties, serviles, low worshippers, and liberals, are designated in Spain, are invented and chosen, without any doubt, by the latter. The name Protestants is of course chosen by them, as is the name of the Evangelical Church, and the name heretics is given to them by the Catholics. The same can be said of the more precise names of things. So, for example, an adversary will propose some change, it is called innovation, for that word expresses antipathy, and the opposite is done when they themselves make the proposal. What a person totally disinterested would call cult or public worship, another would call piety. In essence, this is nothing but a delicate petitio principii. What one wishes to prove is put ahead of time as if it were put in a word, in a name, from which it then emerges through a simple analogical judgment. What one calls detain him personally, take him into custody, his adversary calls lock him up. The speaker often gives away his intention in advance by the names by which he calls things. One says clergy, the other says priests. Of all the tricks, this one is the most used, instinctive. Religious jealousy is fanaticism. Gallantry is adultery. Ambiguity is greasiness. Bad business management, bankruptcy. Through influence and connections, through bribery, nepotism. Fair appreciation, good pay. Trick 12. In order to force an opponent to agree with this or that statement, it is necessary to put the exact opposite position and to give him a choice, and it is necessary to express this last position so clearly that the opponent, avoiding charges of paradoxicality, accepts our thesis. For example, we want the adversary to agree that someone we know must obey his father in everything, no matter what he orders him to do. We ask the question, should we listen to our parents or not? Or, when we say of something often, we ask whether we should mean a lot or a little by the word often. Quite analogous to putting a gray object next to a black one. In such a case, the object can be called white. If it is placed next to a white object, it will be called black. Trick 13. The dishonest thing we arrange after a few questions have been asked, to which the adversary has answered so subtly that we cannot use them to draw the desired conclusion. It consists in making a conclusion that is as if proved by these answers of the adversary, and proclaiming his triumph. If the adversary is shy, impertinent, or downright stupid, and we ourselves have a decent amount of shamelessness and a bad throat, this can very easily succeed. This kind of way belongs to fallacia non causae ut causae, errors resulting from wrong decisions. Catch 14. If we set up a paradoxical thesis and have difficulty proving it, then we offer our opponent some other correct, though not quite obvious, thesis in order to draw from it material for the proof. If the opponent's mind becomes suspicious and he rejects this last thesis, then we must bring him ad absurdum and then triumph. If he agrees with us, then, therefore, as it were, we said something reasonable and can therefore look for something else, or, finally, we add the previous trick and claim that in this way we have proved our paradox. Of course, this proves a complete lack of shame, but nevertheless it is very common in ordinary life. There are even people who act in this way completely instinctively. Catch 15. Argumenta ad hominem, argumentation to the opponent or ex concessis, expressed by him. When an opponent's assertion is made, one must see if it contradicts in some way or another at least something he has proved or agreed upon before. Further, whether it does not contradict the thesis of the school or sect which he has praised and endorsed, the activities of the followers of that sect, even if they do not exist now, but only seem to, finally, what he himself does or does not do. For example, if an opponent defends suicide, be sure to ask him why he has not hanged himself. Or if he claims that Berlin is a bad city and impossible to live in, ask him why he does not leave there with the first train. A nag can always be found in any case. Catch 16. If the adversary presses us with a reverse proof, we can save ourselves with some subtle distinction that we had not previously thought of, true, as long as the subject allows for a double meaning or double case. Catch 17. If we notice that the opponent has fallen into an argument with which he can refute our position, we, without allowing it, must interrupt the argument and jump or move it to another position, in a word, arrange mutatio controversiae, substitution of the thesis, or immediately begin with something else entirely, as if it is relevant and makes an argument against the interlocutor. When the subversion relates in one way or another to the thema questionis, the subject under discussion, it is done with a certain modesty, with insolence and impudence. When the subversion concerns the opponent alone and has nothing to do with the subjects of the dispute. For example, I praised the Chinese for not having a patrimonial nobility and for giving positions only by passing examinations. My adversary argued that education contributed as little to positions as did birth, to which he attached some importance. Naturally, the matter took a bad turn for him. He immediately made a subversion that in China all castes without exception are punished with caning, put it in connection with an increased tea drinking, and finally began to scold the Chinese for both. If anyone had gone into a detailed examination of all this, he would have strayed too far from his subject and would surely have been defeated. With full shamelessness, an argument is conducted when the diversion completely leaves the essence of the question and begins, for example, in the following way: "You were also proving before, etc." Then it is already necessary to adapt to the person with whom the dispute is being conducted, which will be mentioned in the last trick. Actually, this is the middle ground between the argumentum ad personam and argumentum ad hominem explained there. Every argument that takes place between men shows sufficiently how common and innate this trick is. If one makes remarks concerning a person, and the other does not refute them, but in turn addresses the same remarks to his adversary, leaving unanswered those made to himself, he thereby acknowledges their validity. In this case he acts like Scipio, who attacked the Carthaginians not in Italy, but in Africa. In war this kind of diversion may be useful, but in disputes and altercations it is no good at all, because the recriminations received remain completely unrefuted and an outsider learns the most bad and compromising things about both sides. In disputes faute de mieux is used, for want of a better one. Catch 18. If the adversary wants us to object directly to one point or another of his thesis, and we have nothing suitable to answer at the moment, then we must completely generalize the subject and then only begin to break it down. For example, it is necessary to express the opinion why this or that physical hypothesis is not trustworthy. Then we begin to speak about inconsistency and in general about imperfection of science in people, and as long as possible, and confusingly begin to prove this imperfection. When we have managed to draw out and extract from the opponent arguments with which he agreed, we should not ask about the conclusion, but deduce it independently, and even if one or another argument is not enough, should also accept it as admitted by the opponent and make a conclusion. Catch 19. If we notice that the opponent brings any fantastic or ghostly argument, we can, true, easily refute it, parsing the falsehood and fantasy, but to achieve the desired result in a shorter and faster way, it is much more convenient to answer with the same false and sophistic, directly opposite argument, since the whole point is not in the truth, but only in one victory. For example, if the opponent makes an ad hominem argument, it is sufficient to paralyze him with a reverse ad hominem, ex concessis, argument. Catch 20. Contradiction and passion in an argument only encourage us to exaggerate the thesis unnecessarily. In this way we can force our opponent to expand a thesis that, going beyond the boundary of truth, is itself correct. When we manage to break the generalization thus made, it will seem that we have disproved the main thesis. Conversely, we must be careful that we ourselves, carried away by the argument, do not fall into a generalization or an overgeneralization of our position. Often the adversary will try to extend our thesis further than we have done. Then we must stop him and bring the argument to a certain limit by saying, "This is what I said, but no more." Catch 21. Conclusion hatching. We deduce from the thesis of the opponent by means of false conclusions and distortion of concepts such statements, which in the thesis is completely absent and which are completely contrary to the views of the opponent. But since others seem to follow from his position, which are in contradiction either among themselves or with generally accepted truths, this comes down as an indirect refutation, as apagogy, and constitutes again the application of philosophian Cossack ut Cossack, an error resulting from the acceptance of wrong grounds. Subterfuge 22. Apagogy by means of an instance, exemplum in contrarium, an opposite example. Whereas inductio requires many cases to put a general thesis, apagogy should put only one case to which the thesis does not fit, and, sometimes, to refute it. This kind of case is called an instance, exemplum in contrarium, an example to the contrary. For example, the thesis, "all ruminants have horns," is refuted by one instance, the camel. An instance, therefore, is a case where a general truth is applied to something that must consist in its basic notion and in relation to which it is invalid. and therefore itself falls away. In this case, it is easy to fall into error, and therefore we must pay attention. 1. Is the example really true? There are questions in which the only possible solution is to recognize the case as unnatural, such as a mass of miracles, ghost stories, etc. 2. Whether the example really applies to the notion of exposed truth. It very often happens that this only seems to be the case, and therefore the question is most simply solved by a simple exact distinction. 3. Is the example really in conflict with the truth exhibited, since very often even this contradiction is only ghostly? Catch 23. A good blow to an opponent depends on retorsio argumenti, the reversal of an argument, that is, when the argument that the opponent wants to use can be used even better against himself. For example, when they say, because he is a child, he must not be treated severely, we use retorsio. That's why he must be taught, so that he doesn't grow up and get used to his bad habits. Catch 24. If with any successful argument the opponent becomes visibly angry, it is necessary to use this argument intensively and even to abuse it, not only because it irritates and teases the opponent, but also because thanks to such a fact we can safely deduce that we have inadvertently attacked the weak side and, therefore, can easily catch him at something. Catch 25. This trick can be used especially in the case when there is a dispute between learned people in the presence of unlearned listeners, and when suddenly there is a lack of argumentum ad rem, and sometimes even ad hominem. Then argumentum ad auditores is used, an argument to the audience, that is, an unfit answer is given, but which unfitness can be determined only by a person who is well familiar with the essence of the case, such is the adversary, but not the listener. In the eyes of the latter, therefore, the adversary will remain defeated, especially if the answer makes his thesis look ridiculous. All men are always ready to laugh, and those who laugh will always be on our side. To discover the falsity of the answer, one would have to resort to a long analysis and to the main foundations of science or, finally, to some other sources, and for this few people are willing to listen. Example: the opponent claims that during the original formation of the mountains, the mass from which granite and all other mountains crystallized was in a liquid state from the heat, hence molten. The heat must have been about 250 degrees Celsius. The mass crystallized beneath the sea surface covering it. We make the argumentum ad auditores that at this temperature and even earlier, at 100 degrees Celsius, the sea would have boiled away and been carried in the air in a vaporous state. The audience laughs. To refute us, the opponent would have to show that the boiling point depends not only on the degree of heat, but equally on the pressure of the atmosphere, and it in turn increases to such an extent, as only half of seawater is carried in vapor, that even at 250 degrees Celsius there comes no boiling. But it doesn't get to that point, as it would require special reasoning for non-physicists to do so. Catch 26. Argumentum ad verecundium, appeal to authority. Rather than citing any evidence, use authority, of course, according to the knowledge of the opponent. Unus quisque movult credere, quam judicare, everyone prefers to believe rather than to reason, says Seneca. For this reason it is easy to argue when one has an authority on one's side that the opponent respects. The more limited the knowledge and abilities of the opponent, the more authority matters to him. If he has very good ability, he has little or no authority. It goes without saying that he will agree with the authoritative experts in a little-known or completely unknown to him science, art, craft, but even that with a certain distrust. On the contrary, the common people treat them with deep respect and esteem. They do not know at all that the one who makes a craft of the subject loves not the subject himself, but the benefit and advantage arising from it. They also do not know that the one who teaches something to others himself does not know the subject thoroughly, because he who studies the subject himself usually has no free time to teach others. But the crowd always has many respected authorities, therefore, when we lack an actual authority, we can take only an apparent one, and cite what is said in a completely different sense and under different circumstances. Most of all, however, those authorities that the adversary does not understand at all have influence and great importance. For example, people who are not learned have the greatest respect for Latin and Greek philosophers. Anything can be done with the authorities, not only to make a stretch, but even to completely distort the meaning. In extreme cases, one can even quote authorities of one's own imagination. For the most part, the opponent does not have a book handy, and if he does not know how to handle it. Here is the best example you can find. A French priest, in order not to pave the street in front of his house, as required of all homeowners, quoted the following phrase from the Bible, "Pavant illi, ego non pavibo," one, which completely convinced the city council. Finally, it is possible to pass off general prejudice as authority, because most people agree with Aristotle's opinion. There is not the most senseless view that people do not easily internalize, once they have been admonished that it is universally accepted and common everywhere. Example is as beneficial to people's minds as it is to their actions. It is strange, however, that a generally recognized opinion has such an influence on them, since they know how these opinions are accepted by people on faith, without any discussion on their part, only on the basis of someone else's example. This is probably due to the fact that most people are deprived of self-knowledge. Only a very few repeat after Plato, "The crowd has many whims, and if one wanted to conform to them, one would take on an impossible job." The universality of an opinion, seriously speaking, is not a proof, nor even a probable foundation, of its correctness. Those who assert the contrary must admit 1. That removal in time invalidates this universality, otherwise they would have to return to all the old delusions once universally accepted as true, such as the Ptolemaic system, or to the restoration of Catholicism in Christian countries. 2. The same can be said of distance in space. Otherwise, the universality of opinion would put followers of Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam in a quandary. What is called general opinion turns out to be less than 2 or 3 persons. We would be convinced of this if we could be present at the history of the origin of any such opinion. Then we would find that 2 or 3 persons originally adopted it, exhibited it, and asserted it, while some were so kind as to believe that the former had quite thoroughly investigated it. On the basis of the prejudice of these latter about the sufficient ability of the former, others adopted the same opinion. These, in turn, were believed by many others, to whom laziness advised them to take their word for it and not to waste time on the test. Thus from day to day the number of these lazy and gullible followers increased, because as soon as an opinion received a sufficient number of votes for itself, the following already believed that it could achieve this only because of the strength of its foundations. The rest had to allow what everyone else allowed, lest they be regarded as restless people who rebel against public opinion, and as impertinent boys who want to be smarter than everyone else in the world. Then already the few who are capable of judgment must remain silent, and those who can speak are quite incapable of having their own judgment, but represent only the echoes of other people's opinions, which they defend with more zeal and intolerance. They hate in the thinker otherwise not so much the other opinion which he holds, as the insolence which makes him judge for himself, which they will never dare to do and which they are well aware of in their hearts. In short, very few will think, but all want their own opinion. In this state of affairs, what remains for them but to rote and uncritically repeat others' ready-made opinions, instead of composing them themselves? If this is the way things are, what does the voice of 100 million people mean? The same as a historical fact that is repeated by 100 historical writers, when it turns out that they have all described it from each other, so that in the end it all comes down to reporting the same thing. Dico ego, tu dices, sed dinic dixit et il, dictoc post totis, nil nisi dicta vides, it is what I say, what you say, finally what he says, in the end it is nothing more than a series of statements. Nevertheless, in an argument with ordinary people, one can use general opinion as an authority. In general, when two mediocre heads argue with each other, it turns out that the weapons chosen by both of them mostly boil down to the authorities. With the authorities they arouse each other. If the more able head has to deal with the bad head, it is most reasonable for the latter to take up the same weapon, choosing it according to the weaknesses of his opponent. Against the weapons of the logical grounds of the enemy ex hypothesi, plunged into the abyss of inability to think and judge, hardened enough as Siegfried. In legislation, in courts of law, disputes are made only by means of authority, the authority of a firmly established law. It is enough to find and cite the relevant article of law, that is, the one which is applicable to the case in question. But here, too, there remains a large field of action for dialectics, because, if necessary, a given case and the law, although they do not actually fit together, are turned on all sides until they are suitable or vice versa. Catch 27. When you don't know what to reply to your opponent's claims, you can admit your incompetence with delicate irony. What you say is beyond my feeble mind, you may be right, but I don't understand it, so I refuse to give any opinion. Thus, listeners with whom you are respected are quite convinced that your opponent is speaking horrible nonsense. Thus, for example, upon the publication of the Critique of Pure Reason, or rather, at the very beginning of the period when it began to interest and excite the minds of men, many professors of the dialectical school announced, "We do not understand it," thinking that in this way they had managed to get away with it very subtly and cunningly. But when some followed the new school proved to them that they were entitled to say so, since they really understood nothing, these old-school scholars became terribly angry. This trick can be used only when you are well aware that you have more authority in the eyes of the audience than your opponent, for example, when arguing between a professor and a student. In essence, this technique belongs to the previous trick and constitutes a particularly insidious way of replacing sufficient grounds with one's own authority. To refute this trick is as follows: excuse me, but with your perspicacity you won't have the slightest difficulty in understanding this. The fault, of course, lies with me, since I presented the subject too vaguely, and then you should chew and put into your opponent's mouth, contrary to his own wish, in order that he himself comes to believe that he really did not understand anything at first. Thus, the ruse is brought back. The adversary by this meant to suggest to his listeners that we were taking absurdity for a thesis, while we only proved all his incomprehension. Both are not overstepping the bounds of politeness and decency. Catch 28. It is very easy to eliminate, or at least make suspicious, some of the allegations put against us by the opponent. It is only necessary to reduce them to some despised or disrespected category, of course, if these statements have any, even the weakest, connection with them. In such a case one usually exclaims, "Hey, little dove, that's Manichaeism. This is Arianism, this is Peloponnism, this is idealism, this is Spinozism, this is naturalism. This is pantheism, this is rationalism, this is spiritualism, this is mysticism, etc." At the same time we can assume the following. 1. That the statement is indeed identical with, or at least consists of, the category given, then we shout, "Oh, everyone has known that for a long time." 2. That this category is utterly disproved and that there is not one iota of truth in it. Catch 29. It may be true in theory, but it is utterly false in practice. With this sophism people agree in principle, but at the same time refute the conclusions, contrary to the rule, a ration ad rationitum valet consequentia, the right cause produces the right consequence. This kind of assertion is asking and demanding the impossible because, as we know, What is true in theory must also be true in practice, otherwise we must assume that some error has crept into the theory itself, which has not been noticed at the moment. Subterfuge 30. When the adversary does not give any direct answer to a question or a given argument, but evades by means of an indirect answer, or asks a question in his turn, or in some completely different way, irrelevant to the case, seeking at the same time to jump to some other topic of conversation. This is the best proof that we touched his weak side by accident, or that he deliberately keeps silent about it. This is why it is necessary to always stress this point and not to let the enemy out, even when we ourselves do not yet know what exactly is the weakness that we have touched. Catch 31. This trick, if only it can be used, supersedes all the others. Instead of influencing the mind of the adversary with reasons, we must act on the will of the adversary and the listeners with motives. It's okay, if the listeners are leaning toward the enemy, they will now come back to our opinion, even if it comes from a madhouse. Ordinarily a single lot of will makes a lot more difference than a whole centner of understanding and persuasion. Of course, it is not always possible to do this, but only in known cases. For example, if you can let your opponent know that if he attaches great importance to his view, he will severely damage his interests. And he will instantly give up his gaze with such rapidity, as it is usual to throw a hot piece of iron carelessly picked up by hands. If, for example, a clergyman defends a philosophical dogma, it is only necessary to remind him that he thereby sins against the basic dogma of his church, and he will instantly recant from it. If a landowner spreads and proves the great advantage of machines in England, where the steam engine almost entirely eliminates manual labor, let him understand that soon the steam engines will replace the harnessed horses, and he will suffer a great loss, because the price of horses of all the factories will fall, and therefore his numerous and well-established factory, and see what will come of it. Quantumir in nos met legem sansimus inequum, how easily we pass laws against ourselves. The same happens if the listeners belong to the same sect, occupation, weapon, club, etc., and the adversary belongs to another. Let his thesis be true, but if we hint that it contradicts the common interests of the said sect, all the listeners will consider his arguments weak and pathetic, even if they were excellent, while ours, in fact the most fantastic ones, seem to be true and good. Those present will vote for us in unison, and the defeated opponent will walk away with a bowed head from the start. Catch 32. To baffle and confuse the enemy with a meaningless set of words and phrases. This trick is based on the fact that people, if they hear something, are used to thinking that underneath the phrases there is some thought. If the opponent is such a person, who in his soul is aware of his weakness and is used to hearing a lot of incomprehensible things, and pretending to understand everything perfectly, it is possible to impress him by putting him to sleep with a perfectly serious expression of a scientist or deep-sounding absurdity, from which his hearing, sight and thought become numb. All this can be presented as an undeniable proof of his thesis. Everyone knows that such a trick has been used recently by German philosophers with striking success when dealing even with large crowds. But since examples would be odiosa, hateful, let us refer to the old example given by Goldsmith, Vicar of Wakefield, page 30. Catch 33. This is one of the first tricks to be used. When the adversary is actually right but, fortunately, provides bad evidence, it is easy to refute that evidence and attribute that refutation to the refutation of the entire thesis. The whole point is that we pass off an argument ad hominem as an argument ad rem. And if the adversary or listeners don't happen to think of a real proof, then we've won. For example, if someone, in proving that God exists, brings up an ontological proof that is easily refuted. This is the way in which bad lawyers lose good cases and seek to justify them with a law that is inapplicable in this case, and find no relevant article. Hence the final conclusion: there is no essential difference between an argument in colloquio evatos familiaris, one-on-one, and disputatio solemnis publica, a public discussion, except that the latter requires that the one who responds, respondens, must be right against the objector, opponens, and therefore, if necessary, the presiding officer, recies, rushes to his aid. In addition, arguments are made more formally, and these arguments are very willingly couched in the form of a harsh, strict conclusion. One last trick. When you notice that a stronger opponent is in front of you, pick on him at the first opportunity, be rude and duplicitous with him. The picking is to move away from the subject of the dispute, since the case is lost here, and onto personal ground, i.e., to attack the personality of the disputant in this or other ways. This technique could be called argumentum ad personam, an appeal to the person, to distinguish it from argumentum ad hominem, an appeal to the opponent. This latter argument returns to the objective subject and forces one to adhere to what the opponent has said, or what opinion he held about the subject before. When it comes to personality, however, the subject falls completely into the background and the attack is directed at the opponent's personality in a sarcastic, spiteful, and brutal manner. Such a transition may be called a leap from spiritual forces to physical or animal forces. It is a favorite technique of all people, as most have the ability to execute it. The question arises: how should the opposing side deal with this attack? If that side wants to use the same weapon or the same technique, there will inevitably be a fight, a duel, or an insult lawsuit. It is false to think that it is perfectly sufficient to ignore it and to avoid turning on the person of one's adversary himself. It is much more possible to anger an opponent by proving to him, in perfect cold blood, that he is wrong, and therefore wrong in his reasoning and opinion. This occurs with every dialectical victory, than by a rude and insulting objection. Why? Because Hobbes says so, de civ. cap. 1, omnis animi voluptas omnisc alacritas in eo cita est, quod quis habit, quibuscum conferens se, possit magnifice sentire de se ipso. All pleasures and impulses of the soul come from having grounds for being well thought of himself. For a man there is nothing above the satisfaction of his vanity, and no wound hurts more than the one that has been inflicted on himself. Hence come these kinds of opinions that honor is dearer than life, etc. The satisfaction of vanity arises chiefly from the comparison of oneself in every respect with others, especially with regard to spiritual powers. This is indeed strongly noticeable in times of controversy. Hence the bitterness of the defeated man is understandable, even if he has not been treated unjustly. This is why he grasps the last means, this last ploy, which cannot be avoided by simple politeness. However, equanimity can help here as well. It is only worthwhile, when the adversary has moved on to personal ground, to tell him that it is irrelevant and, returning again to the subject, to continue to prove, not paying attention to the insult. That is to do something like what Themistocles said to Eurybiades, beat but listen. True, not everyone is capable of doing this. So the only true rule is the one that Aristotle already indicated in the last chapter of his Thoris. Do not argue with the first person you meet, but only with the one whom you know that he has enough intelligence not to say something so absurd that he himself will be ashamed later. With someone who can argue with reason and not with maxims, who listens to arguments, who delves into them, and, finally, with someone who appreciates the truth, willingly listens to arguments even from the mouth of the opponent and is fair enough to be able, having been wrong, if the truth is on the side of the opponent, to be able to bear it with courage. Hence it follows that out of 100 people hardly one is worthy to begin an argument with him. As for the rest, let them say what they please, for desiper est jus gentium, people have the right to be foolish. And one should consider what Voltaire says, la paix vaut encore mieux que la vérité, peace is better than truth. And what an Arab proverb teaches, on the tree of silence hangs its fruit, peace. On the importance of logic and the rarity of intelligence. In my opinion, the meaning of logic is exclusively theoretical, as a science necessary for the knowledge of the essence and the right course of mental activity, and therefore logic should be only analytics and not dialectics at all. Logic contains no practical usefulness with respect to correct thinking and the search for truth. The big question is, will this familiarity with dialectics help anyone in arguments? There is no doubt that he who is naturally gifted with wit and quick wit will always triumph in disputes, not he who has perfectly learned the rules of dialectics. If one wants to acquire the skill of argumentation, in my opinion he is much more likely to achieve success by reading Plato's dialogues, many of which are excellent examples of dialectical dexterity, especially the places where Socrates sets traps for sophists and then catches them, than by a careful study of Aristotle's dialectical works. Because his rules are too distant from each given case to be applicable, there is no time to pick them up and adjust them to the case. Logic must and can lead only to formal truth, but not to material truth. It considers concepts as a given thing, and only teaches how to deal with them, always remaining in the sphere of concepts. But whether there are really, in rerum natura things, corresponding to these cases, whether concepts agree with real things or with things spontaneously invented, this does not concern it at all. This is why in the most serious and most correct thinking there can be a total absence of content, or content can wander and whirl around absolute ghosts. This was the case in scholasticism, this is the case in many important discussions with arbitrary theses, especially in philosophy. To deduce opinions from opinions is all that logic teaches and that the mind, given to itself, can do. But in order to do this properly and correctly, the mind does not require any science of the laws of its activity, but acts correctly on its own as long as it is given full freedom and as long as it is left to itself. Completely groundless is the thought that some practical profit can be had from logic, and that it can teach how to think correctly. In this case one must deduce that he, who has not studied logic, always thinks contradictorily, does not admit the law of the excluded third, that is that between two contrary statements there cannot be a third, or agrees with the conclusions, such as, all geese have 2 legs, hay has 2 legs, hence hay is a goose. Then one would have to think that it is only through logic that one learns that one cannot think and deduce such conclusions as we have now given. Of course, in such a case, logic would be necessary, but humanity would be very badly off. In fact, of course, this is not the case. It is quite wrong to speak of logic where one understands common sense. Sometimes one reads this kind of praise for a writer, there is much logic in the work, instead of, it contains correct judgments and conclusions, or one often hears, he should have studied logic first, instead of, he should have worked and thought before he wrote. There are many erroneous judgments, erroneous conclusions, however, when it comes to something serious, are remarkably rare. An erroneous conclusion can only be drawn in haste, but it takes a little thought, and the falsity of that conclusion is immediately discovered and corrected. Common sense is as universal as correct and serious judgment is rare. But logic provides guidance only on how to infer, that is, how to treat judgments as ready-made, not on how to derive those judgments originally. Their origin lies in visual cognition, which is outside the sphere of logic. Judgment transfers visual cognition into abstract cognition, and for this we find no rules in logic. No one will err in the conclusion, because it consists only in the fact that where it is given all 3 terms, it correctly determines their relations, and in this no one will err. The greatest difficulty and danger of error lies in establishing and distributing arguments, not in drawing conclusions from them. The latter is done inevitably and by itself. It is another matter to find arguments, and here just logics leaves us, to find first the propositio major. The basic premise is a matter of reflective reasoning, for example, to say, all animals with lungs have a voice. If these judgments are correct, and this is obvious, the conclusion is child's play, but it is only logical rules apply to it. The correctness of judgments is left to the logic of reason, and this is the difficulty. So, there is nothing to be afraid of false conclusions, but only false judgments, as it is confirmed at every step by experience. Not only the reflective reasoning, to which all great discoveries and important truths are owed, turns out to be exclusive in singular individuals and in general does not constitute an affiliation of man at all, but even the reasoning, which has already a rule, concept, abstraction and mass of individual cases given to it by observation, the reasoning whose whole task and purpose is based solely on seeing whether known cases fit a given rule, even the subsuming reasoning, as I claim, can hardly be ascribed to an ordinary man. At least in the we see that even where people's judgment is not entirely bribed by personal conclusions and interests, as is the case for the most part, they still consider authority to be the main basis. They only follow the footsteps of others, repeat only what they have heard from others, and praise and scold everything solely by the example of others. If they hear applause, they start applauding. If they hear a whistle, they start whistling. If they see others running after someone, they run after them without realizing it. If they see someone abandoned, they are afraid to go near them. There is probably not a single instance in most people's lives of which it can be said that they have decided to do so and discussed solely on the basis of their own reasoning. In this case they are like sheep following the ram. If he jumped over the fence or over the ditch, every one of them leaps. And if he went around, they go around too. Without this, how could one explain the fact that every new truth, illuminated by its own light, armed with eternal power, in spite of all these advantages and virtues, each time at its appearance must withstand such a repulse from a long-standing delusion? Rummage through the history of science and you will see what a heroic battle every important new truth withstood at its emergence. First they accept it with sepulchral silence, paying no attention to it. Then they confront it with the triumph of the god of the old delusion in the hope that it will petrify before it, as before the head of the Gorgon. But since such an experience, of course, fails, there is a desperate clamor, an uproar, and then criticism and vilification of her. What is it that keeps her safe and sound? Naturally, by the fact that over time individuals begin to agree with it and accept it, gain in some way their authority, and finally transfer their opinions and instill them in the crowd. This is accomplished very slowly, and the final result is only obtained when the man, having made the discovery, has ended his miserable existence on earth and is resting after much toil and suffering. Whoever wants examples, let him recall the story of Copernicus, of Galileo. Let him read the story of Harvey's discovery of the circulation and the recognition of it by all scientists 30 years later. How gifted all men are with reason is evidenced by the history of the literature of all nations. Do you want a new example whose progressive movement and development will probably outlast everything? Take Goethe's theory. In this theory the greatest man that Germany has produced for centuries refutes in the clearest, most convincing and most accessible way the old fallacy of the Newtonian theory of colors. His book was written 10 years ago. I and several others have since acknowledged its validity and openly declared it to the world. The rest of the scientific world scolded it and still holds firmly to the old opinion, to believe Newton. Goethe's attitude prepares excellent anecdotes for posterity. So little does reason belong to the essential properties of man as such. The greatest screamers are the sheep leaders. Thanks to them, literary journals can exist, through which people allow themselves to make judgments for unknown persons, shameless enough to be unrecognized judges, and cowardly enough to attack anonymously books not written anonymously, and people allow themselves to be imposed a priori on these judgments. Thus it appears that these wreaths, symbols of glory and triumph, are handed out to contemporaries by journalists, Wreaths whose greenery never fades until the annual magazine is out of circulation. But wreaths that never fade, adorned not with gold leaf and tinsel of Christmas trees, but with the real thing. Wreaths that do not fade and before which centuries pass one after another, these wreaths are not distributed by journalists. The lack of reason, replaced for the most part by the authority of others, has an even stronger enemy in one's own will and inclination. The will is always the secret enemy of reason. That is why pure intellect and pure reason mean intellect and reason which are completely free from the influence of the will, that is, the inclination, and only subject to their own laws. In consequence of this, I will give you rules for how to proceed when seeking to convince someone of a truth that is in direct contradiction to a delusion he firmly holds and therefore of some interest to him. The interest is either material, i.e., the essence of delusion is for his benefit, for example, if he has many subjects, and you try to prove to him the barbarity of serfdom, or solely formal, i.e., holds an erroneous view only because once he agreed with this view and denying it and at the same time admitting the rightness of the other would cost him too much. The rules on how to act in these cases are extremely easy and natural, and yet, despite all this, they are very seldom applied. Usually it is the other way around, out of eagerness, haste, and a desire to get things right at all costs. We make the person who holds the exact opposite error agree with our conclusion with loud noise and shouting. This causes the person in question to bite his teeth, to strain his will against all the grounds and judgments we subsequently give, of which he already knows what a hateful conclusion they will lead to. Thanks to this device, everything collapsed at once. According to our rule, on the contrary, we must keep our conclusion completely in petto, in secret, isolate it and expose only the arguments, but fully, clearly and comprehensively. Far from deducing our own conclusions, we must force the person we want to convince to do so. He may then acknowledge it secretly, for himself, and with the greater truth. Then he will more easily agree with the truth, because he will not be ashamed that he was convinced, but on the contrary, he will be proud that he learned the truth and came to such a belief himself. So quietly and imperceptibly should the truth penetrate among people. In solemn and dangerous cases, where there is some risk in a contradiction illuminated by delusion, it is not enough not to express and conceal conclusions. One may even derive a completely false conclusion, consistent with the consecrated delusion, when the arguments are well established. Antony, yes, Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. As obvious as the deception is, it is not noticed immediately because people are too embraced and entangled by the delusion. The right conclusion may gradually be deduced only by themselves, men, for the basis of cognition, as any basis, inevitably entails its consequence and the truth comes out. Kant did so. This is how the truth must make its way into this world. Thoughts. Parerga und Paralipomena. In addition to ethics, physical truths may have many external meanings, but they lack inner ones. This is the advantage of mental and moral truths, which have as their object the higher stages of objectification of the will. The former deal with the lower ones. If, for example, it were accurately proved, as is now only assumed, that the sun causes thermoelectricity under the equator, this latter causes earth magnetism, and magnetism causes polar light, northern lights, these truths would have great external significance, but not internal. Examples of this latter represent not only all high and true spiritual philosophies, but even the denouement of every decent tragedy and even the observation of human acts in the extremes of morality and immorality, good and evil, for in all these is manifested the essence of that which in its phenomena constitutes the world. That the world has only one physical and no moral meaning is the greatest, most pernicious and fundamental delusion, the purest perversion of the way of thinking. In spite of this, and in spite of all religions, which altogether affirm the contrary and try to prove it in their own mystical way, This radical delusion never quite dies on earth. On the contrary, from time to time, every time it rears its head, until the general agitation forces it to hide again. However clear is our awareness of the moral significance of the world and life, the clarification of this significance, the unraveling and resolution of the contradictions between it and the course of the world present such difficulties, that I have found it my duty to set forth the present, the only true and pure, and therefore at all times and everywhere in force, foundations of morality, and to indicate the goal to which they lead. And I am too confident in the truth and validity of my statement of the moral process to worry that my teaching may ever be replaced or superseded by another. But while my ethics remains neglected by professors, the Kantian principle of morality is circulating in the universities, and of its various forms now the one based on the dignity of man is the most favored. Its emptiness has already been proved by me in my discourse on the foundation of morals, see Über das Fundament der Moral, section 8, page 169, and I will say no more about it. Generally speaking, if one asks what this supposed dignity of man is based on, the answer soon boils down to the fact that it is based on human morality. So, morality is based on dignity, and dignity is based on morality. But even beyond this, it seems to me that to speak of the dignity of a creature like man, a creature with such a sinful will, with such a limited spirit, with such a fragile and easily damaged body, is possible only in an ironic sense. Quid superbit homo? Cujus conceptio culpa. Nasi pena, labor vita, necess mori. For this reason, instead of the said form of the Kantian principle of morality, I would like to establish the following rule. When coming into any contact with a man, do not objectively evaluate him according to his worth and dignity. Consequently, do not go into consideration neither the viciousness of his will, nor the narrowness of his intellect and the vagaries of his concepts, because the former can easily excite hatred to him, and the latter contempt, but exclusively pay attention to his sufferings, his needs, fears, and afflictions. Then you will constantly feel your affinity with him, you will sympathize with him, and instead of hatred or contempt you will have compassion for him, which exclusively constitutes that alpha gamma pieta, 3, to which the Gospel calls. In order not to incite hatred and suspicion toward a man, we must not go into the search for his so-called dignity, but, on the contrary, look at him solely from the point of view of compassion. The Buddhists, because of their deeper metaphysical views, derive their ethics not from the indigenous virtues, but from the indigenous vices, and the former are derived from the latter only as their antithesis or negation. Schmidt, in his History of the Eastern Mongols, cites the following indigenous vices of Buddhists: lasciviousness, laziness, anger, and avarice. But, probably, instead of laziness should be put arrogance, so they are indicated in Lettres Edifiantes et Curieuses, edit. De 1819, Volume 6, page 362-4, where, however, a fifth vice, hatred or envy, is also given. For my correction of Schmidt's testimony, there is also agreement with the teachings of the Sufis, who undoubtedly were under the influence of Brahmanism and Buddhism. They put the same root vices and cite them very successfully in pairs: lust with avarice, and anger with arrogance. See Tholix, Bluthensammlung aus der Morgenlandischen Mystik. Lust, anger, and avarice as radical vices are already found in the Bhagavad Gita 16:31, which testifies to the deep antiquity of the doctrine. Equally, in the philosophical and allegorical drama Prabodha Chandrodaya, which is of the utmost importance for the study of Vedanta philosophy, these three vices appear as the warlords of King Spite in his war with the King Razum. Opposed to these root vices are the root virtues, chastity and generosity, mercy and humility. Comparing these deeply thought-out basic concepts of Eastern ethics with Plato's notorious, repeated for several millennia, fundamental virtues, justice, courage, moderation, and wisdom, We find that these latter were chosen without a clear guiding idea, and therefore grasped in vain and even in part incorrectly. The virtues must be properties of the will. Wisdom above all belongs to the intellect. The Greek sigma omega phi rho omicron sigma upsilon nueta, rendered by Cicero in Latin by temperantia, in Russian temperance, is too indefinite and stretching an expression by which one may mean many things, such as deliberateness, sobriety, common sense, and the like. Courage is not a virtue, though it is sometimes its servant or instrument, but it is just as ready to serve the greatest baseness. It is therefore a property of temperament. Already Julink's Ethica rejected Plato's indigenous virtues and put in their place the following: diligentia, diligence; obedientia, obedience; justitia, justice; humilitas, humility. This substitution is also obviously bad. The Chinese recognize the following 5 virtues: compassion, justice, courtesy or propriety, learning or wisdom, and sincerity. The point at which man's moral virtues and vices initially diverge is the opposition of his basic disposition toward others, which takes on the character of either envy or compassion. These two diametrically opposed properties are rooted in every man, stemming from the inevitable comparison of his own situation with that of others, and then, depending on how the result of this comparison affects his personal character, one or the other property forms the basis of his mood and becomes the source of his actions. It is envy that erects an impenetrable partition between you and I, and compassion that is thin and transparent, and sometimes even eliminates it altogether, and the distinction between I and not I disappears. Courage, or rather its underlying courage, for courage is only courage in war, deserves to be examined in more detail. The ancients classified courage as a virtue and cowardice as a vice. This does not correspond to the spirit of Christianity, which is directed to kindness and patience and which forbids all hostility, in fact, even all resistance, so this view has no place anymore. Nevertheless, we must admit that cowardice seems to us incompatible with the noble character already because of the excessive care of the person, which hides behind this quality. Courage allows for such an explanation that man voluntarily meets the trouble that threatens him in the present moment, in order to prevent even greater troubles rooted in the future, while cowardice does the opposite. So, the first has a tinge of patience, which consists in a clear awareness that, besides the approaching misfortune, there are still greater misfortunes, and that by assiduously avoiding and averting the first one, it is possible to attract the latter. As a consequence of this interpretation, courage is a kind of patience, and because it is this quality that makes us capable of self-survival and of all kinds of hardship, through it courage is at least a kindred quality of virtue. But it may be interpreted even more loftily. All fear of death could exactly be explained by the lack of that natural and therefore only felt metaphysics, due to which man carries in himself the certainty that he as much exists in all and in everything as in his own person, the death of which therefore will hardly touch his true essence. On the contrary, then, heroic courage would stem precisely from this certainty, hence from the same source as the virtues of justice and humanity. Of course, this would mean going too far. But outside of this interpretation it is impossible to explain in a good way why cowardice is despicable and personal courage a noble and exalted quality, since from no other lower point of view it is impossible to see why an ultimate individual would not put everything else below his person, which is for him everything and even the basic condition of the existence of the rest of the world. Therefore, a quite immanent, and therefore purely empirical, explanation that might be based on the utility of courage is insufficient and untenable. It must be on this basis that Calderon once expressed a skeptical but remarkable opinion about courage, in fact, even denying its reality. He puts the following words into the mouth of an old and wise minister speaking to the young king. Que aunque el natural temer. En todos obra igualmente. No mostrar es ser valiente. y esto es lo que hace el valor. I.e., although natural fear acts on everyone in the same way, but the brave one reveals it. This is what bravery is all about. La Hija del Air, 5. 2. Regarding the above-mentioned difference in the meaning of courage as a virtue among the ancient and new nations, it should be borne in mind that the ancients under the word of virtue, virtus, alpha rho epsilon tau, meant every good quality, every praiseworthy quality in itself, whether moral, mental or even merely bodily, was of no importance, all the same. But after Christianity put morality as the basis of the tendency of life, the word of virtue is understood only as moral advantages. Meanwhile, this word in its ancient meaning was still used by the former Latinists and is also found in Italian, which is evident from the known meaning of the word virtuoso. This broader meaning of virtue among the ancients must be taken into account by the students, so that they do not fall into misunderstanding. This also explains why the ethics of the ancients speak of such virtues and vices as we do not have. As bravery is among the virtues, in the same way stinginess can be questioned as a vice, if it is not mixed only with covetousness and selfishness. Therefore, having said all we can about stinginess, pro et contra, we leave it to anyone to pronounce whatever final verdict he wants. Not avarice is a vice, but its opposite is wastefulness. It stems from the bestial confinement to the limits of the present, which confinement cannot be influenced by the future, which exists only in an idea. It is based on the delusion that sensual pleasures have a positive and real value. Hence, future deprivation and misery are the price at which the squanderer buys these empty, fleeting, and often merely ghostly pleasures, amusing his empty, senseless conceit with the low admiration of his secretly mocking parasites and the amazement of the crowd, and his jealousies at his luxury. For the sake of this one should run away from him as from the plague-stricken, and, having discovered his vice, to interrupt acquaintance with him in time, so as not to have to share the consequences of such a life, or to play the role of friends of Timon of Athens afterwards. Equally, he who thoughtlessly releases his possessions should not be expected to leave someone else's untouched, should they ever fall into his hands. Sui profusus alieni appetens, 6, Sallustius observed very thoroughly, Sattel. Page 5. So wastefulness leads not only to impoverishment, but through impoverishment also to crime. Criminals of the wealthy classes almost all become so because of wastefulness. That is why the Quran rightly calls wasteful people brothers of Satan, Surah 17, v. 29. Stinginess has as its consequence abundance, and when is it undesirable? It must be a good vice if it has such good consequences. Stinginess proceeds precisely from the position that all pleasures work only negatively and the bliss which is formed of them is a chimera, and that suffering, on the contrary, is positive and very real. She therefore denies herself the former in order to protect herself more surely from the latter, and her rule becomes, sustain et abstain, endure and avoid. Further, since she knows how inexhaustible is the possibility of misfortune and how innumerable are the ways of danger, she also accumulates means against them in order to, if possible, protect herself with a triple wall of protection. Who can indicate the limit beyond which the precaution in case of adversity begins to become redundant and exaggerated? Only the one who would know where the insidiousness of fate ends. And even if these precautions were exaggerated, by this delusion the miser harms only himself and no one else. If the treasures he has amassed are never useful to him, they will serve for the good of others, whom nature has wronged with providence. That his money has so far been withdrawn from circulation does not involve any disadvantage, because money is not an object of consumption. They serve only as representatives of real consumable objects. Servants in essence are the same as banknotes or tokens. Not they have value, but that which they represent, and this he cannot withdraw from circulation. In addition, by withdrawing his money from circulation, the value of the others will rise to exactly the amount he has stashed away. If it is said that some misers begin to love money directly for the sake of money itself, in the same way some moths love the cost and tossing of money also for the sake of the same process. Friendship or kinship with misers, however, is not only safe, but even useful, as it can be associated with great benefits. At any rate, after his death, those close to him will reap the fruits of his self-control, but even while he is alive, in case of great distress, they can expect to get something from him, at least still more than from a ruined, helpless, and mired in debt of a profligate. Mas de el duro, que el desnudo, the hard-hearted will still give more than the naked, says a Spanish proverb. In consequence of all this, stinginess is not a vice. It is the quintessence of vice. If physical pleasures lead a man astray from the true path, it is his animalism, his sensual nature that is to blame. Seduced by excitement, suppressed by impressions of the present, he acts thoughtlessly and recklessly. But when as a result of bodily infirmity or old age he will finally abandon those vices, which he himself could not leave, and his capacity for sensual pleasures will freeze, then, if he falls into avarice, spiritual greed overcomes the carnal. Money as representatives, as an abstraction of all earthly goods, becomes a skinny trunk around which his frozen lusts cling as egoism in abstracto. They are reborn now in the love of mammon. From the volatile, sensual lust grows a deliberate, calculated greed for money, which, like its object, is of a symbolic nature and, like him, indestructible. It is a persistent and as if self-experiencing love of earthly pleasures, a perfect incorrigibility, a sublimated, overworked bodily lust, an abstract focus where all lust is concentrated and to which it therefore refers as a general concept to a separate singular thing. In accordance with this, avarice is the vice of old age, as wastefulness is the vice of youth. The disputatio in Utramp Partem 7 we have just given can lead us to Aristotelian morality, just milieu 8. It is also favored by the following considerations. Every human perfection is related to some defect into which it may pass, but likewise, on the contrary, every defect corresponds to some perfection. Therefore, the delusion into which we sometimes fall in relation to any person is often based on the fact that at the beginning of acquaintance, we mix his shortcomings with his related perfections or vice versa. Therefore, the cautious person then appears to us as a coward, the thrifty as stingy or the wasteful as generous, rudeness as straightforwardness and frankness, impudence as noble self-confidence, etc. Whoever lives among men feels again and again the temptation to admit that moral depravity and mental incapacity are closely related, growing directly out of the same common root. That this, however, is not so, is thoroughly proved by me in Part 2 of my main work, ch. 19, Section 8. This delusion arises simply from the circumstance that they both are often found together, a circumstance which is fully explained by the fact that both are too often found in the world, so that it is not surprising if they sometimes have to live under the same roof. But it is impossible to deny that they mutually support each other to their mutual benefit, which produces that deplorable spectacle which many people present, while the world goes its own way. It is unreason that favors a clear manifestation of guile, meanness, and anger, while the mind knows how to hide them more skillfully. And how often, on the other hand, perversity and depravity of the heart prevent a person from seeing truths that are quite within the power of his intellect. But let no one be exalted. As every man, even the greatest genius, turns out to be resolutely stupid in a certain branch of knowledge and thus confirms his tribal means with the perverted and feisty human race, in the same way everyone has something morally bad in him, and even the most beautiful, noble character sometimes impresses us with some individual features of depravity, as if to recognize his kinship with the human race, among which all degrees of villainy and even ferocity can be found. But it is by virtue of this very bad in him, by virtue of this evil principle, that he has to be human. On the same basis, the world in general is as it is reflected in my faithful mirror. Yet, however, the difference between people is immense, and one would be horrified to see the other as he really is. Oh, if the mode of morals would make transparent not only the walls and roofs of the houses, but also the veil of pretense, falsity, hypocrisy, grimaces, lies and deceit over everything, and show him how little true decency is found in the world, and how often even there, where one expects least of all, dishonesty sits secretly at the helm behind all the virtuous outward actions. That is why so many people prefer four-legged friends. Indeed, what would there be to rest on from human pretense, falsity and malevolence, if there were no dogs, into whose honest face one could look without mistrust? Our civilized world is nothing more than a vast masquerade. It has knights, clergy, soldiers, doctors, lawyers, priests, philosophers, and what not. But all of them are not what they represent. They are all nothing more than mere masks under which the money-markers, Geldspekulanten, money-markers, hide. But in order to work his neighbor better, one puts on a mask of lawfulness borrowed from a lawyer. Another for the same purpose hides behind a guise of common good and patriotism. Another again takes on a mask of religiosity and orthodoxy. Others, for various purposes, have put up masks of philosophy, philanthropy, etc. Women are given a narrower choice. They mostly have to be content with masks of virtue, modesty, housekeeping, and modesty. Besides, there are also general masks without a particular character, like dominoes, which are therefore everywhere appropriate. Such are the masks of strict justice, politeness, sincere participation, and affable friendliness. Beneath all these masks, as has already been said, are the most part of the most notorious industrialists, merchants, and speculators. In this respect, the only honest class is represented by the merchants, as they are the only ones who pretend to be what they are, but they are in a low rank. Happy is the one to whom from his youth they instill that he is in a masquerade, for without this he could never understand or assimilate some things, and would stand before them as stunned, and especially he, cuix meliori luto dedit precordia titan, 9. Such, for example, is the favor which lowliness enjoys, the disdain with which men of the same specialty surround even the rarest and greatest merits, the hatred of truth and of great ability, the ignorance of scholars in their specialty, etc. Thus, even as a young man he will already know that the fruits that fall into this masquerade are made of wax, the flowers are made of silk, the fish are made of paper, and that everything, absolutely everything, is nonsense and fun, that, finally, of the two men who talk so seriously, one offers counterfeit goods and the other pays with counterfeit coin. But more serious reflection awaits us, and even worse things are before us. Man, in essence, is a wild, horrible animal. We know him only in the tamed and domesticated state that is called civilization. We are therefore horrified by the occasional explosions of his nature. But when and where the castles and chains of lawful order fall and anarchy takes over, that is what it is. However, who would like to understand this even outside of such an event, can be convinced from hundreds of old and new documents that a man in his ferocity and ruthlessness is not inferior to any tiger, or any hyena. The full proof from the recent past will present him with an account of the American Society on the Treatment of Slaves, in the slave states of the Union, slavery and the internal slave trade in the United of North America, London, 1841, 10. The book represents one of the gravest indictments of humanity. No one will let this book out of his hands without horror and seldom without tears. For what the reader has ever heard, or imagined, or dreamed of the wretched condition of slaves, and of human callousness and cruelty in general, will all seem insignificant and poor when he reads how these devils in human form, these pious, godly, strict Sabbath-keeping scoundrels, and among them also English priests, treated their black brothers, whom they by iniquity and force seized in their damned clutches. This book, consisting of dry but authentic and attested testimony, outrages all human feeling to such an extent that it is a hoot to preach with it in hand a crusade to curb and punish the slave states of America, for they are a shameful stain on all mankind. Another example from the present, since for others the past is unprovable, is the description of how Peruvian officers treat their soldiers in Scudi's Risen in Peru, 1846. But we need not go to the New World for examples. As recently as 1848 it was discovered that in England, not once but hundreds of times over a short period, spouses either poisoned each other or collectively poisoned children, slowly torturing them sometimes to death by starvation or neglect, only to obtain from burial clubs the funeral expenses they had been provided for in case of death, for which purpose they insured the child in several, sometimes 20, similar societies at once. This may be cited in the Times, 1848, September 20, 22, and 23, which in view of this fact insists on the necessity of closing burial societies. The same charge is repeated most emphatically in the issue of December 12, 1853. Certainly, evidence of this kind constitutes the darkest pages in the criminal acts of mankind. But the source of this and all such is the inner, inborn nature of man, that pantheistic deity. In every human being, first of all, a colossal egoism nests, which with the greatest ease crosses the boundaries of law, as evidenced in the minutiae of everyday life, and on a large scale, in every page of history. Is it not already the basis of the generally recognized need for the European balance so carefully guarded, the confession of the fact that man is a predatory animal, surely lunging at the weakest that he can get his hands on? And do we not see in small things the daily confirmation of this fact? But to the boundless egoism of our nature there is also more or less existing stock of hatred, anger, envy, bile and anger in every human being, accumulating like poison in the hole of a serpent's tooth, and waiting only for a chance to break loose so that then to rage and rage, like a demon off his chain. If there is not a good reason for this, man will eventually use the most insignificant, inflating it with his imagination, quantiloconc adio est occasion, sufficit ire, 12, and will then please himself as much as possible and as much as he wants. All this we see in ordinary life, in which such outbursts are known by the name of pouring out bile on something, or tearing down the heart. It may also be noticed that if only these outbursts meet no resistance, the subject feels a positive relief after them. That anger is not without some pleasure, Aristotle observed as early as Ret. I. 11:11:2, pointing to Homer, who in one place expressed that anger is sweeter than honey. But not only anger, but even hatred, which relates to the former as a chronic disease to an acute one, is indulged in con amore, 13. Now hatred is by far the longest pleasure. Men love in haste, but they detest at leisure. I.e., we all see more joy in hatred. We love in haste, but we hate for a long time. Says Byron in Don Juan, D.J. c. 13:6. Gobineau, Gobineau. Des races humaines, 14, called man l'animal méchant par excellence, which people did not like, they felt offended. But he was right. Man is the only animal that causes suffering to others for no further purpose than this. Other animals never do so except to satisfy hunger alone or in the heat of a struggle. If the tiger is reproached for killing more than it devours, yet it strangles everyone with the intention of devouring them, and this is simply because, as the French expression says, ses you sont plus grands que son estomac, his eyes are bigger than his stomach. No animal ever tortures just to torment, but man does, which is the satanic trait of his character, which is much more evil than mere beastliness. We have pointed out the large implications of this circumstance, but it is also noticeable in the little things, which everyone can verify by ordinary occurrences. For example, what a pleasant and peaceful sight is presented by two young dogs playing, but here comes a 3 to 4-year-old child. He immediately, almost certainly, grabs them with his whip or stick and proves that he is already and now l'animal méchant par excellence. Even the so common idle teasing and banter also comes from that source. For example, it is only necessary to express your annoyance at some nuisance or some other unpleasantness, and there will probably be people who will repeat the nuisance to you precisely for this reason, animal méchant par excellence. It is so true that one should be wary of expressing one's displeasure in public, as well as, on the contrary, one's pleasure over some trifle. For in the latter case they will do as the jailer, who, when he learned that his prisoner had tamed a spider and was amusing himself with it, immediately crushed the spider, l'animal méchant par excellence. This is why all beasts are instinctively afraid of seeing, even a trace of a man, this animal méchant par excellence. Even here instinct does not deceive, for one man hunts for such a game, which does him no harm or good. So there is indeed a wild beast in everyone's heart, waiting only for an opportunity to roar and rage with the intention of hurting others or destroying them if they cross his path. This is exactly what the passion for struggle and for war springs from, exactly what sets its companion, the consciousness, to work constantly in restraining it and restraining it to a certain extent. This could, at any rate, be called radical evil, which would please at least those for whom the word takes the place of explanation. But I say, it is the will, the desire for life, der will zum Leben, which, being more and more embittered by a constant suffering existence, tries to alleviate its own torment by inflicting it on others. But in this way it gradually develops into true malice and cruelty. To this we may also remark that just as matter, following the doctrine of Kant, exists because of the opposition of two forces, expansion and contraction, so precisely human society is based on the opposition between hatred or anger and fear. For the hatefulness of our nature could easily make a murderer out of everyone someday, if it were not invested with a proper dose of fear to keep within certain limits, and again, fear alone would make everyone a victim of ridicule and the plaything of every boy, if only in man there were not anger constantly at the ready and on guard. But the meanest feature of human nature still remains gloating, which is closely related to cruelty and differs from the latter only as theory from practice. In general, it appears where compassion should find its place, which as the opposite of the first is the real source of true justice and love of mankind. In another sense, the opposite of compassion represents envy, precisely because it is caused by the opposite cause. Consequently, its opposition to compassion is first of all based on reason, and only because of this latter it also manifests itself in feeling. Therefore, envy, though reprehensible, is permissible and generally human, whereas schadenfreude is something satanic and its sneer is the glee of hell. It is said to manifest precisely where compassion should be given place. Envy, on the contrary, appears only where there is a reason not for compassion, but rather for the opposite feeling, and it is as this opposite that envy arises in the human breast, therefore, still as a human mood, I even fear that no man will be quite free from it. It is natural and inevitable that at the sight of another's prosperity and pleasure one feels his need and insufficiency more bitterly and painfully, as long as this does not cause hatred for the happier one, but this, in fact, is what envy consists in. It would seem that it should be least of all manifested where the reason is not the gifts of happiness or chance, or other people's favor, but the gifts of nature, because all innate things have a metaphysical basis, therefore, they are based on the right of a higher order and exist, so to say, by the grace of God. But, unfortunately, envy does just the opposite. It is to personal superiority that it is most irreconcilable. Therefore the mind and even the genius must beg forgiveness for themselves in the world, if only they are not in such a position to treat the world with proud and courageous contempt. If envy is aroused only by wealth, rank, or power, It is often softened by egoism, which is comforted by the fact that if there is an occasion, one can expect help, assistance, patronage, encouragement from the envious person, etc., or at least he will enjoy himself by intercourse with him, illuminated by the shade of his nobility. Besides, in this case there is still a hope that one day he will have all these benefits and himself. On the contrary, for envy of the gifts of nature and of personal excellences, such as beauty in women and intelligence in men, there is no consolation of the first kind and no hope of the second, so that it has nothing to do but bitterly and implacably hate those gifted with such excellences. Her only desire, therefore, is revenge on her subject. But at the same time she is aware of the unfortunate side of her situation, that all her blows will go to waste if it is soon discovered where they come from. This is why it is so carefully concealed as the secret sins of lust, and to this end it becomes inexhaustible in inventing various tricks and approaches in order to hurt its subject invisibly. So, for example, with the most simple-hearted facial expression, she will ignore the excellences tearing at her heart, will not see them at all, nor know or notice them, as if she has not heard about them, and will find in ignoring and pretending remarkable skill. With remarkable subtlety, she will be able to overlook as something seemingly insignificant completely, not notice at all and, on occasion, not remember in any way those whose resplendent qualities trouble her heart. At the same time, by means of secret machinations, she will try most of all to avoid every opportunity to meet and get acquainted with a person endowed with such superlatives. Then she will spew blasphemy, derision, slander and scolding at him like a toad squirting poison from a burrow. At the same time she will enthusiastically praise in the same field of work people who are insignificant, mediocre or even untalented. In short, she will show herself to be Proteus in inventing various stratagems to taunt without showing herself. But what good would that do? An experienced eye will recognize her after all. It gives it away already that she is timid and shy in front of her subject, which is why the more brilliant, the more lonely it stands. A beautiful girl has no girlfriends. What gives it envy away is the hatred that manifests itself for no reason, which, for the most insignificant, sometimes merely imaginary reason, bursts into the strongest explosion. How great is its envy's prevalence is evident from the universal praise lavished on modesty, a cunning virtue invented in favor of a flat dozen, which, by indicating the need for leniency toward all kinds of miserableness, 15, proves the presence of the latter in this very way. Of course, nothing can be so flattering to our ego and pride as envy lurking in its hiding place and preparing its machinations. But we should always remember that envy is accompanied by hatred, and beware of allowing the envious person to become a false friend. Therefore, revealing him is very important for our safety. He should be studied and his intentions should be prevented, because he will be found everywhere, walking at all times incognito or, like a poisonous toad, lurking somewhere in a dark place. He deserves neither leniency nor compassion. Concerning him the following rule should be observed. Den need worst nimmer du versenen. So magst du in getrost verhonen. Dein Glück, dein Rum ist ihm ein Leiden. Magst drum and seiner qua. Dike waden. Te. You will not make envy reconcile? So you can make fun of her. Your success poisons her life. Laugh at her torment. When, after having looked at the human wretchedness, one stops in horror before it, then one must immediately look at the wretchedness of human existence, and again, when one is horrified at the latter as well, one must shift the gaze again to the former. Then you will be convinced that they counterbalance each other, and noticing that the world serves itself as a self-judgment, you will become a partaker of eternal justice and begin to understand why everything that lives must atone for its existence first with life, and then with death. Thus, punishability goes along with sinfulness. From this point of view, all resentment against the mental incapacity of the majority, which so often enrages us in life, also disappears. For miseria humana, human wickedness, nequitia humana, human stupidity, in our world, in this sansara of the Buddhists, are equal in magnitude and quite consistent with one another. But if, for a special reason, we take one of them and consider it separately from the others, it will immediately seem to us that it is greater than the other two, but this is only an optical illusion, a simple consequence of its colossal size. Everything here heralds samsara, but most of all the human world, in which, on a horrifying scale, moral vileness and baseness prevail, and mental incapacity and stupidity. And yet in this world, although very sporadically, but always striking us again, there are appearances of honesty, kindness and nobility, as well as of great intellect, thinking spirit and genius. They are never quite translated, they shine to us from the vast dark mass, like individual points of brilliance. We must accept these phenomena as a guarantee that in this samsara there is a good redeeming principle that can find its outcome in the filling and liberation of the whole. Readers of my ethics know that my morality is based in the last place on that truth which in the Veda and Vedanta has its expression in the firmly established mystical formula, tat tvam asi, that you are, whose meaning applies to all living things, whether human or animal, and which is called Magavakya, the great word. Indeed, acts performed in accordance with it can be seen as the beginning of mysticism. Every good deed done with pure intention testifies that the one who does it recognizes his identity with an outsider, in direct contradiction to the world of phenomena, where he exists completely isolated from it. Consequently, every totally disinterested good deed is a mysterious act, a mystery. This is why we have to resort to all kinds of fictions in order to give an account of it. Kant, when discussing theism, recognized its importance as giving the best explanation and interpretation of all such and similar mysterioso, acts. So he held it up as a hypothesis, though unprovable theoretically, but sufficient for practical purposes. But I doubt that he did so quite seriously and sincerely, because to support morality in this way is to reduce it to egoism. Though, however, the English, like our lower classes of society, do not understand the possibility of a different justification. The above-mentioned recognition of one's own true essence in an alien, objectively presented individual is especially clear and beautiful in those cases in which the person almost inevitably doomed to death with a fearful care and active zeal still thinks and worries about the good and salvation of others. An example of this is the well-known story of one girl who, being bitten by a rabid dog in the yard at night and thinking herself irretrievably lost, seized the dog and locked it in a closet, so that no one else would be its victim. Such is the case, immortalized in one of the watercolors of Tischbein, when an old father, being rescued by his son from the torrent of lava running quickly toward the sea, seeing that his son with his burden will not have time to escape death, orders him to abandon himself and flee alone. The son obeys and, parting, casts a parting glance at his father. This is the moment the painting depicts. Quite in the same vein is the historical fact, beautifully portrayed by Walter Scott's masterly hand in the second chapter of Heart of Midlothian, 16, how one of the two criminals sentenced to death, who had given cause for the arrest of his comrade by his clumsiness, happily releases him from custody in church after a preaching, not caring at all for his own salvation. Here we should also include, though it may seem shocking to the European reader, the scene known from frequently seen engravings, in which a soldier kneeling down before being shot carefully drives his dog away with a handkerchief. In all such cases we see that the individual, meeting his own immediate personal destruction with complete certainty, no longer thinks of his own preservation, so as to turn all his care and effort to the salvation of another. How much clearer could the consciousness that this destruction is only the disappearance of a phenomenon, and consequently, It is only a phenomenon itself, which does not touch or violate the true essence of the perishing person, which continues to exist in the other, in whom he, as his actions show, at this moment so clearly recognizes and acknowledges it. If this were not so, we would have before us a being doomed to actual destruction. How could this latter, by an extreme exertion of its last powers, discover such sincere participation for the good and preservation of the other? In reality, there are two opposite ways of being conscious of our own existence. The first is in empirical contemplation, as it appears from without, as something infinitely small in a world infinite in time and space, as something renewed among the thousands of millions of human beings inhabiting the globe in an extremely short period, every 30 years. The second, when, immersed in our inner self, we are conscious of ourselves as all in all and as the only truly real entity and being, which in addition in others of the same kind, as externally given, cognizes itself as in a mirror. That the first mode of consciousness embraces only the phenomenon conditioned by means of the principium individuationis. 17. The concept of personality, the individual, while the second represents the direct cognition of itself as a thing in itself, is the doctrine, in the first half of which I have for myself Kant, and in both, Veda. In any case, the latter mode of consciousness admits the simple objection that it presupposes the possibility of the same being simultaneously, in different places and in its entirety in each individual place. If such an assumption from the empirical point of view is a striking impossibility and even absurdity, it is nevertheless, from the point of view of the thing in itself, perfectly legitimate, for this impossibility and absurdity are based only on the forms of phenomena which constitute and condition the principium individuationis. The thing in itself, the will of life, is present in every single, even the smallest, being holistically and inseparably and as fully as in all other beings that have ever been, existed, and will ever be, taken together. On the same basis, every being, even the smallest one, has the right to say to himself, Dum ego salvis sim, perit mindus, let the world perish, so long as I remain. And indeed, if all other beings were to perish, in this one, the survivor, all the essence of the world in itself would still continue to exist undisturbed and undiminished. This, of course, is the argument per impossible 18, to which we can just as rightly oppose that if any, even the most insignificant, being were completely destroyed, the whole world would perish in it and with it. To clarify this truth, or at least the possibility of the existence of our own self in other beings whose consciousness is separate and distinct from our own, from an empirical point of view, let us recall only the magnetized sleepwalkers whose identical self, after waking up, knows nothing of what it has said, done, or felt a moment before. Consequently, individual consciousness is such a phenomenal point that even in the same self two consciousnesses, unknown to each other, can arise. After my dissertation on moral freedom, no thinking person would doubt that it is not to be found anywhere in nature, but only outside nature. It is something metaphysical, supersensible, extrasensible, impossible in the physical world. Therefore, our individual, taken separately, acts are not at all free. On the contrary, the personal character of each person must be seen as his free act. Man himself is so and not otherwise, because once for all he wants to be so. For the will in itself, and insofar as it manifests itself in the individual, constituting its primary, elemental, and basic aspiration, is independent of all consciousness, for it precedes it. From him it receives only the motives on which it successively develops its essence, making itself identifiable or passing into visibility, but it itself, as lying outside time, remains unchanged as long as it exists at all. Therefore, each person, as such as he once is, and under certain circumstances, which, for their part, each time are formed on the basis of strict necessity, cannot act in any other way than he does each time. As a consequence, the entire empirical course of human life in all its events, large and small, is as strictly preordained as the movement of a clockwork mechanism. In essence, this comes from the fact that the said metaphysical free action passes into the rational consciousness in the contemplative way, having as its form time and space, due to which the unity and indivisibility of this action appears stretched in a succession of states and events. But the result from here is moral, namely the following: by what we do we know what we are, and by what we endure we know what we deserve. It further follows that individuality is not based on one principium individuationis and is not only a simple phenomenon, but is rooted in a thing in itself, in the will of each individual person, for his very character is also individual. But how deep are these roots? This belongs to questions I do not undertake to answer. It should be remembered that Plato presents each person's individuality as free by her deeds, believing that by heart and character she is born as she is, by metempsychosis. Brahmins, for their part, too, express the immutable predestination of innate character in a mythical way, saying that Brahma, creating every man, has predetermined his acts and suffering with an inscription on his skull, in accordance with which his worldly life should be realized. For this inscription they take the teeth of the sutures of the skull bones. Its content is a consequence of his previous life and his deeds. Another consequence of the above, constantly confirmed empirically by experience, is that all true merits and distinctions, moral as well as mental, are not merely physical or other empirical, but metaphysical in origin, therefore given a priori rather than a posteriori, that is, innate rather than acquired, hence rooted not in a phenomenon but in a thing in itself. Therefore, in essence, everyone produces only that which is already fixed irrevocably in his nature, i.e., in his innate assignments. Although mental capacities require production, just as many natural products require processing and preparation in order to be fit for consumption or for any other benefit, but as here no preparation can replace the original natural material, so it is also there. That is why all acquired, learned, forced properties, consequently, moral and mental properties a posteriori, are not actually true properties, but only one appearance, an empty sheen without content. Insofar as this is deduced from correct metaphysics, so much so is it proved by a deeper look into experience. It is proved even by the weight which everybody attaches to the physiognomy and appearance, i.e., to the innate signs of any man who has distinguished himself in any way, as a result of which they wish to see him personally so much. Of course, superficial people and, understandably, vulgar natures will adhere to the opposite view, in order to be able to console themselves that all that they lack will come later. Thus, the world is not an arena of battle in which victories and defeats will be rewarded in a future world, but the world itself is the last judgment, to which everyone brings with him, according to his merit, either shame or reward. Brahmanism and Buddhism recognize metempsychosis and allow no other view. More than once the question has been posed as to what two men who grew up in the wilderness, each in perfect seclusion, would do when they first met. Hobbes, Pufendorf, and Rousseau resolved it in different ways. Pufendorf thought they would have met amicably, Hobbes, on the contrary, that they would have been hostile, Rousseau, that they would have parted indifferently. All three were both right and wrong. This is where the immeasurable difference in the innate moral dispositions of different individuals would show up in such a striking light, that it would serve as the right scale for them. There are people in whom the sight of a person immediately arouses an aversion, for within them pops up a verdict, not me. There are others again, in whom the sight of the person immediately arouses friendly participation and an inner voice says, not me again. Countless gradations are possible between these extremes. But that there is such a radical difference in us at this main point is the great mystery, the mystery. The material for a variety of conclusions about this a priori moral character may be found in the Danish Bastholm's work, Historical Information for the Study of Man in the Rough State. He himself is struck by the fact that spiritual culture and the moral goodness of peoples manifest themselves quite independently of one another, meeting often one without the other. We explain this to ourselves by the fact that moral goodness does not arise at all from reflection, the production of which depends on spiritual culture, but directly from the will itself, which has innate properties and is itself incapable of any improvement through education. Bastholm portrays most nations as very bad and vicious. On the contrary, he reports the most excellent general characteristics about some individual wild peoples, such as the Orokis, the Tungus, the inhabitants of Savo Island and the Palau Islands. Then he tries to solve the riddle, why some separate peoples are distinguished by such remarkable kindness among the positively evil neighbors. It seems to me to be explained by the fact that, as the moral qualities are inherited from the father, in these cases such an isolated people arose from one family, hence descended from one common ancestor, who was just a good man, and then preserved without extraneous admixture. After all, the English reminded the North Americans, on some unpleasant occasions, such as robberies, refusals to pay public debts, etc., that they were descended from an English treasonable colony, although this may only apply to a small portion of the Americans. It is amazing how each person's individuality, i.e., such a certain character with such a certain intellect, like a caustic staining substance, marks and precisely determines all the actions and thoughts of a person down to the most insignificant, as a result of which all the life course, i.e., the external and internal history, of one is fundamentally different from another. As a botanist by one leaf determines the whole plant, as Cuvier based on one bone outlines the whole structure of an animal, so exactly by one characteristic act of a person it is possible to make a correct idea about his character, and to draw his structure, even if this act concerns some trifle. In the latter case, it is often even easier, because in important cases, people are on the alert, and in trifles, not thinking long, follow the directions of their nature. That is why Seneca's saying is so true, argumentumorem ex minimis quoque licet capra, 19. If anyone, by his shameless, selfish behavior in small things, shows that justice is alien to his heart, he should not be trusted with a single penny without the proper guarantee. For who will believe that he, who in all other matters not concerning property daily reveals his injustice, and whose boundless selfishness peeps through in the small, unaccountable acts of public life like dirty laundry from the rips in a torn dress, who will believe that such a man would be honest in property matters for any other motive than justice? He who is shameless, unceremonious in trifles will prove to be a dishonest scoundrel in big affairs. Whoever overlooks a person's minor characteristic traits should blame himself if he has to learn his character through major ones, to his own detriment. On the basis of the same consideration, even with regard to little things that reveal a wicked, or bad, or vulgar character, all relations with so-called good friends should be immediately terminated in order to prevent their big bad deeds, which are only waiting for a convenient occasion to reveal themselves. This also applies to servants. Always remember, better alone than among traitors. In reality, the basis and propedeutic, preliminary summary, of all cognition of people should be the conviction that human actions are governed not by reason and his intentions, and that therefore no one can become anything else, no matter how willingly he wants it, but that his actions proceed from his innate and unchangeable character, are determined closer and in particular by motives and, therefore, are a necessary product of these two factors. In accordance with this, the actions of man can be visually compared to the movement of the planet, which is the result of the inherent centrifugal force of the planet and the centripetal force acting from the sun. The first force will be the character, and the second the influence of motives. This is almost more than a simple comparison, because it is the centrifugal force, on which, in fact, the motion depends. Gravitation only limits it, that is the manifestation of the inherent will of such a body, planet. Whoever has understood this will also be convinced that we can actually do no more than speculate on what we will do in a given future situation, although this speculation is often taken by us as a decision. If, for example, a person, because of an offer, has undertaken extremely sincerely and even quite willingly to do this and that, when circumstances still lie in the future, this is not yet a guarantee that he will certainly fulfill the obligation, unless he will be so arranged that the promise he has made in itself and as such serves for him always and everywhere as a sufficient motive, acting on him through a reminder of his honor as an extraneous compulsion. But in addition, what he will do when those circumstances arise can be predetermined with complete certainty solely on the basis of an exact and correct understanding of his character and the external circumstances under which he will then be placed. This is even very easy if we have already seen him once under the same circumstances. For the second time he will steadily do the same, assuming that he has already correctly and thoroughly understood the situation the first time, because, as I have repeatedly remarked, causa finalis non movit secundum sum esse real, sed secundum esse cognitum. 20. Suarez. DISP, Metaphor XEI Sector 7 and 8. What exactly he did not recognize or understand at the first time could not act on his will, all the same as an electric current stops if an insulated body interrupts the action of a conductor. The invariability of character and the consequent necessity of actions is unusually clearly imprinted in the one who in any case did not act as he should have, missing to show determination or firmness or courage or any other quality required by the moment. He understands and sincerely repents that he did the wrong thing and thinks, yes, if the same thing happens to me again, I will do it differently. But here again the same occasion is presented, and he does the same thing again, to his amazement. Cf. Welt als will und Vorstellung, 21. 2. S. 226 et al. The best explanation of the truth we are discussing is provided by Shakespeare's dramas in general. For he was imbued with this truth, and his intuitive wisdom expresses it in concreto on every page. But I will back this up with an example on just one case, in which it is marked with particular clarity, though without intentionality or affectation, because as a true artist he never proceeds from preconceived ideas. Evidently he did so only to satisfy the psychological truth as it was contemplatively and directly perceived by him, without grieving that it would be properly understood by few, and without at all dreaming that once in Germany the vulgar and flat fellows would broadcast widely that he wrote his plays to illustrate moral commonplaces. I mean here the character of Northumberland, who passes before us in the three tragedies without actually being the protagonist, but appearing only in a few scenes distributed in 15 acts. Whoever does not read with full attention, therefore, can easily miss the character brought out with such wide intervals and his unchanging moral identity, however clearly it is carried before the eyes of the poet. He makes this count appear with noble, chivalrous dignity every time, speak in language befitting his rank, and sometimes put beautiful and even lofty speeches into his mouth, but he is very far from acting like Schiller, who willingly painted the devil black and whose approval or censure of the characters he portrays was seen in their own words. With Shakespeare, however, as with Goethe, everyone is perfectly right in his own way as he speaks on the stage, even if it is the devil himself. In this respect it is worth comparing the Duke of Alba in Goethe with Schiller. The first time we meet the Earl of Northumberland is in Richard II, where he first conspires against the king in favor of Bolingbroke, later Henry IV, whom he personally flatters, Act 2, CP 3. In the next act he is reprimanded for referring to the king as Richard, justifying himself, however, that he did it for the sake of brevity. Soon afterwards his sly speech induces the king to surrender. In the next act, in the act of abdication, he treats the king with such cruelty and impertinence that the unhappy, dejected monarch, finally losing patience, exclaims, "Damn, you torture me before I go to hell." At the end of the act, he reports to the new king that the severed heads of the former king's adherents have been sent by him to London. In the next tragedy, Henry IV, he similarly conspires against the new king. In the fourth act we see that the rebels have united and, preparing for a decisive battle, eagerly await only his detachment. At last a letter is received from him. He writes that he himself is ill and that he cannot entrust his squad to another, but he advises them to courageously continue their work and strike bravely against the enemy. They do so, but, weakened by the absence of his detachment, are utterly defeated. Most of the leaders are captured, and his own son, the courageous Hotspur, falls at the hands of the crown prince. In the next tragedy, in the second part of Henry IV, we again see him in a terrible rage over the death of his son, thirsting for revenge. Again he revolts, again the rebellious leaders gather. And again, as they wait for him in view of the coming battle, a letter is received from him. He informs them that he could not gather enough forces, so he intends to seek safe refuge in Scotland, and wishes their heroic enterprise every success from the heart. They then surrender to the king for surrender, which is not fulfilled, and they perish. So, character is far from being a matter of reasonable choice and discussion. And in human actions the role of reason consists in nothing more than presenting motives and then remaining a mere spectator and witness of how from the action of these motives on a given character the course of life is composed, all events of which, strictly speaking, are performed with the same inevitability as the movements of a clockwork mechanism. For details of this I refer the reader to my dissertation on free will. There I pointed out the true meaning and source, at any rate, of the illusion of complete free will in each individual act, and thereby explained the cause of it. Here I also want to add the following final reason in the teleological explanation of this naturally apparent freedom, i.e. its simple appearance. Free will seems to be inherent in every single act, because the originally existing will receives its visibility and tangibility in the empirical consciousness, every time only through every single act, and only in this way do we feel all the bad aspects of our character. Every action is precisely accompanied by this comment of conscience: you could have acted differently, although the real meaning is, you could also have been different. Since, on the one hand, due to the immutability of character, and on the other, due to the strict necessity with which all the circumstances in which he consistently enters, the life course of each person is strictly and precisely defined from A to Z, and since all the same one life course in all as subjective and objective definitions turns out to be incomparably happier, nobler and more worthy than another, this is what prompted the Buddhists and Brahmanists to arrive at the hypothesis that all the subjective conditions with which and the objective conditions under which one is born are the moral consequences of another, preceding existence. Machiavelli, who does not seem to have engaged in philosophical speculations, deductions, at all by virtue of the penetrating sharpness of his incomparable intellect, came to the following, a truly profound saying, which reveals an intuitive awareness of the utmost necessity with which, given characters and motives, all actions and deeds are carried out. He begins the prologue to his comedy Cliché 22 with this saying, "Se nel mondo tornassimo medesimi uomini, cum tornano I medesimi cosi, non passarono mai 100 anni, che emo non si trovassimo un'altra volta insieme, affair I medesime cose, che ora." If the same people returned to the world and the same cases were repeated, we would not be together again, doing again the same things we are now. But he must have been led to this thought by the recollection of what Augustine says in De Civitate Dei, 23, lib 12, page 12. The fatum of the ancients, fatum, epsilon iotum u alpha Romeo nueta, is precisely nothing other than an elevated certainty that everything that happens is firmly bound by the chain of causality, and therefore takes place by strict necessity, and that, consequently, the future is quite firmly established, true and exactly determined, and nothing can be changed in it just as much as in the past. Only the foresight of the future, of which the fatalistic myths of the ancients speak, should be relegated to the realm of the fabulous, unless the possibility of magnetic clairvoyance and double vision is allowed. Instead of trying to escape from the basic truth of fatalism with idle chatter and ridiculous twists and turns, we should try to clearly know and understand it, as it is a provable truth, which is an important datum for understanding our enigmatic existence. Predestination and fatalism differ not in the essentials, but only in the fact that the given character and the externally imposed definition of human acts come in the first case from a conscious and in the second from an unconscious essence. As a result, they converge. What must happen happens. On the contrary, the concept of moral freedom is inseparable from the concept of primordiality, Ursprünglichkeit. For a being the creation of another, to be, moreover, according to his will and acts, free. This is easy to express in words, but not to comprehend in thought. It can only be created with all its properties. But from these very properties all manifestations and actions, which are precisely the properties given in the course, requiring only an external occasion to appear, must follow. As man is, so he must act, therefore, it is not his individual acts but his being and being that are due guilt or merit. This is why theism is incompatible with the moral responsibility, sanity, of man, and vain attempts were made to connect them by means of the notion of the moral freedom of man. The pre-Kantian dogmatism, wishing to keep both these predicates separate, was forced by this to allow two freedoms, one for cosmology and the other for theology and morality. Accordingly, the third and fourth antinomies of Kant deal with the question of freedom. What kind of influence a moral precept may have on deeds, as well as its limits, is discussed in detail by me in section 20 of my Discourse on the Foundations of Morals. In essence, the same is true of the example, the only difference being that its influence is more powerful than that of a precept, which is why it deserves to be analyzed briefly. An example, first of all, acts either in a restraining or in an encouraging way. In the first case it induces the person to refuse to do what he would willingly do. He precisely sees that others do not do it, from which he draws the general conclusion that it is unsuitable, i.e., that it may harm either his person or property or honor. He abstains and willingly shirks his own experience. Or he observes that the one who does it brings bad consequences upon himself. This will be a frightening example. On the contrary, an encouraging example works in two ways. Either it induces a person to do something from which he would willingly refuse, but is afraid that by refusing to do so he will bring danger upon himself or damage himself in the opinion of others, or the example entices him to do something which he would willingly do even without that, but hitherto has omitted it only for fear, shame, or danger. It is an enticing example. Finally, another example may lead one to do something that otherwise would not have occurred to the person. Obviously, in this last case, the example acts primarily on the intellect. Its effect on the will be secondary, and if discovered, it is by one's own judgment or trust in the one who sets the example. The cumulative, very strong influence of example is based on the fact that people in general and in the commonplace have too little capacity for proper judgment, and often too little knowledge to make their own way, so they willingly follow the footsteps of others. The less a person satisfies both of these conditions, the more he succumbs to the influence of example. Accordingly, the foreign example is the guiding star of most people, and all their deeds and occupations are reduced to mere imitation. Imitation, custom and habit are the main springs of most human affairs, and seldom anyone acts according to his own reason and opinion. The reason for this is the fear of all thought and reflection and a just distrust of one's own judgment and opinion. At the same time, this striking propensity to imitation also points to the kinship of man with the monkey. However, the image and the degree of influence of the example is determined by the character of each person, so the same example works on some seductive, and on others, frightening, repulsive way. An easy case of observing and noticing this are some bad social habits and manners that did not exist before, but gradually invaded society. Seeing them for the first time, one will think, "Fie! How is it possible? How selfish, how inconsiderate! God forbid that I should do anything like that." But 20 others will say to themselves, "Ah, he's doing it, why shouldn't I?" In the moral sense, example as well as precept, although they may contribute to civil or legal improvement, they do not contribute to internal improvement, which is moral in and of itself. For example always acts only as a personal motive, hence under the condition of susceptibility to this kind of motive. But it is precisely to what kind of motives a person has a preferential susceptibility that the true and essential, and, however, always only innate, morality of that person is decisive. Generally speaking, example acts as a provocative means for the manifestation of bad or good character traits, but it does not create them, hence Seneca's dictum, vel non deciter, 24, applies here as well. The innateness of all true and present moral qualities is what caused Buddhism and Brahmanism to teach about the transmigration of souls, according to which man's good and bad deeds haunt him like shadows from one existence to another, toward a doctrine of the suffering of the world. If the immediate purpose of our life is not suffering, then our existence is a most pointless and impractical phenomenon. For it is absurd to assume that the endless suffering, arising from the essential needs of life, with which the world is overflowing, is purposeless and purely accidental. Although each individual misfortune seems to be the exception, misfortune in general is the rule. As a stream does not form a whirlpool until it meets obstacles, in the same way we, by the properties of human and animal nature, do not notice and do not go into everything that is done according to our will. In order to pay our attention, it is necessary that the circumstances should not be in harmony with our will, but that they should encounter some obstacle. On the contrary, everything that is contrary to our will goes against it and counteracts it. Consequently, everything that is unpleasant and painful we feel directly, immediately, and very clearly. As we feel not the general health of our whole body, but only a little spot where a boot stings us, in the same way we do not think about the sum of all going well, but about some trifle which annoyed us. This is the basis of the negativity of well-being and happiness that I have repeatedly mentioned, as opposed to the positivity of suffering. For this reason I know of no greater absurdity than the desire of most metaphysical systems to present evil as something negative, whereas it is just something positive, making itself felt. Leibniz is especially strong in this, who tries to strengthen the case, Theod, 25. Section 152, with obvious and pathetic sophisms. On the contrary, negatively good, i.e., all happiness and all satisfaction as the mere cessation of desire and the end of any torment. It is also consistent with the fact that we usually find joy far below and suffering far above our expectations. Whoever wants to briefly believe the claim that pleasure is greater than, or at least equal to, suffering, let him compare the sensations of the two animals, the devourer and the devoured. The most real consolation in every misery and in every suffering is to contemplate people who are even more miserable than we are, and this is available to everyone. But what, in fact, is the use of it? We are like lambs frolicking in the meadow while the butcher chooses one or the other with his eyes, for in our happy days we do not know what misfortune fate has in store for us: sickness, persecution, impoverishment, mutilation, blindness, madness, etc. Everything we take on resists, for everything has a will of its own that must be overcome. History, in depicting the life of nations, tells us only about wars and disturbances, The peaceful years slip by occasionally only as brief pauses, as intermissions. In the same way, the life of every individual is an incessant struggle, not only in the figurative sense, with need or with boredom, but also in the direct sense, with other people. He encounters enemies everywhere, spends his life in continuous struggle and dies with a weapon in his hands. The fact that time constantly oppresses us and does not let us breathe, and stands behind everyone like a torturer with a whip, also contributes greatly to the tortuousness of our existence. It only leaves in peace those whom it has handed over to boredom. And yet, just as our body would burst if the pressure of the atmosphere were removed from it, in the same way, if human life were removed from the oppression of need, burdens, troubles, and futility of striving, the arrogance of men would increase, if not to explosion, then to displays of unrestrained folly and frenzy. Man even needs, like a ship's ballast, to sail steadily and directly, at all times a certain amount of care, grief, or need. Work, worry, toil, and need are, at any rate, the lot of almost all people throughout life. But if all desires were fulfilled as soon as they arise, then what would fill human life, what would kill time? If the human race were to move to that land of plenty, where rivers of honey and milk run on the banks of the oyster, and where everyone immediately as soon as he wishes to meet his betrothed and easily get hold of her, people would partly die of boredom or be hung over, partly would fight with each other and slaughter and strangle each other and cause themselves much more suffering than nature now imposes on them. Consequently, no other field, no other existence is good for them. Because of the aforementioned negativity of well-being and pleasure, as opposed to the positivity of suffering, the happiness of any given field of life should not be measured by joys and pleasures, but by the absence of suffering as a positive element. But then the lot of animals seems more tolerable than the lot of man. Let us consider this in a little more detail. As varied as the forms in which man's happiness and unhappiness manifest themselves and induce him to pursue happiness or flee from unhappiness, they all have the same material basis, bodily pleasure or suffering. That basis is very narrow: health, food, shelter from inclement weather and cold, and sexual satisfaction, or lack of all these things. Consequently, in the field of real, physical pleasure man has no more than an animal, insofar as his more potentiated, elevated, refined, nervous system enhances the sensations of all pleasure, as well as of all suffering. But how much more powerful are the effects excited in him, compared to the feelings of the animal? How disproportionately stronger and deeper is the excitement of his spirit! And all for the sake of getting the same result in the end: health, food, shelter, etc. This is due, first of all, to the fact that in it every sensation acquires a powerful amplification as a result of thinking about the future and the absent, by which, in fact, care, fear, and hope first gain their existence, which gives so much power to the present reality of pleasures and sufferings, which the animal is limited to, as it does not in essence have in it. The animal, being incapable of reflection, lacks in it the condenser of joys and sufferings, which therefore cannot pile up in it, as it is in man, by means of recollection and anticipation. In the animal, suffering in the present, even if it were repeated countless times successively, still remains, as in the first case, only the suffering of the present and cannot be summed up. Hence the enviable nonchalance and tranquility of the animal spirit. On the contrary, by means of reflection and everything connected with it, out of the same elements of pleasure and suffering which are common to him and to an animal, such an elevation of the feeling of his happiness and misfortune develops in man, which can lead to a momentary, sometimes even fatal delight, or to a desperate suicide as well. On closer examination, the course of the case appears as follows. His needs, the satisfaction of which is initially little more difficult than the satisfaction of animal needs, man intensifies deliberately in order to exalt enjoyment, hence luxury, delicacies, tobacco, opium, strong drink, opulence, and all that goes with it. Then to this is joined, and again by reflection, a source of pleasure accessible to him alone, and consequently of suffering, which troubles him beyond all measure, almost more than any other. It is ambition and a sense of honor and shame, in plain language, his opinion of the opinion of others about him. This latter, in manifold and often bizarre forms, becomes the goal of almost all his strivings beyond the realm of physical pleasure or suffering. Although he undoubtedly has before the animal the advantage of purely intellectual pleasures, which allow a long gradation, from the simplest amusement or conversation to the highest manifestations of the spirit, but as a counterbalance to this, on the side of suffering, boredom comes on the scene, which is unknown to the animal, at least in the natural state, and only in a tamed state do the most intelligent animals feel mild attacks of boredom, while in man it becomes the true scourge of him, which is especially noticeable in the host of those wretched spirits who constantly only think of filling their purses and not their heads. Their own prosperity for them becomes a punishment, giving them into the hands of painful boredom, for the avoidance of which they scurry around the world, and as soon as they arrive, they fearfully ask for local entertainment, as needy people ask for local sources of support, for surely need and boredom are the two poles of human life. Finally, it should be added that man's sexual gratification is mixed with his own very capricious choice, which sometimes grows into a more or less passionate love, which becomes for him a source of long suffering and short-lived joy. It is amazing how, as an appendage of the thinking lacking in the animal, on the same narrow basis of suffering and joys, which is inherent in the animal, there arises such a high and extensive building of human happiness and misery, in relation to which his spirit is subject to such strong affects, passions, and shocks, that their imprint in indelible features remains and is easily read in the human physiognomy, whereas in the end and in reality everything happens because of the same things that go to the animal, and moreover with incomparably less effect and torment. But as a consequence of all this, the measure of suffering in man increases much more significantly than the measure of pleasure, which is also greatly promoted by the fact that he has a real conception of death, while the animal only instinctively avoids it, not really understanding it, and therefore not ever being able to imagine it, as man, who constantly has it in perspective. Thus, although only a few animals die a natural death, and the majority live only as long as it is necessary for the distribution of their species, and are then, if not before, prey to other animals, man alone has reached the point where the so-called natural death has become the general rule in his species, subject, however, to significant exceptions. Nevertheless, by virtue of the above-mentioned reason, the animal still remains at a profit. Moreover, man as seldom achieves the true purpose of his life as these latter do. The unnaturalness of his way of life, together with the exertions and passions, and the degeneration of the race which results from it all, rarely allow him to do so. Animals are much more satisfied than we are with mere existence. Plants are quite satisfied, man to the extent of his stupidity. In accordance with this, the life of an animal contains less suffering as well as less joy than a human life, and this is primarily based on the fact that, on the one hand, it remains free from care and fear along with their torments, and on the other hand, it is deprived of true hope and, consequently, unattached to the mental anticipations of a joyful future and to the animated phantasmagoria that accompanies them, caused by the power of imagination, in short, unattached to the main source of both most and our greatest joys and pleasures on both sides, because the consciousness of the animal is limited to the visible, the contemplated, and therefore only to the present. The animal is the embodied present, so it knows apprehension and hope only in relation to apparent, presently available objects, hence within very narrow limits, whereas man has a horizon embracing all life and even exceeding its limits. But as a consequence of this condition, animals are in a certain sense really smarter compared to us, namely in the sense of a calm, unvarnished enjoyment of the present. The clear serenity of their spirits inherent in them as a consequence often shames our unsatisfied state, overshadowed by thoughts and cares. Even the joys, hopes, and anticipations I have mentioned above do not come to us for nothing. Exactly what man has enjoyed in advance through the hope and expectation of some satisfaction or pleasure is subsequently subtracted, as taken away from the actual enjoyment, for then the very thing is just that much less satisfying to man. The animal, on the contrary, remains free both from presatisfaction and from these deductions from pleasure, and therefore enjoys the present and the real holistically and undisturbed. Likewise, adversity oppresses them only by its real and intrinsic weight, whereas in our case fear and foreknowledge often increase this weight. It is this inherent ability of animals, so to speak, to completely dissolve into the present, which contributes much to the joy that our pets bring us. They are a personification of the present and help us to feel in a certain way the true value of every unimpaired and unmarred present hour, while our thoughts mostly drift away and leave it unattended. But this property of animals, to be more content and satisfied with one simple existence than we are, is abused by selfish and heartless man and is often used to the extent that it leaves them with nothing, absolutely nothing, except a simple, cold existence. The bird, which is arranged to fly halfway around the world, he keeps in the space of 1 cubic foot, where it screams and slowly languishes waiting to die, for elucello nella gabbia canta non di piacere, ma di rabbia. 26, and he puts his most devoted friend, that so intelligent dog, on a chain. I can never see such a dog without sincere compassion for it, and without deep indignation at its master. And I remember with pleasure the case told in the Times, how one lord, who had a large chain dog, wanted to pet it, and how it tore his whole arm from top to bottom. And it paid off. She meant to say, "You are not my master, but the devil, who has made my brief existence a living hell." Let the same thing happen to all those who keep dogs on chains. Keeping birds in cages is also torture. To confine these darlings of nature, who fly swiftly through the heavenly expanse, to a cubic foot of space to enjoy their cries. Since it appears from the preceding that human life is made more distressing than that of the animal, because of a more developed power of cognition, we can bring this under more general laws and acquire the more expansive outlook. Cognition, understanding, is itself painless and not subject to suffering. Pain, suffering, affects only the will, 27, and is caused by disturbances, obstacles, and collisions, and yet it is necessary that these disturbances be accompanied by cognition. Just as light can illuminate space only when it contains objects that reflect it, just as resonance is necessary for sound, so that it can be more apparent, i.e., so that waves of vibrating air can refract against solid bodies, in the same way that disturbances of the will are expressed by painful sensation, they must be accompanied by cognition, which itself is foreign to any kind of suffering. As a consequence of this, the very physical pain is already conditioned by the nerves, their connection with the brain. Damage to the penis is not felt if the nerves connecting it with the brain are cut or the latter is put to sleep by chloroform. For the same reason, as long as consciousness is extinguished when dying, we consider all subsequent shudders to be painless. That the mental pain is conditioned by cognition is clear in itself, and that it increases in proportion to this last, it is easy to see both from all mentioned above, and from the proofs given in my capital creation, c. Die Welt ALSW, UNDV, 28. Ch1, section 56. So, we can explain the essence of the relation in the following manner figuratively: the will is a string, obstacles and collisions are its vibration, cognition is a resonance board, and pain or suffering is a sound. Therefore, not only inorganic bodies, but also plants are incapable of feeling pain, no matter how many obstacles their will encounters. On the contrary, every animal, even the infusoria, feels pain, because cognition, understanding, however imperfect, is the distinctive character of the animal kingdom of animalism. As cognition increases on the scale of animalism, so does pain. In the lowest animals, it is still extremely insignificant. This is why, for example, insects, which can barely keep their hindquarters torn off, can eat at the same time. But even in higher animals, due to the absence of concepts and thinking, suffering is still far inferior to human suffering. In early adolescence we sit like children in front of a theater curtain, waiting excitedly and tensely for what is going to happen on the stage. And lucky for us, we don't know what is really going to happen. Whoever knows this, children may sometimes seem like innocent criminals who, although condemned not to death but to life, do not yet know the content of the sentence awaiting them. Nevertheless, everyone wishes for a deep old age, that is, a state in which it is said, today is bad, and every day it will be worse, until the worst comes. If, as roughly as possible, one can imagine the sum total of the troubles and evils, diseases and all kinds of suffering which the sun illuminates in its course, one would have to assume that it would be much better if, like on the moon, it were not also able to cause the phenomena of life on earth, and if here, as there, the surface were still in a crystallized state. Our life can also be seen as an episode that uselessly disturbs the peace of mind of nothing. In any case, even he who has had a tolerable life, the longer he lives, the more sincerely he becomes convinced that life as a whole is nothing more than a disappointment, nay a cheat, 29, or, in Russian, has the character of a gigantic hoax, to say nothing of trickery and deceit. If two friends of youth, after a lifetime of separation, meet again as old men, the predominant feeling that arises in them at the sight of each other and at the recollection of their youth, is the utter disappointment of all life, which once had been so wonderfully painted in the rosy morning light of youth, had promised so much and kept so little. This feeling so decisively prevails when they meet that they do not even consider it necessary to express it in words, but, mutually and silently suggesting it, lay it as the basis for further conversation. He who has lived through 2 or 3 generations of people has the same feeling in his soul as a visitor to a fairgrounds who stays 2 or 3 performances in a row. The play was precisely designed for one performance, and so when the novelty disappears, the deception no longer has any effect. One can go mad contemplating grandiose devices and furnishings, these countless shining luminaries in boundless space, which have no other occupation than to illuminate worlds that are the scene of every kind of want and distress and which, happily reflect nothing but boredom, judging, at least, by the experience we know of in our world. There is no one to envy very much, but countless people have the right to complain very much. Life is a working lesson. In this sense defunctus, departed, rested, is a beautiful expression. Let us imagine that the act of gestation would not be accompanied by need or lust, but would be a matter of purely prudent reflection. Could the human race still exist then? Would not everyone then be so compassionate toward the coming generation that they would rather relieve it of the burden of existence, or at least not assume the obligation to impose such a burden on it in cold blood? The world is like hell, in which people are tortured souls on one side and devils on the other. In general, against the prevailing view of the world as a perfect creation, one cries loudly, first, the misery with which it is overflowing, and second, the glaring imperfection and even comic distortion and a kind of foolishness of its most complete phenomenon, man. Herein lies an insoluble dissonance. On the contrary, everything will agree with us and serve as evidence if we look at the world as a work of our own fault, hence as something that would be better off not existing at all. Such a view cannot give rise to a criminal murmur against the Creator, but rather provides material for accusing our being and will, capable of instilling in us humility. For such a view leads us to the conviction that, as children of dissolute fathers, we come into the world already sinful, and that our existence is miserable and ends in death only because we are condemned to constantly atone for that sin. Nothing could be truer than the assumption that it is the grave sins of the world that bring about the many and great sufferings of the world. And here it is not a physical empirical but a metaphysical connection, for nothing else so perfectly resembles our existence as a consequence of transgression and punishable criminal lust. To have at all times in one's hands a faithful compass for orientation in life, and to see it constantly in its present light, is the best means of accustoming oneself to look upon this world as a place of penance and atonement, hence, as a kind of penal colony, epsilon zeta gamma alpha tau iota omicron upsilon, as the most ancient philosophers called it, Clem. Alex. Strom. L. 3, page 399, and of the Christian Fathers of the Church Origen, c. Augustine. De Civit. De L. 11, page 23. Such a view finds theoretical and objective justification not only in my philosophy, but also in the wisdom of all times, namely in Brahmanism, Buddhism, Empedocles, and Pythagoras. But even in true, properly understood Christianity, our existence is understood as a consequence of guilt, of transgression, of sin. Once we have mastered the habit I have recommended, we will set our expectations of life in an appropriate way, that is, we will no longer look upon the hardships, sufferings, anguish, and needs of life in the great and the small as something exceptional and unexpected, but will find it all to be in order, keeping in mind that everyone here is punished for his existence and everyone in his own peculiar way. Among the evils inseparable from the penitentiary is the society encountered there. Anyone who would deserve better knows what it is like here on earth without my instructions. The fine, noble man or the genius in this society sometimes has the same attitude to his soul as a noble political prisoner has to the common galleys. Therefore, both the former and the latter try to isolate themselves. In general, this outlook will give us the ability not only without disgust, but also without astonishment to look at the so-called imperfections, i.e. moral, mental, and accordingly also physiognomic low qualities of the majority of the human kind, because we will always have in mind where we are. Therefore we will look at everybody first of all as a being who exists only because of his sinfulness and whose life is atonement for the guilt, sin, of his birth. This is exactly what Christianity calls man's sinful nature. It is, therefore, the basis of the beings one encounters in this world as one of their own kind. In addition, because of the properties of this world, they are more or less in a state of suffering and discontent, which can make them more sympathetic and courteous, and finally, in most cases their mind is such that it is too scarce to serve their own will. Consequently, our claims on society in this world must be balanced against all these conditions. Whoever has internalized this point of view can consider the desire for sociability as a pernicious inclination. Indeed, the conviction that this world, and consequently man, is something that, in fact, should not exist is a conviction that can fill us with condescension toward one another. For what can one expect from a creature placed in such conditions? Yes, from this point of view we could come to the conclusion that actually the most suitable way of addressing people to each other instead of merciful sir, monsieur, mein herr, sir, etc. would be fellow suffer, compagnon de misers, Leidensgeffert, my fellow suffer. Strange as it may sound, but it is quite relevant. It puts others in a true light and directs thoughts to the most necessary things: tolerance, patience, mercy, indulgence, and love of neighbor, which everyone needs and to which everyone is therefore obliged. The nature of the things of this world, precisely the human world, is not only imperfect, as has been said many times, but rather perverse, distorted morally, mentally, physically, and in every way. The learned excuse for some vices, it is so natural and peculiar to man, is not at all satisfactory. To this one must reply, precisely because it is natural that it is bad, and precisely because it is natural that it is bad. When you understand this correctly, you will understand the meaning of the doctrine of hereditary sin. When evaluating any human individual, it must always be borne in mind that the basis of him is something that should not exist at all, something sinful, perverse, something for which he is subject to death. This filthy basic quality is characterized even in the circumstance that no one can bear to look at him closely. What can be expected of such a creature? Proceeding from this point of view, you will judge him leniently. You will stop being surprised if at times the demons sitting in him awaken and peep out, and you will be able to better assess the good that, whether due to intelligence or something else, still exists in him. And secondly, it is necessary to think and take into account that life is in essence a state of need, and often misery, where everyone has to harass and struggle for his existence, and therefore he cannot always take a friendly expression. If, on the contrary, man were what all optimistic religions and philosophies want him to be, that is, a being who in every sense must exist, and exist as he exists, then differently than now would both the first glance and the nearest acquaintance, and the constant treatment of every such person have to act upon us. Nothing could be more suitable for instilling patience in life and calmly enduring evils and people than the following Buddhist saying: "This is samsara, the world of lust, and therefore the world of birth, disease, decrepitude, and death. This is the world that should not have existed. And it is here the people of Sansara. What, therefore, should we expect better?" I would prescribe that anyone consciously repeat this saying 4 times a day. Pardons the word to all, Shakespeare. Cymbeline. D. 5, F. 5. We must be lenient to every human folly, blunder, and vice, taking into consideration that they are exactly our own follies, blunders, and vices, for they are the faults of humanity, to which we also belong, and consequently we ourselves share all its faults, that is, those which we just now resent precisely because they have not this time manifested themselves in ourselves. They are not on the surface, but are rooted in the core and will surface at the first occasion and assert themselves in the same way, as they have now manifested themselves in others, though it is certain that one flaw slips in one and another again another, and that the general complexity of bad qualities in some is greater than in others, for the individual difference is incalculably great. On criticism, judgment, approval, and glory. Writers can be subdivided and equated to meteors, planets, and fixed stars. The former produce a fleeting crackling effect. One looks at them, exclaims, "Look, look!" and then they disappear forever. The latter, i.e., comets and planets, have a longer and more enduring existence. Often they shine, though again due to their proximity, even brighter than fixed stars, and profane people mix them up with these latter. Meanwhile, they, too, must later leave their place, shine to the same borrowed light and have a sphere of action limited only to their companions, contemporaries. They ebb and flow and are replaced, their path and course last several years. Only the third ones are constant and immovable, standing firmly on the firmament, shining with their own light, acting both for one and another period of time, not changing their appearance when the point of view changes, because they have no parallax. They also do not belong to any one system, nation, as the former do, but to the whole world. But due to the height of their position, most of the time it takes several years for their light to reach the inhabitants of the earth. When measuring genius, in order to lower the scale, it is not necessary to take into account his unsuccessful works or the weakest creations. The measure for him should be only that which is excellent, because weakness and vicissitude even in the mental sphere are so inherent in human nature that even the most brilliant mind is not in all and not always free from them. As a consequence of this, significant flaws and errors are found in the works of even the greatest men. On the contrary, the difference of genius should be his measure, that is the height to which he, with a favorable combination of mood and time, had time to rise and which forever remains inaccessible to ordinary talents. Equally, it is very dangerous to compare great people of the same sphere, i.e., a great poet with another great poet, a musician, composer, with a musician, a painter with a painter, etc., because in this case at least momentary injustice is almost inevitable. Having before his eyes one of them unique advantages, immediately you will find that they do not have another, as a consequence of which the latter is lower. The same reasoning also applies to the differences of the other, in which case the former may in turn be undeservedly humiliated. There are critics who, mistaking their childish horn for the trumpet of the goddess of glory, believe that it is up to them to decide what is considered thin and what is considered good. Just as medicine fails to achieve its purpose if it is prescribed in too strong a dose, so exactly censure and criticism if they cross the measure of justice. The misfortune of intellectual merit lies in the fact that they have to wait for the good to be praised by those who themselves produce only one bad thing, and generally in the fact that they have to receive their wreaths from the hands of men, most of whom have as much capacity for correct judgment and evaluation as a castrate has for fertilization, so that this very capacity must be counted among the rare gifts of nature. Le Bruyère's following observation is therefore, unfortunately, as true as it is kindly expressed. Après l'esprit de discernment, ce qui est au monde de plus rare, ce sont les diamants et les pearls, 30. The ability to discern, the esprit de discernment, 31, and then the ability to judge and evaluate, is what people lack. They cannot distinguish true from untrue, grain from chaff, gold from copper, or notice the distance that separates the common heads from the rarest. The result is the inevitable evil spoken of in an old couplet. This is the fate of the great men of the world, there. Then only acknowledge them when they are not alive. The true, excellent, coming into the world, first of all meets the bad, which takes its place and is considered excellent. If, after a long and persistent struggle, it really manages to win its place and gain respect, a little time passes and people drag some stupid, mannered, clumsy imitator back and, with a completely quiet conscience, put it on the altar next to the genius, because they do not see the difference and believe quite seriously that it is not worse. On this subject Iriarte says in his literary fable, Siempre acostumbra hacer el vulgo necio. De lo bueno y lo malo igual aprecio. I.e., for better or for worse, it's always been like this. Taste was the same for the fool. Thus Shakespeare's dramas, immediately after his death, were to give way for 100 years to those of Ben Jonson, Massinger, Beaumont, and Fletcher. Thus the stately philosophy of Kant was superseded by the apparent vacuousness of Fichte, the eclecticism of Schelling and the sugary sweet, pious ravings of Jacobi, and finally it came to the point where the pathetic charlatan Hegel was placed on a par with Kant, and even above him. We also see how, in the public sphere, the incomparable Walter Scott was soon superseded by unworthy imitators, who attracted the attention of the majority of the reading public. This majority has, in fact, no flair for the excellent, and hence no sense of how infinitely rare it is for people who are able to really produce anything in the field of poetry, art or philosophy to appear, and that yet only their creations are exceptionally worthy of our attention. The pugilists in poetry, as well as in the other higher branches of thought, should poke their eyes daily and without regret with the following utterance. Mediocribus esse potes. Non homines, non do, non concessora calumni. Neither men nor gods allowed monuments. To mediocre poets, Latin. They are the tares that stifle the sprouts of wheat to cover everything with themselves. The early deceased Feuchtersleben beautifully and originally expressed the resulting phenomenon in the following verses. Where, they shout, are the creatures? What has been done, and by whom? And the great things quietly matures in the meantime. But he is not noticed. In the general noise and commotion? And it passes by. In the sad silence. This regrettable lack of ability to judge correctly is equally evident in the sciences, in the persistent persistence of false and disproved theories. Once in circulation, they sometimes struggle with the truth for a century, as a granite breakwater with the waves of the sea. Copernicus had not superseded Ptolemy even after 100 years. Bacon of Verulam, Cartesius, and Locke gained fame extremely slowly and late. It is only worth reading de Lambert's famous preface to the Encyclopedia. It was the same with Newton. One need only point to the bitterness and ridicule with which Leibniz, in a dispute with Clerk, challenged Newton's laws of gravitation. Although Newton outlived the appearance of his principles by 40 years, yet when he died his doctrine was only partly accepted in England, outside his homeland. According to Voltaire's account of his system, it had not even 20 adherents. This exposition, 20 years after Newton's death, was most conducive to the spread of his system in France. Before that time the Cartesian hypothesis had been stubbornly and patriotically held there. Meanwhile, only 40 years before that the same Cartesian philosophy had yet been forbidden in French schools. Now the Chancellor d'Aguesseau was slow to give Voltaire permission to print his exposition of the Newtonian system. In contrast, the incongruous Newtonian theory of flowers has, up to this day, retained its field of battle, 40 years after the appearance of Goethe's theory. Hume, though very early in his career and extremely popular in his writings, remained in obscurity until he was 50 years old. Kant, who wrote and taught throughout his life, achieved fame only in his 7th decade. Artists and poets are in better conditions than thinkers because the number of their fans is at least 100 times greater. And yet, what did Mozart and Beethoven mean in their lifetime? What was Dante? What significance did Shakespeare himself have? If his contemporaries had attached any value to him, we would have at least one good and reliable picture of him from that time, a time of flourishing painting. Meanwhile we have only extremely doubtful portraits, one very bad engraving, and an even worse gravestone, 32. In the same case there would have been hundreds of autographs left after him, and not 2 judicial signatures, as now. All the Portuguese are still proud of Camões, their only poet, and he lived by the alms collected for him in the evenings in the streets by a Negro boy he brought from India. In one way or another, of course, everyone will in time, tempo e galantuomo, 33, be given full justice, but so late as sometimes in court, and with the implicit condition that the person should not already be alive. Here the injunction of Jesus Sirach is strictly observed, ante mortem nei iods hominum quemquam, 34, chapter 2, verse 28. Therefore he who created immortal creations must, for his own consolation, apply to them the Indian myth that the minutes in the life of the immortal on earth are represented by the years, and the earthly years are the minutes of the immortal. The defect in the ability to judge correctly which we are considering also manifests itself in the fact that, although in every century the excellent creations of former times are honored, they are not recognized as those of their own era, and the attention they deserve is given to the bad products with which each current decade coddles, only to be mocked for it by the next. Consequently, if people have such difficulty in recognizing the true merits of their contemporaries, it proves that they know neither how to appreciate nor understand the long-recognized works of genius which they venerate for their authority, nor enjoy them. An example and proof of this may be found in the fact that if something bad, such as the philosophy of Fichte, once entered into credit and trust, it can retain its importance for 2 more human generations, and only if its circle of readers is too extensive does the fall take place more quickly. To see light requires an eye, to hear music requires an ear. In the same way, the dignity of all great works of art or science is conditioned by the kindred, level-headed mind to which they would speak. Only he possesses the magical word from which the spirits enchanted in such works will stir and come into being. A man with an ordinary head will stand before them as before a locked magic cabinet or an instrument which he does not know how to play, and from which he extracts only disorderly sounds, however much he wants to deceive himself about it. The same great creation produces, according to the mind that perceives it, a difference of impressions, like a picture viewed in a dark corner or in sunlight. Therefore, for a work to really exist and live, a sensitive, receptive mind is necessary for every fine work, and a thinking mind for a profound one. It often happens that the person who presented such a work to the world will feel in his heart the same way as the pyrotechnician, who would burn with enthusiasm his long and carefully prepared fireworks and suddenly find out later that it went the wrong way, and that all his spectators were students of the Institute for the Blind. Still, this is even better for him than if his audience consisted entirely of sworn pyrotechnicians, because in that case, if only his work were extraordinary, he could risk his neck for it. The reason why we like anything is due to homogeneity, to affinity. Already for the sense of beauty, the most beautiful thing is undoubtedly the species to which one belongs, and within the limits of the latter, again, one's own race. In the same way, in society everyone unconditionally prefers his own kind. For a fool, the society of other fools is incomparably more pleasant than the society of all the great minds taken together. Therefore everyone should first and foremost like his own works, because they are only a mirror reflection of his own spirit and an echo of his thoughts. Then he will like the works of a homogeneous and related to him nature, i.e. a trivial, superficial, summarized head. A simple empty-headed man will show a really heartfelt approval only to something trivial, superficial, summarized and simple verbiage. To the creations of great minds, on the contrary, he will attach importance only for the sake of authority, that is, for the fear they inspire, although he does not like them in his soul at all. They do not speak to his soul. Even more, they are repugnant to him, of which he more than once confesses to himself. Only privileged heads can find real pleasure in the works of genius, but to recognize their importance at the very beginning, while they are still without authority, requires considerable mental superiority. Weighing all this, one must wonder not that they are so late, but rather that they ever achieve approval and fame at all. This is done only by a slow and complicated process when every bad head, compelled and as if restrained, gradually recognizes the advantage of the nearest, higher standing person, etc. upwards, by which the matter little by little comes to the fact that the simple weight of the votes overcomes their number, which is the essential condition of any real, i.e. deserved glory. But till that time the greatest genius, even if he has already partly declared his genius, will stand among people like a king among the crowd of his subjects, who do not know him personally and therefore do not pay him proper respect, seeing no higher state dignitaries around him, because no junior official has no right to accept orders of the king directly. He knows precisely only the signature of his immediate superior, as this latter knows his own, and so on upwards, where at the very top the cabinet secretary affixes the signature of the minister, and this latter the monarch's. The same hierarchical gradualism also determines the fame of genius among the crowd. For this reason its distribution is most easily delayed in the beginning, for there is most often a lack of the highest dignitaries, who cannot be numerous. On the contrary, the further down, the greater the number of persons the command spreads, and therefore it does not meet with any more delays. Regarding such a process we are left with the consolation that it should still be recognized as a blessing, if the vast majority of people judge not from their own means, but simply on the basis of someone else's authority. For what judgments would be obtained about Plato and Kant, about Homer, Shakespeare and Goethe, if everyone judged according to what he really finds in them and how much he enjoys them, rather than having his compulsory authority say what he should, however little this might coincide with his inner feelings? Without such a turn of events, it would be utterly impossible for true merit to be achieved in the sublime. Another happiness in doing so is that everyone still has as much of his own correct judgment as is necessary to recognize the superiority of the one directly above him and to submit to that authority. As a consequence, in the end, The majority submits to the authority of the minority, and that hierarchy of judgments and opinions, on which the possibility of lasting and widespread fame is based, is established. For the lower classes, finally, for whom the judgment of the merits of great minds is totally inaccessible, there are simply monuments which, through sensual impressions, excite in them a vague conception of their significance. But the spreading of the prominence of merit in exalted genera, no less than the lack of ability to right judgment, is counteracted by envy. Even in the lower spheres it is hostile to success from the first step and opposes it to the last. That is why it most of all spoils and poisons the course of the world. Ariosto is right in calling it. It constitutes the soul of the silent agreement that flourishes everywhere, and of the alliance of all mediocrity, established without negotiation against every single distinction of any kind. Such is the distinction no one wants to know in the sphere of his activity, below tolerating it in his environment. Si quelqu'un excel parmi nous, il excelleralers, 35, is the unanimous slogan of mediocrity everywhere. Consequently, to the rarity of the excellent in general, and to the difficulty of understanding and recognizing it, is added the concerted action of countless jealousies to wipe it out and, if possible, to stifle it altogether. Therefore, as soon as an outstanding talent appears in any profession, all the mediocrities of that profession try to hush up the matter and by all means deprive him of the chance and opportunity to become known and to declare himself before the world, as if he had plotted an attempt on their incapacity, banality, and mediocrity. Most of the time their hostile system is accompanied for a long time by a successful result, for the genius, who with childlike trustfulness presents his works to them in order to please them, is just the most alien to the tricks and intrigues of mean souls, who feel themselves completely at home among all kinds of lowliness. He does not understand them and does not suspect them, so it may easily happen that, stunned and amazed by the reception, he will begin to doubt his work, and through this he will delude himself and will abandon his undertakings, unless he discovers these scoundrels and their intrigues in time. Not to look for examples either too closely or in fabled antiquity, it is only worth looking at how the envy of German musicians, for a whole human century, persisted in acknowledging the virtues and merits of the great Rossini. I myself once witnessed how at one great musical feast, to the tune of his immortal Di Tanti Palpiti, 36, the dinner menu was sung. Powerless envy. The melody covered and swallowed up the vulgar words. And in spite of all envy, Rossini's wonderful melodies have spread all over the globe and delight every heart even now, as then, and will delight from secula seculorum, for ever and ever. Further, let us recall how German physicians, especially those engaged in reviewing, ruffled their hogies with anger when a man like Marshall Hall once allowed himself to remark that he had accomplished something and knew it. Envy is a sure sign of lack, hence, if it is addressed to merit, it is a lack of merit. The relation of envy to distinction is extremely well depicted in an extensive fable by my excellent Balthasar Gracian. It is placed in his Discreto, 37, under the title Ombre de Obstentation, 38. All the birds assembled and conspired against the peacock. We would only have to achieve, said the magpie, that he could no longer flaunt his cursed tail, then his beauty would quickly fade, for what no one sees, it is as if it did not exist, etc. In line with this, the virtue of modesty is also invented only to guard against envy. As for the fact that there will always be scoundrels who insist on modesty and so heartily rejoice in the modesty of a man of merit, I have dealt with this in my main work, c. Die Welt als will und Vorstellung. B2. Cap 37. S. 426. Lichtenberg, in his Vermischt Schriften, 39, has the following saying, La modestie devrait être la vertu de ceux, à qui les autres manquent, modesty must be the virtue of those who have no others. Goethe's well-known and much annoyed expression, Nur die Lumpen sind bescheiden, only the poor are modest, the goal, was used even earlier by Cervantes. In an admonition to poets enclosed in his Voyage to Parnassus it says, que te do pota, a quien sus versos hibieren dado a entender que lo es, ese estime y tenga en mucho, ateniendos a aquel refran, ruin si el que por ruin setn. Any poet to whom his poems have made it clear that he is indeed a poet should hold himself in high esteem and respect, guided by the proverb, the beggar is he who pretends to be a beggar. Shakespeare in many of his sonnets, where he actually could only talk about himself, with as much confidence as with simplicity directly proclaims his works as immortal. The publisher of his works, Collier, says this in his preface to the sonnets. In many of them there are remarkable signs of self-respect and confidence in the immortality of his poems, and our author's opinion on this point remains firm and unchanged. He never once hesitates to express this opinion, and perhaps there was no other writer, in ancient or modern times, who, in relation to his works of this kind, so often and so emphatically expressed a firm belief that the light would not let perish what he had written in this kind of poetry. The means often used by envy to humiliate the good is the dishonest and unconscionable praise of the bad, for as soon as the bad is given importance, the good is dead. As valid as this means is for a time, especially if it is practiced on a large scale, in the end, however, there comes a time of reckoning, and the temporary trust which the bad works have enjoyed is paid for by the established distrust of the vile praisers of such works, why they prefer to remain anonymous. Since the same danger, albeit from a farther distance, threatens both direct censors and blasphemers of the good, many are too clever to resort to this means. So the nearest consequence of the appearance of a brilliant distinction often consists only in the fact that all the fellow professionals, struck by it like birds by a peacock's tail, sink into a deep silence, and so unanimously, as if by agreement, all their tongues are taken away. This is the silentium livoris, malignant silence, of Seneca. This insidious and persistent silence, known under the technical term of neglect, can have lasting success when, as, for example, in the higher sciences, the nearest public and the judges of such distinction consist of only specialists, fellow professionals, and consequently the wider public, without going into the inquiry itself, enjoys the right to vote only mediately through these specialists. If, however, this silentium livoris is finally interrupted by praise, this, too, seldom happens without a hindsight on the part of those wielding justice here. Everyone can praise only on account of his own importance, everyone, asserting glory for another figure of his own or related specialty, in essence takes it away from himself. As a consequence, people are already in themselves and for themselves inclined not to praise and glorification, but to censure and denigration, because through this they indirectly praise themselves. If, however, they do resort to the former, other considerations and motives must prevail. As here the shameful way of nepotism or cronyism cannot be implied, the most valid consideration is that the nearest after own merits human dignity consists in impartial evaluation and acknowledgement of others' merits, according to the threefold hierarchy of heads established by Hesiod and Machiavelli, c. Vierfake Wurzel des Satzes vom Grand. Too awful, 50s. Whoever loses hope of realizing his claim to a place in the first rank, will gladly take the opportunity to take a place in the second rank. This is almost the only guarantee on the basis of which any merit can finally count on recognition. This also explains the circumstance that as soon as the high dignity of the work is recognized once and can be neither concealed nor rejected, then all of a sudden strive to honor and praise it in the counting to merit honor to themselves. This is why they hasten to grab for their share that which comes closest to the reward of their own merits, which is inaccessible to them, the truthful evaluation of the merits of others. And then the same thing happens among them as among a fleeing army, where, as at first when attacking, so now when fleeing, everyone tries to be ahead of the others. In addition, everyone now hastens to testify his approval to the recipient of the award of general recognition, because of the law of affinity and homogeneity, often unconscious of himself and of the above-mentioned, so that it seems that the way of thinking and outlook of the one being praised is related to his own, and so as to at least save the honor of his taste, since there is nothing else left for him. From what has been said, it is clear that although it is very difficult to attain fame, once attained it is easy to retain it for oneself, and that fame which is quickly acquired sooner temporarily goes out, justifying the dictum, quod cito fit, cito pent, what is quickly realized, quickly passes. For if a man of ordinary rank so easily recognizes the merits of a work and a competitor so readily recognizes its importance, it is clear that such works cannot particularly significantly exceed the productive abilities of both. Tantum quisque laudat, quantum esse posse sperit imitari, 40. In addition, for the sake of the mentioned law of homogeneity, the rapid onset of fame constitutes a suspicious sign. It is precisely the direct approval of the crowd. And what such approval means was very well understood by Phocion when, at the noisy approval of the people for his speech, he asked his nearby friends, "Have I inadvertently said anything vulgar?" On the contrary, fame, which is destined to be long-lived, matures very late, and the centuries of its existence must, for the most part, be bought at the expense of the approval of contemporaries. For to secure for itself such a lasting importance, the work must contain in itself a difficult-to-reach excellence, for the mere understanding of which requires heads, who meet not at any time, and even more so in such a sufficient number that they manage to make themselves listen, while eternally awake envy will do everything to only drown out their voices. On the contrary, moderate merits, reaching a quick recognition, expose their owner to the danger that he may outlive both them and himself, so that for fame in youth he will get oblivion and obscurity in old age, while with great merits, on the contrary, staying long in the gloom of obscurity, in old age you achieve a loud fame. But even if it came only after death, such a person should be counted among those of whom Jean-Paul said that their anointing at death is baptism. He can take comfort in the fact that saints are also recognized only after death. Thus, the truth expressed very well by Maulman in Herod is justified. Great is only that among the creatures of the world, what people like not immediately, but later, and of whom the crowd will create an idol. It didn't take long for him to stand over the altar. It is remarkable that this rule is directly and quite applicable to paintings. The greatest exemplary creations, as connoisseurs know, do not immediately grab one's attention or make a significant impression at first, but only afterwards on repeated observation, and each time more strongly. However, the possibility of timely and correct evaluation of these works depends first of all on their type and kind, namely on whether it is elevated or light, i.e. difficult or easy to understand and evaluate, and also on whether it is accessible to the majority or to a minority of the public. This latter condition depends, of course, almost entirely on the former, but partly also on whether the works in question are capable of repetition and reproduction as books and musical compositions. Owing to the combination and interlacing of both these conditions, all the professions which do not serve for direct benefit and about which only here is spoken concerning the possibility of the speedy recognition and evaluation of the merits of the distinctions they make, form approximately the following row, in which those professions are preceded which can earlier count on the speedy evaluation: rope dancers, horsemen, dancers, magicians, actors, singers, virtuosos, composers, poets, these. And the preceding because of the repetitiveness and diffusibility of their works: architects, painters, sculptors, philosophers. These latter stand incomparably farther than all others, for their works do not offer entertainment, but only instruction, and also require a certain knowledge and require from the reader a lot of effort. As a consequence of this, their audience is very limited and their fame is much more widespread in length than in breadth. In general, the possibility of duration of fame is approximately in inverse relation to speed of its approach, so that the given series is suitable in reverse order. Only then poets and composers, due to possibility of eternal preservation of printed works, will be just after philosophers, who, however, in this case have the first place because of rareness of differences in this profession, their high importance and possibility of almost perfect translation into all languages. Sometimes the fame of philosophers outlives even their very creations, as happened to Thales, Empedocles, Heraclitus, Democritus, Parmenides, Epicurus, and many others. On the other hand, works serving to satisfy worldly needs or directly sensual pleasures meet no difficulty for their proper appreciation, and an excellent pie-maker in no city would have to remain long in obscurity, much less appeal to posterity. To the rapidly advancing type of fame we should also include false, i.e., artificial fame of a work, created and set on its feet, in the right calculation on the inability of the crowd to judge correctly, by unjust praise from good friends, bribed critics, hints from above and entreaties from below. It is like a heavy body floating by means of inflated bubbles. They keep it on the surface for more or less a long time, depending on how well they are inflated and tightly tied, yet the air will finally escape from them and the body will go to the bottom. This is the inevitable fate of those works whose source of glory is not in them. Biased praise fades, the arrangement is dissolved. The connoisseur finds no justification for the glory, and it fades, and its place is taken by the greater humiliation. On the contrary, the truly great creatures, who have in themselves the source of their glory and are therefore able to stir up amazement again and again, are like bodies with a light weight, which, striving forward with the flow of time, are kept on its surface by their own means. In the entire history of literature of ancient and modern times there is no other example of such false glory, which fell to the share of Hegelian philosophy. Nowhere and never was a quite filthy, palpably complicated, nonsensical and even obviously meaningless, and in addition extremely repulsive and nauseating in execution, glorified and passed off with such outrageous impudence and with such persistent cadaverousness as the highest wisdom, and the most magnificent thing the world has ever seen, as this happened to this thoroughly and utterly worthless philosophy. Needless to say, it happened in full view of everyone and in broad daylight. But one cannot ignore the fact that it happened with complete success among the German public. This is the shame of it. This impudently lied fame for a quarter of a century passed for the real thing, and Bestia Triumphanti, 41, flourished and reigned among the German Republic of scholars so all-pervadingly, that even many opponents of this folly did not venture to regard its culprit as no other than a rare genius and a great mind, and that with the deepest reverence. But the consequences of all this will not fail to come to light, for at all times this period of literary history will be an indelible stain on the nation and the era, and will become a parable for future centuries, and for good reason. Of course, however, every age, as well as every individual, is free to praise the bad and despise the good, but nemesis will befall both the one and the other, and will not delay to break through the hour of shame. At that time, when the choir of corrupt collaborators, following a premeditated plan, were fanning and spreading the glory of the murderous philosopher and his vile nonsense, one would have understood, if they had been more circumspect in Germany, that the mode and manner of praise was not from the intention, but from the meaning. For they poured out in immeasurable abundance on all four sides of the world, pouring out of wide-open throats without restraint or reservation, without rest or measure, as long as there were enough words. And, not content with their own polyphonic hymn, these clackers, standing in rows and rows, fearfully stalked out every tiny speck of unbribed praise, carefully picked it up, and heaved it into the air. And if any famous person allowed to extort a word of approval from him by extortion, cunning, or courtesy, or was accidentally uttered by him, or even an opponent, out of fear or compassion, sweetened his censure by such word, then they rushed as a herd, picked it up and, triumphantly, showed it to all seeing. Only willfulness does this, and this is the way of praise for the coveted reward of mercenaries, bribed cluckers, and conspiring literary passers-by. On the contrary, sincere praise, which flows from the meaning of the work, is of an entirely different nature. It is preceded by that people wiggle in an effort to dodge, that only the good things are not to be bowed down. In Fuchterslebens' beautiful phrase, it appears very slowly and late, scattered, measured sparingly and weighed in ashlars, constantly still constrained by restrictions, and yet its recompense is decided on only with effort. For it is the reward of true merit, not concealed by the greatness of these latter, the antithetical, extorted from the stupid, affectation, stubborn and also envious mediocrity. She is, as Klopstock puts it, a laurel worthy of noble effort. She, says Goethe, is the fruit of the courage of that sooner or later the resistance of blunt light will break. Therefore it refers to that insolent praise of the conspirators as a hard-to-get, noble and sincere lover to a venal street harlot, whose thickly smeared whitewash and blush could then be recognized on the Hegelian glory, if, as said, in Germany had been any more savvy. Then it would not have been justified, to the shame of the nation, in such an egregious way that Schiller sang, "I have seen wreaths of holy glory. They were embarrassed on their vulgar heads." The Hegelian celebrity chosen here as an example of false fame represents, at any rate, a fact unparalleled, not even in Germany. Therefore I would advise all public book depositories to carefully preserve, as a mummy, all the documents relating to him, both the opera omnia, complete works, of the philosopher himself and his admirers, for edification, warning and amusement to posterity and as a monument to this century and this country. If you look at the past, and if you look in general at the praise of contemporaries of all times, you will find that she is in fact always a harlot, corrupted and defiled by the thousands of unworthy ones who have had their share of her. Who else could lust after such a harlot? Who would be proud of her favor? Who would not reject her? On the contrary, the glory of posterity is proud, chaste beauty, giving only worthy, the winner, a rare hero. At the same time it is possible to conclude from this, how should we put this business at two-legged human race, human century and even the whole centuries are required, until from hundreds millions people will be collected a handful of heads capable to distinguish good from bad, true from false, gold from copper, which also are called therefore court of posterity. In addition, this court must also be favorable to the fact that it silences the implacable envy of mediocrity, and the deliberate flattery of meanness, so that sound opinion finally gains the right to vote. And do we not see how at all times, because of these unfortunate qualities of the human race, great geniuses, whether in poetry, philosophy, or the arts, stand alone, like disconnected boggiters, alone enduring a dubious struggle against the onslaught of whole hordes? For the rudeness, stupidity, perversity, silliness, and animalism of the vast majority of the human race are forever fighting them in everything, forming those hostile hordes which finally defeat them. Whatever these isolated bogeymen produce is recognized with difficulty, assessed late and only by authority, and easily brushed aside again in the background. The false, banal, absurd that appears on the market speaks more clearly and understandably to the soul of this great majority, and so, for the most part, it retains its own field of battle. And let the critic stand before them and cry out, like Hamlet showing his unworthy mother two portraits, "Where are your eyes? Where are your eyes? Ah! They have no eyes." When I observe people enjoying the works of great masters, and notice the manner of their approval, I think of monkeys trained for so-called comedy, who, though they gesticulate quite tolerably in a human way, still betray the absence of the true inner meaning of these gestures and thus reveal their irrational nature. As a consequence of all this, the common expression that such and such is above his age is reduced to the fact that he is generally above the human race, which is why he can only be understood and recognized by those who themselves are already significantly elevated above the level of ordinary ability. But such people are too rare to be present in any significant number at any one time. Consequently, if in this respect fate does not favor such an outstanding person, then he will not be recognized by his age, i.e., will remain without importance until gradually, over time, enough voices of rare people who are able to understand and appreciate an outstanding work of the highest kind. This is what posterity calls, man stood above his age, instead of saying above mankind. Humanity, on the other hand, is always happy to lay its blame on a single century. Hence it follows that he who stood above his age would just as well have stood above every other age, unless, by a happy accident, some capable and truthful critics of his profession were born at the same time as him in some age, like what is said in a beautiful Indian myth of Vishnu when he was incarnated as a Bhagatar. At the same time Brahma also came down to earth to praise his exploits. In this sense we can say that the immortal work puts its age to the test, whether it is able to appreciate and recognize it. But most of the time this test ends no better than for the neighbors Philemon and Bavkida, who, not recognizing in them gods, showed them the door. Therefore the correct scale for estimating the intellectual value of a certain age is represented not by the great minds that appeared in it, since their abilities are a work of nature, and their development is conditioned by accidental circumstances, but by the reception which their works found among their contemporaries, namely whether they received a quick and lively, or a late and slow approval, or whether it was entirely left to posterity. This is particularly applicable when the works belong to a sublime genus. For the aforementioned possibility of a happy accident is all the less capable of being realized, the fewer individuals have access to the area in which the great mind has moved. In this circumstance lies the immeasurable advantage in which poets are placed by being accessible to almost everyone. If Walter Scott had been read and appreciated by only 100 persons, perhaps he too would have been preferred to some vulgar scribbler, and upon the clarification of the case he too would have had the honor of being above his age. But if in the 100 of those heads who judge and rank the work in the name of the age, to the incapacity are added envy, bad faith, and personal views, then such a work suffers the same fate as the defendant who calls for a court, all the members of which are bribed. In accordance with this, the history of literature shows that those who set themselves the goal of knowledge and truth remained unrecognized and neglected, while those who only for appearance hid behind these words aroused the surprise of contemporaries and still enjoyed other earthly benefits. The circle of action of the writer is first of all conditioned by the fact that he has achieved fame, that he is read. But this fame hundreds of unworthy people achieve quickly by chance, by tricks and kinship of nature, while one worthy one acquires it slowly and late. The first has friends because the bastard is always in the crowd and closely adheres to each other, while the second has only enemies because intellectual superiority everywhere and in all conditions is the most hateful thing in the world, especially for talentless toilers in the same field, who themselves would like to mean something. If philosophy professors think that I am alluding here to them and to their 30 years of practiced tactics against my writings, they will not be mistaken. If things are put together in this way, the main condition for producing something great that will outlast its generation and its age is not to pay any attention to its contemporaries, nor to their opinions and views and the praise and censure arising from these latter. This condition, however, appears every time of its own accord, as soon as all the others have flocked together, and it is a blessing. If someone, having made a great creation, would take into account the common opinion or the judgment of his fellow workers, they would at every step lead him astray from the true road. Therefore, whoever wants to appear before posterity must avoid the influences of his time, but in return, of course, he must renounce the influence on his own time and be ready to buy the glory of the ages at the price of the praise of his contemporaries. When some new, paradoxical, and therefore contradictory basic truth appears in the world, it is constantly and persistently opposed everywhere, and is even rejected when it is already hesitant and almost certain. In the meantime it continues to act in silence and, like acid, eats everything around it until the foundations are shaken. Then there is a crackling sound, the old delusion collapses, and suddenly, like a bare monument, a new building of thought is erected amid general acceptance and amazement. Of course, all this is usually done very slowly. For the one who is worth listening to is usually only noticed by people when he is no longer there, so that the cry of "Here, here!" 42 is heard after the speaker has left the rostrum. On the contrary, works of ordinary character have a better share. They appear in connection with the course and the general educational structure of their age, and therefore are closely connected with the spirit of the time, i.e., just with the prevailing attitudes in it, and are adjusted to the needs of the moment. Therefore, if only they have some merit, they are recognized very quickly and, as capturing the era of the education of their contemporaries, will quickly find participation. They are given their due justice, and often even more than justice, and yet they give little material for envy, for, as it is said, tantum quisque laudat, quantum esse posse sperit imitari, 43. But those extraordinary creations, which are destined to belong to the whole of humanity and live for centuries, are far ahead of their time, and therefore alien to his spirit and educational era. They do not belong to him, they do not capture his frame of mind, and therefore are of no interest to those embraced by that frame. They belong to another, higher level of education and belong to another, lying ahead of time. This is why they are not yet given any justice, they are not known what to do with them, they are left alone to continue their turtle-like movement. After all, the worm does not see the bird in the sky. The number of books written in any language relates to the number of those which will actually form part of its permanent literature, roughly as 100,000 to 1. And what fate is to be suffered by these latter until they, passing these 100,000, reach the place of honor belonging to them? They are all the works of extraordinary and resolutely outstanding heads, and therefore peculiarly different from the others, that sooner or later they will be discovered. One should not think that this order and course of things will ever improve. The unfortunate characteristics of the human race, although they take a slightly modified form in each generation, remain essentially the same at all times. Excellent minds rarely make their way in life, because they will be fully and truly understood only by their kindred minds. As on the way to immortality of the multitude of millions only one can walk, he will by necessity be completely alone, and his journey to posterity he will have to make through a terrible desert country, similar to the Libyan desert, about the impressions of which, as is known, no one can form an idea, except those who have seen it. Nevertheless, I recommend, first of all, not to take heavy luggage on the road, or many things will have to be thrown away on the way. Always remember the saying of Balthasar Gracian, lo bueno, si breve, dos veces bueno, which is generally and especially recommended to Germans. Great minds are in the same relation to the brief span of their lives as grandiose buildings are to the small square on which they are placed. They are not drawn in all their grandeur if they stand too close before them, the same is true of the former. But when they are separated by centuries, they are recognized and longed for. Even own lifetime of the short-lived Son of Time who created immortal work is in great disproportionate relation to this last, as well as the mortal mother, for instance Semele, to the immortal God born by her. Meanwhile, for a famous person, all the difference between his fame with his contemporaries and his posterity is reduced to the fact that in the first case he is separated from his admirers by space, and in the second, by time. For in fact he does not have them before his eyes even in the case of his contemporaries' fame. Reverence does not tolerate proximity and is kept almost always at a distance, because it melts from the personal presence of the revered as butter from the sun. Therefore 9/10 of people surrounding a person who has already achieved fame among his contemporaries will measure him by the standard of his rank, title, and condition, and only 1/10 of them will have a deaf awareness of his superiority as an echo of rumor reaching from afar. This incompatibility of reverence with personal acquaintance and fame with being alive was already noticed by Petrarch in one of his Latin letters. He says in it, among other things, that all the scholars of his time had the rule not to recognize and to look down on any work of an author whom they had seen at least once. If, therefore, highly famous people are condemned to receive recognition and veneration always from a certain distance, does it matter whether this distance is temporary or spatial? Of course, in this latter case news about it sometimes reaches them, which can never be in the first case. But, however, a man who has rendered true and great merit and distinction can always confidently anticipate his glory with posterity, and be glorified by it. Yes, whoever gives birth to a truly great idea is already, at the moment of its conception, imbued with a connection with succeeding generations. He feels thereby the extension of his existence into the ages, and thus lives both for posterity and with posterity. If, on the other hand, struck by wonder at the great man whose works we have just dealt with, we long for his presence, wish to see him, talk to him, and have him among us, this longing too does not remain unrequited, for he, too, longed and sought with his soul for a grateful posterity that would give him honor, gratitude, and love, which was denied him by his envious contemporaries. If intellectual works of a higher kind are mostly recognized only before the judgment of posterity, the fate of some well-known, brilliant errors, which, coming from talented people, appear in the full armament of apparently so solid arguments and are defended with such a reduction and knowledge that they acquire fame and importance among contemporaries and enjoy them at least as long as their culprits are alive, is quite the opposite fate. Such are some false theories, erroneous verdicts and refutations, and works of poetry and art in a false taste or pretentious manner, adapted to the prejudice of the time. The importance and honor of all such works are based on the fact that there are not yet people available who are able to refute them, or to point out their false side. This is largely the task of the next generation, at which point their greatness ends. Only in some individual cases it lasts longer, as, for example, it happened, and still continues to happen, with Newton's theory of colors. Other examples of this kind are Ptolemy's system, Stahl's chemical theory, F.A. Wolff's denial of Homer's personality and identity, and perhaps also Niebuhr's critique of the history of the Roman kings, etc. Thus the tribunal of posterity, in both favorable and unfavorable cases, is an irreducible court of cassation on the verdicts of modernity. This is why it is so difficult and rare to satisfy evenly both modernity and posterity. In general, one should always bear in mind the inevitable effect of time on the correction of knowledge and judgments, and not be disturbed, if in art, science, or in practical life strong delusions appear and spread, or if transformed undertakings and aspirations gain importance in the basis and people give their approval to all this. In doing so, one should not become excited or discouraged, but remember that they will fall behind and need only time and experience to recognize by their own means what the keen eye sees at first sight. If the truth speaks for itself from the state of the case and the state of things, there is nothing to rush to its aid with the words, "Time will help it with 1,000 tongues." Of course, the duration of this time will be measured by the inaccessibility of the subject, the seeming plausibility of the lie, but even this time will pass in its turn, and in many cases it would be a fruitless effort to try to preempt it. In the worst case, falsehood spreads in theory as well as in practice, both deception and deceit, having become bold as a result of success, goes so far that exposure almost inevitably comes. Thus, in the field of theory, due to the blind trust of fools, the absurdity grows higher and higher, until finally it takes on such dimensions that the most short-sighted eye recognizes it. In such cases one should say, the sillier, the better, and take comfort in similar cases in the past, which also had their time and place and were then completely eliminated. But the best thing is to stay behind one's own time whenever one notices that it itself is in the grip of regression. For there are two ways of standing not au niveau de son temps, not in line with one's own time above or below. About scholarship and scientists. Observing the many and varied institutions for teaching and learning and such a tremendous influx of students and teachers, one would think that the human race would be greatly concerned with truth and reason. But here, too, appearances deceive. Some teach to make money and seek not wisdom, but its credit and what appears to be wisdom, and others study not to attain knowledge and reason, but to be able to chatter and produce respect. Every 30 years a new generation comes into the world, which, not knowing anything, wants to absorb in its entirety, and as swiftly as possible, the results of thousands of years of accumulated human knowledge and to be then more intelligent than any that have gone before. To this end, it strives to the universities, grasping for books, and certainly for new ones, as for their contemporaries and peers. Only if it were shorter and newer. I do not take into account the teachings of the bred here. Students of every kind and age, and those who have studied and learned, usually have only information in mind, not understanding. They think it their honor to have information about everything, about all kinds of stones, or plants, or battles, or experiments, and in general and especially about all books. It does not occur to them that intelligence is only a means to comprehend, but is of little or no value in itself. On the contrary, such a view characterizes only the philosophical head. Before the imposing scholarship of such multitudinous men I sometimes think, oh, how little they must have thought to be able to read so much. When I think even of Pliny the Elder, of whom it is said that he constantly read or made himself read at dinner, on the road, and in the baths, I wonder whether this man was so deficient in his own thoughts that he had to pour in others without interruption, as one suffering from exhaustion would pour in consommé, 44, to sustain life. And indeed, of his original thinking I am unable to get a high idea, neither of his unintelligible credulity, nor of his unspeakably disgusting, difficult to understand syllable, the syllable of a notebook. As long and constant reading is detrimental to one's own thinking, so much writing and constant teaching wean a man from clarity and eo ipso, 45, from thoroughness of knowledge and understanding, for the former leaves him no time for the latter. Then he has to fill in the gaps in the clarity of his understanding with words and phrases when expounding. This is what makes most books so boring, not the dryness of the subject at all. If it is said that a good cook can make an old soul taste good, a good writer can certainly make the driest subject entertaining. For the vast majority of scientists, their science is a means, not an end. Therefore they will never produce anything great in it. It requires that science for the one who does it is the goal, and everything else, even existence itself, is only a means. Anything that is not done for the sake of the object itself is only half done, and the true superiority among all kinds of works can only reach that which has been accomplished for its own sake, and not as a means to further ends. In the same way, new and great insights and discoveries will come only to those who have had as the immediate goal of their studies their own knowledge, not caring about someone else's. Scientists, as they usually are, study in order to be able to teach others and to write. Therefore their head is like a stomach and intestines, which throw out food without digesting. That is why their teaching and writing are of little use. It is possible to feed others not with digested offal, but only with the milk that comes out of one's own blood. The wig is a perfectly matched symbol of a scholar in this case. It adorns the head with an abundant mass of other people's hair for want of his own, just as learning consists in furnishing the head with a huge number of other people's thoughts, which, of course, can neither sit so well and naturally in it, nor be applied to all occasions and purposes, nor be so deeply rooted, nor be replaced, in case of need, from the same source by new thoughts, as it happens with our own thoughts, grown on our own soil. Why Sterne, in his Tristram Shandy, was not ashamed to assert that 1 ounce of one's own mind is worth as much as 2,000 pounds of another's. Indeed, the most perfect scholarship relates to genius as a herbarium to the ever-reviving, ever-fresh, ever-young, ever-changing world of plants, and there is no more striking contrast in the world than between the scholarship of the commentator and the childlike naivety of the ancients. Amateurs, dilettantes. This is the derogatory name given to those who devote themselves to any science or art out of pleasure or love for it. Illinois Loro Delito, 46, those who do the same for profit. They derive pleasure only from the money that is earned by these pursuits. This humiliation is based on their vile conviction that no one can seriously undertake any work unless compelled to do so by need, hunger, or some other lust. The public is imbued with the same spirit and opinion, hence its constant respect for professional men, specialists, and its distrust of dilettantes. In reality, on the contrary, it is only for dilettantes that the work itself serves as a goal, and for specialists as such a mere means. But to give oneself to the subject with full seriousness can only be those who are engaged con amore, 47. For the sake of the subject itself, out of love for it. Only such people have always produced the greatest things, not mercenaries. This is how Goethe fell into the amateur's hands in color theory. A few words about this. It is permissible to be foolish and nasty, ineptire est juris gentium, 48, on the contrary. To speak of foolishness and nastiness is a crime, an outrageous violation of good manners, and all decency is a wise rule. However, I must leave it off this time in order to speak to the Germans in German, for I must declare that the fate of Goethe's theory of flowers is a flagrant proof of either bad faith or the utter lack of critical faculty in the German scientific world, or perhaps both of these noble qualities have been impressed upon each other in the process. The mass of the educated public seeks prosperity and amusement, which is why they cast aside everything that is not novel, poetry or comedy, in order, by way of exception, to read some day for the sake of instruction. It first waits for the certification and signature of those who better understand what is truly instructive, and best of all, she believes, can be judged by experts. It precisely mixes those who live the subject with those who live for their subject, although it is rare that they are the same people. Even Diderot noted that those who teach science are not always those who understand it and are seriously engaged in it, because they have no time left for teaching. Those first ones only live off science, for them it is no more than a good cow supplying them with oil. If the greatest genius of a nation has devoted his life to the study of a subject, as Goethe did to the theory of colors, and his teaching does not go, it is the duty of the governments that maintain academies to commission them to investigate the matter through a special commission, as they do in France and with less important questions. Why, then, are these pompous academies in which so many fools sit and boast? Important new truths rarely come from the academies, therefore they should at least be able to evaluate important works and speak of them ex officio, 49. The German scholar is too poor to afford to be conscientious and honest. To wriggle, to wiggle, to adapt, to deny his convictions, to teach the wrong thing and write the wrong thing, to grovel, to flatter, to form parties and buddy circles, to take into consideration ministers, the powers that be, associates, students, booksellers, reviewers, in short, to pay attention to everything before the truth and the merits of others. This is his custom and method. Through this he turns more and more into a cautious and cogent prankster. As a consequence of this, in German literature in general and in philosophy in particular, bad faith has gained such predominance that, one hopes, it will soon reach the point where it, being already incapable of deceiving anyone, will become ineffective. However, everything is the same in the scholarly republic as in other republics. They love the simple, unintelligent person who quietly goes his own way and does not try to be smarter than others. Against the eccentric, outstanding heads, as against those threatening danger, they join together and have on their side the majority, and what a majority! Comparing in general, in the Republic of Scientists everything goes like in the Mexican Republic, where everyone tries only for personal benefits, achieving only for himself a position and power and not caring at all about the whole, which perishes through it. Likewise, in a republic of scholars, everyone tries to advance his own importance in order to make a position for himself. One thing they all agree on is to prevent the really outstanding person from advancing if he is equally dangerous to everyone. It is easy to see how this affects the course of science itself. There is a well-known antagonism between professors and independent scientists, which can be explained by the antagonism between dogs and wolves. Professors, by their position, have great advantages to gain fame with their contemporaries. On the contrary, independent scientists have more advantages in their position to gain fame with posterity, for this, in addition to other very rare conditions, requires a certain amount of leisure and independence. Since it usually takes a long time for the public to figure out which of them to distinguish with attention, they and others can act along with each other. Generally speaking, the professor's stable food is most suitable for burping cud. On the contrary, those who get their prey from nature's hands feel better in the open air. The greatest part of human knowledge in general and of every kind exists only on paper, in this paper memory of mankind. Only a tiny part of it really lives on in some heads at any given period of time. This depends especially on the brevity and unreliability of life, as well as on people's sluggishness and passion for pleasures. Each fast-moving generation takes from human knowledge only what it needs. Most scientists are very superficial. This generation soon dies out. It is followed by a hopeful but ignorant new generation, which has to learn again from the beginning. This generation, too, takes as much knowledge as it can handle and as much as it will need on its short journey, and in turn also disappears. How bad, therefore, would it be for human knowledge if writing and printing did not exist? Libraries are therefore the faithful and indelible memory of the human race, whose individual members possess it to an imperfect and limited degree. That is why most scholars are as reluctant to allow their knowledge to be tested as merchants are to test their trade books. Human knowledge is immeasurable in all directions, and of that which is worthy of knowledge no one alone can know even 1,000th part. In accordance with this, the sciences have reached such a wide scope that he who would like to do something in them must deal only with a very special branch, not caring about all the others. Then he will stand above the profane in his specialty, but in all other respects he will be just as profane. If to it will join more and more often occurring neglect of ancient languages, which study does not make sense half, through what the humanitarian education disappears, then we will soon see scientists who beyond the specialty will be the purest donkeys. In general, such exclusively special scientist is likened to the factory worker who all his life is engaged only in preparation of one certain screw, hook or handle for a certain tool or machine, in what, of course, he achieves incredible virtuosity. A specialist in the same way can be compared to a man who lives in his own house and never goes out. In his own house, he knows everything, every corner, every beam, every step, just as Victor Hugo's Quasimodo knew Notre Dame Cathedral, but outside his home, everything is alien. everything is unknown to him. On the contrary, a true humanistic education requires a multifaceted view, hence, for a scholar, in the highest sense of the word, some comprehensive knowledge is in any case necessary. Whoever wants to become a philosopher must combine in his head the most distant and opposite ends of human knowledge, for where else will they meet? The primary minds will never become specialists. As such, the whole of existence is put to them as a problem, and each of them gives about it to mankind, in one form or another, in one way or another, new conclusions and conclusions. For the name of genius can only be earned by one who takes as the object of his research the whole and the great, the essence and the generality of things, and not by one who works all his life to clarify some particular relation of things to each other. The elimination of Latin as the common international language of scholars and the petty citizenship of national literatures, which then established, is the true misfortune of European science. Only by means of the Latin language could there be a common European scholarly public, to the aggregate of which every newly appearing work was addressed. Besides, the number of really thinking and capable of right judgment in all Europe is already so insignificant that their beneficent influence is infinitely weakened by the fact that their common forum is further fragmented and dissociated by the boundaries of language. And the translations fabricated by literary artisans at the publisher's choice represent a poor surrogate for the universal scholarly language. That's why the philosophy of Kant, after its brief outburst, got bogged down in the mire of the helpless German criticism, while in the same mire that was presented as knowledge by Fichte, Schelling, and even Hegel lived vividly. That is why the Goethean theory of flowers did not find a fair assessment. That is also why I have gone unnoticed. That is why so capable and sensible English nation is still humiliated by the most shameful hypocrisy and guardianship of the clergy. That is why the glorious French physics and zoology are deprived of the support and sound control of a proper and dignified metaphysics about independent thinking. Just as a vast, but not put in order library cannot bring as much benefit as even a very moderate, but quite arranged book repository, so precisely the greatest mass of knowledge, if it is not processed by own thinking, has much less value than a much smaller amount of information, but deeply, comprehensively thought over. For only by comprehensively combining what you know, by comparing all the truths among themselves and each of them separately, do you assimilate your own knowledge and receive it in all its power. You can only think about what you know, that is why you have to learn something, but you also know only what you have thought about. But it is possible to force oneself to read and study, but not to think. It, like a flame with air, must be inflated and supported by some interest in the subject, which interest can be either purely objective or simply subjective. The latter exists only in our personal affairs and circumstances, but the former is only for naturally thinking heads, for whom thinking is as natural as breathing, but who are extremely rare. The difference between the action on the mind of independent thinking, self-thinking, and reading is incredibly great, so the initial distinction of heads, looking at whether they are directed to one or the other, is even greater. Reading imposes on the mind such thoughts which, according to the mood and direction of the moment, are as alien and unrelated to it as a seal to a sealing wax, on which it leaves its imprint. In this case, the mind experiences a complete compulsion from outside to think about this or that, to which it just has neither inclination nor motivation. On the contrary, when thinking by itself, the mind follows its own prompting, which at a given moment is determined either by the external environment or any memory. The visible environment does not inspire him with any one definite thought, as reading. It gives him only material and a reason for thinking according to his nature and minute moods. Constant reading deprives the mind of any resiliency, as constantly pressing weight takes it away from the spring, and the surest remedy not to have their own thoughts is in every free minute immediately grab for a book. Such a custom is the reason why scholarship makes most people even more senseless and simple-minded than they are by nature, and takes all success away from their authorship. They exist, as Pope said, to be forever read and never to be read. Scientists are those who have read books, but thinkers, geniuses, educators of the world, and engines of humanity are those who have read directly into the book of the universe. In fact, only one's own basic thoughts have truth and life, because they are the only ones one understands completely and properly. Other people's thoughts are the remnants of other people's meals, the discarded clothes of other people's guests. Alien, subtracted thought refers to independent, pop-up thoughts from within, like the imprint on the stone of a plant of the primitive world to a blooming spring plant. Reading is a simple surrogate for one's own thinking. When you read, you allow an outsider to guide your thoughts. Moreover, many books are good only to show how many false ways there are and how bad it would be to let them lead you. But he who is guided by genius, that is, who thinks independently, thinks voluntarily and correctly, he has a compass in his hand to get to the real road. Therefore, one should read only when the source of one's own thoughts dries up, which often happens to the best head. On the contrary, it is an unforgivable sin to turn away one's own original and powerful thoughts. It would be like one who flees from the bosom of free nature to view a herbarium or to admire beautiful landscapes in an engraving. If it sometimes happens that, slowly and with great difficulty, through your own thinking and consideration, you come to a truth and a conclusion that could have been conveniently found ready in a book, yet this truth will be 100 times more valuable if you reach it through your own thinking. For it then, as an integrating part, as a living member enters into the whole system of our thinking, enters into a perfect and firm connection with it, is understood with all its causes and consequences, takes the color, shade and imprint of our whole way of thinking, comes in time when it was needed, is firmly assimilated and cannot disappear again. In this very case the following Goethe's couplet applies and receives its explanation. What you have inherited from your grandfathers. Learn for yourself to own your legacy. An original thinker only afterwards gets acquainted with the writers authoritative for his opinions, who then serve him to confirm his thoughts and for his own strengthening, whereas a book philosopher proceeds from them, arranging for himself a whole out of read opinions of others, which resembles an automaton made of alien material. The outlook of the former, in contrast, resembles a live-born man. For it is a born and born fruit, conceived as a result of the influence of the external world on the thinking spirit. Learned truth is held in us like an artificial penis, like a false tooth, like a wax nose or, at most, like a rhinoplastic nose from someone else's body. The truth acquired by our own thinking is like a natural penis, in fact, only it really belongs to us. This is the difference between the thinker and the simple scientist. That is why the spiritual acquisition of an original thinker stands before us as a living picture, with the right arrangement of shadows and light, consistent tone and perfect harmony of colors. On the contrary, the mental acquisition of an ordinary scientist is like a large palette filled with various colors, which, although systematically arranged, are without harmony, connection, and meaning. To read is to think with another's head instead of one's own. But nothing can be more harmful for independent thinking which tries to develop into something whole, into some system, even if it is not strictly completed, than too strong inflow of other people's thoughts by means of reading, because they belong separately to different minds and different system, wearing a different coloring, never themselves will merge into one whole and will not give unity of thought, knowledge of outlook and conviction, but, rather, they form in the head a slight Babylonian pandemonium, and deprive the mind, overfilled by them, of any clear view and in this way almost upset it. Such a condition is noticed in many scientists and makes them, as regards common sense, correct judgment and practical tact, inferior to many non-scientists who assimilate their insignificant knowledge, which they acquire by experience, conversation, and a little reading, to themselves by means of their own thinking. Just the same, but on a larger scale, does the scientifically educated thinker. Though he requires much knowledge and must therefore read a great deal, yet his mind is powerful enough to assimilate, integrate it all into the system of his own thought, and thus subject it to the integral unity of his constantly expanding, majestic gaze, with his own thinking constantly dominating everything, like the basic bass of an organ, and never being drowned out by extraneous tones, as is the case with merely versatilely knowledgeable heads, in which snippets of all tones are interwoven and one cannot find the main tone. People who have spent their lives reading and gleaning their wisdom from books are like those who have acquired an accurate knowledge of a country from the descriptions of many travelers. They can give details about many things, but in essence they have no coherent, distinct, thorough knowledge of the properties of the country. On the contrary, people who have spent their lives thinking are like those who have been in the country. They alone understand what the country is all about, know the state of things there in a general connection, and truly feel at home. The original thinker is in the same relation to the ordinary book philosopher as the eyewitness is to the historical researcher. He speaks on the basis of his own direct knowledge of the case. For this reason, all original thinkers basically agree with each other, and all their difference results only from the point of view, and where this does not change the case, they all say the same thing. For they are only stating what they have objectively internalized. It often happened that those statements which I dared to express to the public, for the sake of their paradoxical nature, I later found, to my joyful astonishment, already expressed in the old works of great men. The book philosopher, on the contrary, narrates what one said, and what another thought, and what a third thought again, etc. He compares it, weighs it, criticizes it, and tries in this way to get on the trail of truth, and he is quite like the historical critic. A clear example in confirmation of what has been said here can be given to the amateur of curiosities Herbart's Analytical Illumination of Morals and Natural Law, and his Letters on Freedom. One must simply marvel at the difficulty a man is putting himself through, whereas it would seem that it would only be worth using a little self-consciousness to see the matter with his own eyes. But this is precisely where there is a little delay. Self-thought does not always depend on our will. At any time you can sit and read, but not sit and think. It is exactly the same with thoughts as with people. They cannot be summoned at any time, at will, but must be waited upon to come of their own accord. Thinking about any subject should be established by itself as a result of the happy, harmonious coincidence of the external occasion with the internal mood and tension, but this is just the same for such people and is not given. This can be checked even on thoughts concerning our personal interest. If we have to make a decision in any matter, we are far from being able to start thinking over the grounds and then make up our minds at any time, for it often happens that just at this point our reflection does not want to stop, but deviates to other subjects, and sometimes it is our aversion to this kind of things that is to blame. In such cases we must not force ourselves, but wait till the proper mood comes by itself. It will come unexpectedly and repeatedly, and every time the mood appears differently and at different times, it casts a different light on the matter. This slow process is called the ripening of the decision. The lesson must be divided into parts, as a result of which everything previously overlooked is taken into consideration again. The aversion to the subject disappears, and the situation, being examined more thoroughly, in most cases appears much more bearable. Similarly, in the field of theory it is necessary to wait for an auspicious moment, and even the greatest mind is not at all times capable of self-reflection. That is why he prudently uses the rest of the time for reading, which, as it is said, is a surrogate of his own thinking, and gives the mind the material, and another person thinks for us, though always in a peculiar way, different from our own. For this reason we should not read too much, so that our mind does not get used to the surrogate and thus wean it from its own thinking, i.e. so that it does not get used to the beaten track and so that the course of someone else's order of thought does not alienate it from its own. Least of all for the sake of reading should be completely removed from contemplation of the real world, because this latter incomparably more often than reading gives reason and mood to his own thinking. For the contemplated, real in its primordiality and power is a natural object for the thinking spirit and is most easily able to excite it deeply. After these considerations, it will not seem surprising to us that the original thinker and the book philosopher can be recognized already by their presentation, the former by the imprint of the seriousness, immediacy, and originality of all his thoughts and expressions, the latter by the fact that in him everything is second-hand, everything is borrowed notions, everything is stolen junk, everything is pale and weak, like a print from an imprint, and his syllable, consisting of trite banal phrases and walking fancy words, is like a small state in which all circulates one foreign coin, for it mints no coins of its own. Simple experience is as little a substitute for thinking as reading. Pure empiricism relates to thinking as taking food to digesting and assimilating it. If, however, it boasts that it alone, through its discoveries, has contributed to the progress of human knowledge, it is as if the mouth were boasting that the body owes its existence solely to it. The works of all truly gifted heads are distinguished from the others by the character of determination and certainty and the distinctness and clarity that result from it, for such heads are always definitely and clearly aware of what they want to express, whether it be prose, poetry, or sounds. This determination and clarity is lacking in others, and they are immediately recognized by this deficiency. The characteristic feature of the primary minds is the immediacy of all their judgments and verdicts. Everything they produce is the result of their own thinking, which is everywhere revealed as such already in the presentation itself. Consequently, they, like monarchs, have a supreme immediacy in the realm of minds. All others are mediatized, as is already evident from their syllable, which has no own, independent coinage. Every truly original thinker is like a monarch in that he is direct and recognizes no one above him. His verdicts and judgments, like those of a monarch, derive from his own sovereignty and come directly from himself. He accepts no authority and recognizes only what he himself has approved. Ordinary heads, on the contrary, submitting to all available opinions, authorities, and prejudices, are like a people who silently obey the law and orders. People who try so assiduously and hastily to resolve controversial issues by reference to authorities are, in fact, very happy when they, instead of their own reason and view, which they do not have, can put someone else's in the field. Their name is legion. For, as Seneca says, unus quisque movult credere, quam judicare, 50. Therefore the common weapon in disputes is authority, they pounce with it on each other, and he is deeply mistaken who, having got into polemics with them, would like to resort to grounds and proofs, for against this weapon they are horned Siegfried, immersed in waves of inability to judge and think, they will still as argumentum ad verecundium, as a suggestive proof, show you their authority and then proclaim their victory. About physiognomy. That the outward appearance represents and reflects the inner content, and that the face expresses and reveals the inner essence of the person, is an assumption whose a priori, and at the same time its reliability is found on every occasion in the general longing to see the person who has distinguished himself by something bad or good, or by a remarkable work, and if there is no occasion to see, then at least to learn from others what he is like in appearance and outward appearance. This leads, on the one hand, to a gathering of the public at the points where such a person is expected to arrive, and, on the other hand, to the desire of newspapers, especially English newspapers, to give the public a quick and accurate description of his appearance until the artist and engraver show it to us with his own eyes. This is why Daguerre's invention is so highly valued, as it satisfies this need in the most perfect way. Similarly, in everyday life, we subject to physiognomic observation every person we come across, trying silently by his facial features to foresee his moral and mental essence. On the basis of all this, the matter is not quite so, as some fools suppose, imagining that appearance of man has no importance, because the soul is in itself, and the body in itself, and has the same relation to the first as the dress which he wears to it. Rather, the human face is a hieroglyph, which not only permits decoding, but for which there is a ready alphabet in ourselves. A person's face says even more and more interesting things than his mouth, for it represents a compendium of all that he will ever say, being a monogram of all the thoughts and aspirations of that person. The mouth expresses, again, only the thought of man, the face expresses the thought of nature. Therefore, everyone deserves to be scrutinized, but not everyone is worth talking to. If as an individual thought of nature every individual is worthy of attention and observation, beauty deserves the same. Because it is the higher and more generalized thought of nature, it represents the idea of the breed, of the species. This is why it so powerfully captures our gaze and attention. It is the main and primary thought of nature, while the individual is only a side thought, an appendage. Everyone silently proceeds from the position that everyone is what he is by appearance and outward appearance. And this position is also true, but the difficulty lies in discernment, the ability to which is partly innate, partly acquired by experience, but no one fully owns it. Even the most experienced can still fall into error, and, however, the face does not lie, whatever Figaro may say, although we often read not what is written on it. In any case, facial interpretation is a great and difficult art. Its principles are not learned in abstracto. The first condition for this is to view the person being observed with a purely objective eye, which is not easy. As soon as the slightest trace of antipathy, or sympathy, or fear, or hope, or an impression of ourselves is mixed in short, as soon as anything subjective, personal, is mixed in, the hieroglyph becomes confused and twisted. Just as the sounds of a language can only be heard clearly by someone who does not understand them, because otherwise the signified immediately displaces the sound from consciousness, so also the face of a person is seen only by someone who is still completely alien to him, i.e., who has not yet got acquainted with his face during several meetings or conversations with him. Therefore, a purely objective impression of a person, and at the same time the possibility of decoding him, strictly speaking, is obtained only at the first glance at him. Just as a smell makes an impression on us only at its appearance, and the taste of wine is perceived only after the first glass, in the same way, faces make their first impression only at the first meeting. Therefore, we should devote the most careful attention to it, we should note the first impression to ourselves, and for people of personal importance to us, even write it down, if we are willing to trust our physiognomic sense and judgment. Further acquaintance, treatment will extinguish this impression, but circumstances will confirm it some time later. Meanwhile, we do not want to hide from ourselves the fact that this first sight is most of the time extremely unpleasant, so little of it is good and wealthy in the majority. With the exception of handsome, good-natured and intelligent faces, i.e. extremely few and rare ones, I believe that for sensitive persons every new face must arouse a feeling akin to fear, presenting the unpleasant in new and unexpected combinations. And indeed, it is almost always a pitiful, unfortunate sight. Even such people are found on the face of which such a naive banality and baseness of the way of thinking, and such an animal limitation of judgment is imprinted, that one is simply surprised how they risk to go out with such a face and do not put on a mask. There are even faces, the mere sight of which makes you feel defiled. Therefore, one should not condemn those to whom a privileged position allows them to live in such an environment and privacy. in which they are quite free from the painful feeling of seeing new faces. In the metaphysical explanation of this circumstance, it must be taken into account that the individuality of each person is precisely that negative from which he, through his own existence, must be eliminated and corrected. If the psychological explanation is sufficient, then one must ask what kind of faces can be expected in those who in their long lives have seldom had anything other than petty, low, wretched thoughts and vulgar, selfish, envious, vile and malicious desires within them. Each of these thoughts and desires for the time of his presence imposed on the face its expression, all these traces, as a result of many repetitions, deeply imprinted over time and, as they say, retrace their path on the face. That is why most people are such in their appearance that one is horrified at the first sight of them. And only little by little one gets used to their face, i.e. one becomes so dulled by the impression they make that it no longer has any effect. The same slow process of formation of a permanent expression of the face by means of countless fleeting characteristic tensions of the face is also the reason why intelligent, sensible faces become such only gradually and even only in old age acquire their highest expression, while in the portraits from their youth only the first traces of it are outlined. On the contrary, what we have just said about the first fear agrees with the above observation that a face makes its real and complete impression only for the first time. In order to perceive this impression completely objectively and genuinely, impeccably, we must not be in any relationship with the person, and if possible, we must not talk to him. Any conversation already in some way brings us closer together and establishes a certain mutual subjective attitude, from which the objectivity of perception immediately suffers. Since, besides, everyone tries to arouse respect or sympathy, the person being observed will at once put into action all the tricks of pretense, which he already mastered, will start to flatter us with his mien, and so bribe us that we will soon stop to see what the first sight openly showed us. That is why it is said that most people win on closer acquaintance, whereas it should be said we are fooled. When a bad combination of circumstances comes later on, the conclusion of the first sight is mostly justified and often gives this last sight a scathing tinge. If, on the contrary, the close acquaintance with the place is unpleasant, one can hardly find that people benefit from it. Another reason for the seeming gain in the closest acquaintance is that the person whose first sight warned us against him, as soon as we talk to him, already shows us not only his own nature and character, but also his education, i.e., not only what he really is by nature, but also what he has learned from the common treasury of all mankind. 3/4 of what he says does not belong to him but has come from outside, and we are often surprised, listening to how such a minotaur can speak so humanly. But it is only necessary to pass from a close acquaintance to an even closer one, and then the animalism, which his physiognomy promised to reveal in the most splendid way. So, who is gifted with physiognomic farsightedness, he should necessarily pay due attention to its predictions, which precede any close acquaintance, and consequently, authentic and genuine. For a man's face expresses directly what he is, and if we are mistaken, it is not his fault but ours. On the contrary, a man's words reveal only what he thinks, more often than not, only what he has learned, or simply what he presents as his thoughts. This is joined by the fact that when we talk to him or hear him speak to others, we are distracted from his face, eliminating it as a substratum, as something already given, and we pay attention only to the pathognomic side, to the play of his face in conversation, and this last he directs in such a way that it faces us with the caudal side. If Socrates once said to a young man, presented to him for a test of his abilities, "Speak, that I may see you," then, assuming that by the word see he did not mean simply hear, he was right in the sense that the features and especially the eyes of a person come to life only during the speech, and put on his face the mark of his spiritual means and abilities, which gives us a preliminary possibility to determine the degree and direction of his mental development. which is exactly what Socrates wanted in this case. Otherwise, it should be taken into consideration, firstly, that all just mentioned does not extend to the moral qualities of the person, which are hidden deeper, and secondly, that everything which we acquire in conversation with a person objectively by the more evident development of the expression in his features is again lost subjectively because of the personal relations, which immediately arise between us and introduce an imperceptible charm which prevents us from being impartial. This is why, from this point of view, it would be more correct to say, "Don't speak, so that I can see you." For in order to grasp deeply and clearly a person's physiognomy, it is necessary to observe him when he sits alone, quite left to himself. All society and his conversation with another already cast on him an extraneous reflection mostly in his favor, guiding him by influence and reaction into an active state which always elevates a man. On the contrary, alone and left to himself, in the boiling of his own thoughts and sensations, it is only here that man is quite himself. Then a deeply penetrating physiognomic eye can at once grasp in general terms his whole essence, for on his face runs the basic tone of all his thoughts and aspirations and is imprinted errant irrevocable, immutable verdict of what he is and what he feels only when he is alone with himself. Physiognomy already on that makes the main means for recognition of people, that the physiognomy in the narrow sense is the only thing that does not give in to their art of a pretense. As for this last only the pathognomic, mimic side of a physiognomy is accessible. That is why I recommend to study a person when he is alone, left to himself, and before starting a conversation with him, partly because only in this case you see before yourself in a pure and genuine form the physiognomic side of the face, whereas during a conversation the pathognomic side immediately appears and the person resorts to the learned tricks of pretense, and partly also because any, even the most fleeting personal attitude makes us biased, bringing into assessment an element of subjectivity. It should also be noted that by physiognomic means in general it is much easier to unravel a person's mental abilities than his moral character. The former are much more outwardly visible. They are expressed not only in the face and in the play of the face, but also in the gait and in every movement, however slight it may be. I believe that a dullard, a fool, and a clever man can already be distinguished from the rear. The dullard is characterized by a heavy clumsiness of all movements, stupidity affects every gesture, intelligence and deliberation are the same. This is the basis of Le Bruyère's remark, "Il reine de si deli, de si simple, et de si imperceptible, il entrant de manners, que nous décellent, unsought ni en entrée, ni any sort, ni si lève, ni si tête, ni ne sur ses jams, comme un homme d'esprit." 51. This also, to say in passing, explains the instinct sur et prompt, 52, which, according to Helvetius, helps dozens of people to recognize and avoid people who are intelligent. This fact in itself is based on the fact that the more and more developed the brain and the thinner, in relation to it the spinal cord and nerves, the higher are not only the mental means, but also the mobility, the sensibility in the movements of all the members, for in this case these latter are more directly and decisively controlled by the brain, as a result of which every movement clearly reflects his intentions. In general, this circumstance is reduced to the fact that the higher the animal stands on the ladder of creatures, the easier and faster it is deprived of life through damage and injury in a single point. Take, for example, frog animals, batrachier. As much as they are clumsy, sluggish and slow in their movements, so much they are unintelligent and are distinguished by an extremely tenacious survivability. This is explained by the fact that with a tiny brain they have a very thick spinal cord and nerves. In general, the functions of the brain are mainly the movements of the hands and gait, the movement of the other members, as well as the slightest of its modifications, is controlled by the brain through the nerves of the spinal cord. For this very reason arbitrary, deliberate movements cause fatigue, which, as well as pain, is rooted in the brain and not in the members, as it seems to us, why fatigue promotes sleep. On the contrary, the involuntary movements of the body, such as the lungs, heart, etc., which do not flow from the brain, and therefore do not produce fatigue. As thinking and control of members depends on the same brain, so the nature of its activity is reflected in both directions. Depending on the properties of an individual, stupid people move like dummies, intelligent ones have every joint speaking. But much better than by gestures and movements, spiritual qualities are known by the face, by the shape and size of the forehead, by the tension and mobility of facial features, but most importantly, by the eyes, from the dull, muddy-eyed pig's eyes to the sparkling eyes of genius. The gaze of the mind, even the subtlest, differs from the gaze of genius in that the former bears the imprint of service to the will, the latter is free from it. The following anecdote about Petrarch, told by Squarcifici in his biography of the poet, from the words of his contemporary Giuseppe Brivius, is therefore very probable. One day at the Visconti court, when Petrarch was among the guests, Galeazzo Visconti invited his son, then still a boy, to point out the cleverest person among those present. After looking around carefully, the boy, to the amazement of all present, took Petrarch by the hand and led him to his father. Thus, nature distinguishes its chosen ones with such a bright seal of dignity that even children notice it. Therefore I would advise my witty countrymen, if they are again tempted to proclaim any man of a dozen for 30 years a great genius, not to choose a favorite with such a face of an innkeeper as Hegel had, on whose face was written in the most legible handwriting the name, head of a dozen, so familiar to nature. Other than with mental, it is the case with moral qualities, with the character of man. To unravel it by physiognomic way is much more difficult, because it, being of metaphysical nature, lies deeper, and although it is in connection with the physique and organism, but not so directly as mind, and is not confined as the latter to any definite part or system of the body. Besides, whereas everyone, being quite content with his intellect, willingly flaunts it and tries to openly declare it on every occasion, the moral side is rarely quite freely exposed and even more often deliberately disguised, in which from a long practice one can reach a perfect mastery. Nevertheless, as noted above, bad thoughts and unworthy aspirations gradually leave their traces on the face and eyes. As a consequence of this, the case is such that, subjecting any man to physiognomic evaluation, we can often easily vouch that he will never produce an immortal creation, but in no way that he will not commit a great crime. About women. Sans les femmes le commencement de notre vie serait prive de secours, le milieu de plaisirs, et la fin de consolation. 53. With these few words of Joey, in my opinion, the true praise of women is better expressed than in Schiller's beautifully considered poem, Word de Frauen, designed for antitheses and contrasts. The same thing, but more pathetically, is expressed by Byron in Sardanapal. The very first of human life must spring from woman's breast. Your first small words are taught you from her lips. Your first tears quenched by her, and your last sighs, too often breathed out in a woman's hearing. When men have shrunk from the ignoble care of watching the last hour of him who led them, i.e., the beginning of man's life arises on a woman's breast. Your first words you learned from her lips. Your first tears are wiped away by it, and your last sigh, all too often it strikes her hearing. When men shun low labor, surround the last hour of the one who was their leader with their concerns. Both there and here the significance of the woman is indicated from a real point of view. The very appearance of the female figure shows that she is not destined for too much work, either spiritual or bodily. She serves the duty of life not in a real, but in a suffering way, the agony of childbirth, the care of children, the subordination to her husband, for whom she must be a patient and encouraging friend. She is not made for higher sufferings, joys and powerful manifestations of strength. Her life should be quieter, more insignificant and softer than that of a man, not becoming, in fact, happier or more unhappy because of it. Women are already prone, adapted, to the nurturing and education of our first childhood because they themselves are childish, feisty and short-sighted. In a word, all their life they are big children, a kind of intermediate stage between the child and the man, who is actually a man. One only has to look at a girl, babbling, singing and dancing all day long with a child, and imagine what a man could do in her place, with all the goodwill he could want. In the creation of the girls, nature has struck at what in the dramaturgical sense is called the crackling effect. She abundantly provided them for a few years with beauty, attractiveness and splendor on account of the rest of their life, just so that during these years, they could so much capture the imagination of man that he, fascinated, honestly took upon himself, in one form or another, the care of their future life, which step to induce him a simple sound thinking does not represent reliable enough guarantees. Therefore, nature has provided woman, as well as any other creature of her sex, with the weapons and implements that she needs to ensure her existence, and for the time when she needs them, and she has done so with her usual thriftiness. As the female ant, after fertilization, is deprived of her wings, which are more unnecessary, and in relation to the care of her testicles even unsafe, so the woman after 2 or 3 births in most cases loses her beauty, probably for the same reason. As a consequence of this, young girls in their souls consider their domestic or handicraft occupations to be a side business and even a mere amusement. They consider their only serious vocation to be love, victories, and everything that is in connection with this, such as toileting, dancing, etc. The nobler and more perfect a thing is, the later and slower it reaches its maturity. A man attains maturity of intellect and spiritual powers scarcely before the age of 28, a woman with the 18th year. But such is her intellect, quite sparingly measured. That is why women remain children all their lives, see always only the nearest things, cling to the present, take the appearance of things for the essence of the matter, and prefer trivialities to the most important occupations. Thanks to reason, man does not live like an animal only in the present, but observes and discusses the past and the future, whence arises his caution, solicitude, and frequent preoccupation. The woman is less involved in the resulting benefits and disadvantages than man because of her weaker mind. Rather, she is characterized by spiritual myopia. Her intuitive, directly perceiving mind sharply sees near, but has a narrow outlook that does not include the distant. Therefore, all the absent, the past, acts on women is much weaker than on us, which results in the more frequent occurrence in them and sometimes reaching madness propensity to extravagance. Women are convinced in their hearts that men's job is to earn money and spend it, if possible, while their husband is still alive or at least after his death. They are reinforced in this conviction by the fact that their husband puts what he has acquired at their disposal for the household. Whatever disadvantages all this may entail, it has, however, that good side that the woman is more absorbed in the present than we are, and therefore, if it is only bearable, she enjoys it better, more fully, whence comes the clarity characteristic of woman, which serves her for dissipation and, if necessary, for comforting her husband, who is burdened with cares. We should not neglect the custom of ancient Germans, in difficult circumstances to call for a meeting also women, because the way of perceiving things by them is completely different from ours, especially that it tends to notice the shortest way to the goal and in general all the nearby, which we, looking into the distance, mostly lose sight of just because it lies under our nose, and to what we need to return to master the nearest and easiest look. Therefore, women themselves are resolutely more sober than we are, seeing in things only what really lies in them, while we, if our passions are agitated, easily exaggerate what exists and add to the imaginary. From the same source arises the fact that women have more compassion for the unfortunate than men, and therefore more humanity and participation, but they are inferior to them in justice, fairness, and conscientiousness. Because of their weak mind, all the present, visible, directly real has such power over them, against which abstract ideas, permanent rules, firmly made decisions, in general, consideration with the past and the future, with the absent and distant can rarely do anything. Therefore, they have the first and main condition of virtue, but lack the secondary condition, often a necessary instrument of it. In this respect, they can be likened to an organism which, although it has a liver, does not have a gallbladder. In keeping with this, the fundamental flaw of the female character is injustice. It stems in the first place from the above-mentioned lack of intelligence and cunning, but besides it is supported yet by the circumstance that they, as the weakest creatures, are endowed by nature not with force, but with cunning, hence their instinctive craftiness and insuperable inclination to lie. For nature, having provided the lion with claws and teeth, the elephant with tusks, the boar with fangs, the bull with horns, the cuttlefish, sepia, with a turbid substance, has gifted woman for self-defense and defense with the art of pretense and all her power, which was expressed in man in body strength and intellect, has given to woman in the form of this gift. Therefore, pretense in her is an innate quality and is peculiar to almost the same extent as an intelligent and stupid woman. For this reason it is as natural for her to use this quality on any occasion, as for the above-mentioned animals to use the weapons given to them when attacking, and she feels herself somehow enjoying her right. Because of this, perhaps, it is unthinkable that a woman is completely truthful and unpretentious. On the same grounds, they can so easily see through someone else's pretense that it is risky to resort to it. From this established root defect and its appendages arise falsehood, infidelity, treason, ingratitude, etc. In false oaths before a court of law, women are guilty much more often than men. Indeed, it can still be argued whether they should be allowed to take the oath. From time to time there are repeated instances everywhere of ladies, who are not lacking in anything, quietly stealing from stores. Nature calls young, healthy, and beautiful men to the care of the propagation of the human race so that it does not degenerate. This is the firm will of nature, the expression of which is the passion of women. This law in its power and antiquity precedes any other. Therefore, woe to him who has his rights and interests so that they get in the way of this law. They will at the first significant occasion, no matter what he said and did, ruthlessly trampled on. For the secret, unspoken, even unconscious, but innate morality of women's states, we have the right to deceive those who, by cherishing us as individuals, suppose that they through this acquire the right to species. The properties, and therefore the good of the species, through the nearest, emanating generation, are placed in our hands and entrusted to our care, and we will take care of that good in good faith. But women are conscious of this supreme principle not at all in abstracto, but only in concreto, and have no other way of expressing it than by their actions in an appropriate case, and their conscience is more peaceful than we suppose, for in the innermost recesses of their heart they are aware that in violating their duties against the individual, they fulfill them the better in relation to the species, whose right is infinitely higher. As women exist only for the propagation of the human race, and their purpose is exhausted by this, they constantly and live more in the race than in individuals, and the affairs of the race take more seriously to their heart than the individual ones. This gives to their whole being and actions a certain frivolity and in general a direction fundamentally different from that of men, which causes so frequent and almost normal discord in marriages. Between men there is naturally a simple indifference, between women there is already a natural animosity. This must be because odium figulinum, guild, craft hatred, hatred of parties, which is always limited between men to known parties, in women extends to their entire sex, because they all have only one craft. Already when they meet in the streets they look at each other as Guelphs and Ghibellines. When first acquainted, two women also seem to treat each other with more coercion and secrecy than two men do on the same occasion. Therefore, mutual compliments between two women are much funnier than between men. Further, while a man, speaking even to a man far below him, treats him with known restraint and humanity, it is unbearable to see how proud and contemptuous a noble woman breaks down in conversation with a lower-ranking woman, who is not in her service. This must be due to the fact that the distinction of rank among women depends much more on chance than among us, and is much more likely to change and disappear, for while with us 1,000 things are taken into consideration, with them everything depends on the man who likes them. Besides, here is also influenced by the fact that they stand much closer to each other than men because of their one-sided vocation, why they try to bring forward the distinction of estates. The short, narrow-shouldered, broad-shouldered sex could only be called beautiful by the dulled sexual impulse of man. All its beauty lies in that impulse. With more justification it could be called an unaesthetic or an unsophisticated sex. Indeed, women have neither the receptivity nor the true inclination for music, for poetry, nor for the educational arts, and if they indulge in them and wear them out, it is no more than mere monkeying for purposes of coquetry and desire to please. From this comes the fact that they are incapable of any purely objective participation or interest in anything, and the reason for this, I believe, is as follows. Man strives in everything for a direct dominion over things, either through comprehension, or by overpowering and assimilating them. But woman, however, is always and in all things doomed only to mediate dominion, precisely through her husband, which is the only thing she can possess directly. Therefore, it is completely in the nature of women to look at everything as a means to acquire a husband, and their interest in anything else is always only a pretended and seeming, a simple trick, i.e., it tends to coquetry and monkeyism. Even Rousseau observed that les femmes, en general, n'aiment aucun art, ne se connaissent aucun et n'ont aucun génie, lettre à D'Alembert, XX, 54. Yes, and anyone who sees beyond the appearance of things will have time to notice this. One has only to look closely at the direction and dignity of their attention in concerts, operas, and dramas to see, for example, their childlike naivety with which they continue their chatter during the performance of the most beautiful parts of the greatest creations of art. If indeed the Greeks did not allow women to attend dramatic performances, they were quite right. At least in their theaters you could hear something. In our time the saying, tacit mulier in Ecclesia, 55, should have been supplemented or replaced by the following, tacit mulier in theatro, 56, and write it in large letters at least on the theater curtain. Yes, however, nothing else can be expected of women, if we consider that the most brilliant representatives of the whole sex have never produced anything truly great and original in the fine arts, and in general have never been able to present the world with any creation of lasting, enduring merit. It is especially striking in respect of painting, the technique of which is available to them at least as much as to us. Why they are so diligent and engaged in painting, although still they cannot boast of a single great work, because in them there is not the slightest objectivity of spirit, which is primarily necessary in painting. They everywhere hit to subjectivity. Even Huarut, 57, 300 years ago in his famous work Examen de Ingenios para las Ciencias, 58, denied women all higher abilities. Single and particular exceptions do not change the essence of the matter, and women, taken as a whole, were and remain the most hardened and incorrigible Philistines, therefore, in the most ridiculous equation by virtue of which they share the class and the title of husband, they themselves are the constant agitators of their ungenerous ambition. Further, in consequence of the same characteristic, Their predominance and their giving tone constitute the spoil of modern society. Regarding them we should take as a rule the dictum of Napoleon I, les femmes n'ont pas de rang, 59. Chamfort also very justly says, elles sont faites pour commercer avec nos faiblesses, avec notre folie, mais non avec notre raison. To exist entre elles et les hommes de sympathies d'épiderme et très peu de sympathies d'esprit, d'âme et de caractère. 60. They are sexes sequier, an inferior second sex in every respect, whose weakness must therefore be spared, but whose reverence is ridiculous beyond all measure and lowers us in their own eyes. In dividing the human race into two halves, nature did not draw the dividing line in the middle. For all its polarity, the difference between the positive and negative poles is not only qualitative, but also quantitative. It is from this point of view that the ancient and Oriental peoples looked at women, why they more correctly define the place belonging to them than we do with our old French haberdashery and ridiculous womankind, that supreme flower of Germanic stupidity, which has only served to make them so arrogant and shameless that they sometimes resemble the sacred monkeys of Benares, who in consciousness of their sanctity and inviolability allow themselves anything and everything. The woman of the West, precisely the lady, is in a false position, for woman, properly called sexes sequier by the ancients, is by no means entitled to be an object of veneration and adoration, to hold her head higher than that of man, and to have the same rights as him. We see enough of the consequences of this false position. 61. It would therefore be highly desirable that in Europe also this number 2 of the human race should again be given its natural place, and a limit should be put to the ladies' outrage, at which not only all Asia laughs, but both Rome and Greece would laugh. The social, civil, and political consequences of this measure would have been incalculable. The European lady is a being who should not actually exist. There should be mistresses of the house and girls who hope to become such, and therefore are brought up not for arrogance, but for housekeeping. For the very reason that there are ladies in Europe, the women of the lower class, that is, the majority of the female sex, are much more unhappy than in the East. In Hindustan there are never any women who are independent of anyone. There every woman is under the care of either her father, her husband, her brother, or her son, according to the law of Menu. 62. That widows burn themselves along with the corpse of their husbands is, of course, outrageous. But when they squander with their lover the husband's property, the property which he accumulated by hard work during his whole life, comforting himself with the fact that he worked for his children, this is also outrageous. Medayam Tanura Bidi, 63, a woman should never harass independence. Initial maternal love, both in animals and in man, is purely instinctive and therefore ceases simultaneously with the physical helplessness of the children. From that moment on, a love based on habit and reason must take its place, which often does not happen, especially if the mother did not love the father. A father's love for his children is of an entirely different kind and much stronger. It is based on the recognition in them of their own inner self, hence their metaphysical origin. With almost all ancient and new peoples, even with the Hottentots, property is inherited exclusively by the male generation. Only Europe has evaded this custom, except, however, by the gentry, that property acquired by men by great and long unceasing labor, then falls into the hands of women, who within a short time squander it or otherwise squander it, is as great as a common injustice, which should be prevented by limiting the hereditary and proprietary rights of women. It seems to me the best thing to decree that women, both wives and daughters, should inherit at all times only one life annuity, determined by mortgage, but by no means the capital or the estate, unless there are heirs in the male issue. It is men, not women, who acquire property, why they are not entitled to unconditional possession or disposition of property. Women should never be free to possess and dispose of property proper, i.e., capitals, houses, estates. They need a guardian of some kind at all times, therefore, they should never, under any possible circumstances, be entrusted with the custody of their children. Women's vanity, if it is not even greater than men's, has the bad side that it is quite directed to material things, precisely to their personal beauty, to splendor, pageantry, and tinsel. Therefore, society is their true element, which develops in them, especially with little intelligence, a tendency to extravagance. The vanity of men, on the other hand, is often directed toward intangible advantages, such as intelligence, learning, courage, etc. Aristotle, in his Politics, Part 2, 9, explains what disadvantages arose for Sparta from the fact that too many rights were given to women there, as they enjoyed in Sparta inheritance, dowry, and greater freedom, and how much this contributed to the decline of Sparta. Should not the blame for the gradual fall and corruption of the court and government in France also be laid on the ever-increasing influence of women since the time of Louis XIII, which led to the First Revolution, the consequence of which were all the subsequent coups? In any case, the false position of the female sex, expressed most strikingly in Our Lady, is an organic vice of the social condition which, coming from its heart, must extend its disadvantageous influence to all parts. That woman by her nature is doomed to obedience, it is evident from the fact that any of them, finding herself in an unnatural position of complete independence, immediately adheres to some man, to whom she and leaves to lead and rule over themselves, because she needs a master. If she is young, she needs a lover, if she is old, she needs a confessor.